On the paper, only one name was writ in ink ashto. The man in uniform did not even turn around, stamping out a dry verdict. The boy leaves home and becomes the ruler of Oberstein. A mute shock froze in the young man's eyes. Reality turned out to be harsh. Arriving in his new possessions, the mage Ashto saw only an endless wild forest, where first of all he had to look for water and a safe shelter. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he set off into the thicket. Fingers folded, a search spell and a thin magical thread instantly pointed the way to the nearest river. The water issue was resolved. Only the camp remained to be set up, and the remnants of food stretched at least until morning. He knelt down by the shore, immersing the flask in the clear stream. Suddenly the boy froze, and raised his head. A flock cried out alarmedly in the sky. A moment and the shore right in front of him was torn apart by sharp black strikes, forcing the mage to instinctively jump back. Panic boiled around. Beasts and birds massively fled from the invisible threat. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Ashto nervously laughed, finally realizing that he had been appointed ruler of the deadly forest. And this is part of the Great Balog, the greatest kingdom on the entire continent. The nervous smile instantly disappeared, giving way to cold concentration. Ashto was born as the second son in Istria, the most powerful military family of the kingdom. His brother Ludger became the youngest military commander in history, and his younger sister Sherry earned the title of the strongest mage in her very first year of service. The brother destroyed enemies with lightning, and the sister controlled ice and possessed a record amount of mana. The parents were infinitely proud of them, and Ashto himself sincerely rejoiced for his relatives. But his own gift turned out to be different. The test delivered an unexpected verdict. Instead of destructive power, he received nature magic absolutely useless for the glorious warrior lineage. The young man studied desperately and even earned a doctorate in herbology, but outstanding mages still surpassed him in intellect. Exhausting training did not help. Ashto remained mediocre both with swords and in sorcery. The father simply stopped noticing him, and sincere praise from Ludger only reminded him of his own worthlessness. The kindness of the older brother brought pain, and Sherry, who in childhood never left his side, now hardly spoke to him. He could only smile sadly at his own thoughts. Watching his sister with his eyes, the young man worried that she had been sent a marriage proposal again, even though she was still just a child. A bright flower sprouted from the ground, reminding him of the only warm words from the past about how his magic was beautiful. Moody smiled warmly with the flower in her hands. She had always been kind to him. Ashto remembered her gentle gaze every time she praised his rather boring magic. She was the first to meet the boy at the doorstep, joyfully congratulating him on his doctoral degree. The childhood friend remained his only support in the hardest times. The boy carefully opened the box with the prepared pendant. It was then that he firmly decided to propose to her. Her bright smile chased away the last doubts. He planned to wait until adulthood and leave home indifferent to his ordinariness, as long as Moody was by his side. Ahead already appeared the peaceful life of a city herbalist side by side with her. The decision was made. Suddenly his world split in half. A stern man in uniform informed in an icy tone that Moody was engaged to Ludger. Ashto clenched his fist to the crunch, desperately forcing himself not to hate his own brother. Their marriage was to strengthen the power of two military families, forever crossing out the young man's dreams. The young man entered the office, unable to bear the thought that that girl would become his brother's wife. A drop of sweat nervously rolled down his cheek. He loudly called his father, barely choosing his words. He did not even turn in his chair, and coldly told him to get out if he had no business. The scratch of the pen abruptly stopped as soon as the boy asked to be forever erased from the Estrie family. The conversation turned to a creepy forest teeming with vile monsters. From the darkness sounded the name Oberstein. A powerful hand lay on the table. The father gave these lands to him. It was a forgotten land, where other races once lived, and now total obscurity reigned. The head of the family turned to the window and gave the last order to leave the house and become the ruler of Oberstein. The bitter truth hit below the belt. The father expected nothing. He had prepared the papers in advance to get rid of the son faster. The boy froze in shock. Complete darkness. Thus he was officially expelled from the Estrie clan, but he quickly calmed his emotions. The tools are ready. It is time to clear the new territory. The boy slowly walked through the forest. He dreamed of a quiet life, growing herbs and working the land, which was so lacking in the kingdom. Even the thought of his own small shop, without customers, warmed his soul. Suddenly he froze before an immense, gigantic tree. A wide smile illuminated the face. The perfect foundation was found. He lightly struck the ground with a stick. Golden sparks of magic swirled in the air as he begged the spirits of the ancestors to respond. Closing his eyes, he put all his will into the call to nature. The tree responded from the trunk. Suddenly popped out a tiny wooden little man. The boy bent down to the silent baby and immediately gave him a name, Deravyashka. The creature sat among the grass and greeted joyfully. The baby happily squeezed his eyes shut. As soon as the command to get to work sounded, Deravyashka ran circles around his legs like an unstoppable ball of energy. The boy seriously pondered the choice of materials for construction, when suddenly he felt an impatient tug at the edge of his cloak. The boy looked around the crowns and aloud admitted they needed a home, but chopping and building everything by hand would take an eternity. Suddenly, the little wooden creature tugged his cloak and confidently pointed somewhere deep into the thicket. Ahead rose a forest with perfectly straight trunks. The boy looked at the little helper in surprise, finally convinced that he perfectly understood human speech. Approaching closer, he joyfully recognized the species. It was a sturdy fig-oak tree. A relieved smile appeared on his face. The little one squinted contentedly in response. Time to get to work, he resolutely rolled up his sleeve. A moment and invisible blades danced around the thick trunk. The boy released magical cuts one after another, quickly wielding the magic wand. With a dull crash, the giant fell to the ground, and the mage sighed wearily. He tensed inwardly, estimating how many more trees he had the strength for. The wood turned out to be much denser than usual, so he had to burn a huge amount of mana. But despite the fatigue, the work went quickly. Soon only smooth stumps remained in the clearing. The forest silence was shattered by a loud crack. The boy collapsed weakly onto the grass, regretting that he was far from Sherry's mana reserves. He managed to fell only 5 trees and completely exhausted his own strength. Seeing the anxious look of his companion, he smiled wearily and reassured the little one. They still needed to set up a shelter, but his eyes were closing, so he asked Deravyashka to keep watch. He muttered that he would close his eyelids for just a second. The little one silently listened to his steady breathing. A sudden determination flashed in the eyes of the forest spirit. The boy fell soundly asleep in the shade. Clouds drifted slowly across the sky. A loud rumble made him jump on the spot. He was stunned. Tiny Deravyashka had barehandedly lifted a huge trunk above himself. The boy froze in shock, and the little one casually threw a log onto the already ready, giant pile of perfectly stacked timber. The little helper struggled with all his might, lifting the giant log on his own. The young man joyfully hugged the little one, marveling at such incredible strength. Suddenly, a guess flashed in his mind. From the gentle stroke on the head, the creature squinted with happiness. The boy lifted Deravyashka high above himself and confidently declared that with such a friend, they could handle anything. Work boiled over. Quick snacks, tireless logging, and nights in the hut merged into one continuous marathon, until a giant bare wasteland formed in the place of the dense thicket. Looking over the scale of the deforestation, the young man nervously laughed. He had clearly overdone it. He commanded Deravyashka to stop, for now it was time to build a house. The gathered timber would have been enough for a dozen buildings, but he just carelessly accepted the consequences. Suddenly, a sharp rustle sounded from the thickets. Deravyashka froze before the water, peering into the bushes, and the boy anxiously asked what was wrong. A cold sweat pierced the young man. He instantly drew his weapon and shielded the child with his body. Their loud logging predictably attracted monsters. Fingers clenched the handle until it cracked. The boy quickly aimed the weapon, but the stranger sharply dropped her hands, assuring that she was not an enemy. Sharp ears appeared from under the cloaked, embarrassed elf girl, hurriedly confirmed her words, causing the young man to freeze in shock. A girl emerged from the thicket and friendly introduced herself as Elmenaith High Elf. Ashto calmly replied that he was just preparing a place for a dwelling here. Nearby stood a pile of freshly cut logs. The boy introduced himself as the ruler of these lands, to which Elmena asked in surprise if he was perhaps a man from an external kingdom. Ashto apologized for the noise, and the girl just laughed. The last few days, because of these sounds, she had been expecting a meeting with a mad monster. And then the boy finally realized she is a true high elf. He blinked confusedly and repeated again that he just wanted to build a house in the clearing. Ashto tensed mentally because he did not understand what a representative of such an elite was doing alone in the remote forest. Ordinary herbalist elves were seen by everyone, but the high ones were considered so rare that meeting them was like seeing a mirage. Elmina carelessly revealed a secret. Their hidden settlement was very close, which would definitely astonish outsiders. At the question about the reason for her travels, the girl suddenly broke into a sweat and nervously looked away. An awkward pause hung in the air. Elmina tried to put on a show about the great mission of her mighty race. But the truth turned out to be pathetic. She drank all the secret alcohol stock of the elder, and he angrily expelled her from the village for a whole 1,000 years. A funny pause ensued. The elf awkwardly tried to justify herself. Blushing with shame, she admitted that the elder simply expelled her for eating the supplies. The boy skeptically measured her with a glance, greatly doubting the greatness of this high elf. He wanted to brush it off, but the girl suddenly offered her help in construction. Ashto thought deeply. Realizing that she meant no harm, he sighed and agreed. The girl winked and spun a whirlwind in her palms, boasting of her skill in wind magic. She joyfully whispered about the found free housing, forgetting that Ashto was standing very close and heard everything. The elf smiled broadly and sincerely thanked for the shelter. He extended his hand in response and officially introduced himself as Ashto, ruler of Oberstein. A firm handshake. The work immediately heated up. Magical blades of wind easily felled massive trunks. In just a few days, a whole mountain of perfectly even logs towered in the clearing. He pondered over the book. Elmina turned out to be much more useful than he expected, and now she could be entrusted with not only construction. Pointing to the wasteland, he asked the elf to magically dig a large pit for the future reservoir, to which she immediately agreed. Examining the map, he explained the plan: to break up the fields and bring water, since the first step to survival is a stable supply of provisions. Elmina enthusiastically struck with magic, instantly tearing a giant crater in the ground. He just nervously swallowed, realizing that her mana reserve was simply colossal. However, the euphoria quickly faded. He realized that without extra hands and skills, knowledge alone would not save them. Suddenly, a small fluffy spirit climbed onto his shoulder, quietly offering help. The little one looked extremely determined. The young man sighed, sharing his anxiety. The brought food supplies were relentlessly dwindling. If only they could find qualified craftsmen, they would not have ended up in such a dead end. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a rumble and a desperate cry for help. Grabbing a shovel, he confusedly rushed through the bushes toward the source of the sound. Running out onto the clearing, he was stunned. Dwarves stood before him. Elmina froze in shock before 3 bloodied, bearded men who barely stood on their feet, leaning on each other. Breathing heavily and spitting blood, the leader croaked a plea for medicine. Their squad was attacked by a wandering monster. Ashto jumped onto the path and rushed to the girls, who helplessly bent over the wounded man. He instantly commanded Elmina to find water and led everyone to a safe clearing. They quickly set up camp among the roots of giant trees. The boy exposed the stranger's back. The skin was mercilessly torn by deep marks from claws and fangs. Elmina brought a full bucket, sincerely wondering how an ordinary person wandered into such a thicket. The wounded bearded man regained consciousness and stared tensely at his rescuer. But the youth ignored the suspicions and resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Clenching his fists, he promised not to let anyone die. The work boiled. Water, healing ointments, and direct infusion of magic into the man's chest merged into one continuous process. Empty vials quickly lay beside the bucket. A quiet sigh of relief sounded over the clearing. The bandaged strongman managed to sit down and bowed his head low as a sign of gratitude. Ashto smiled warmly, but sternly ordered the patient not to move for at least another week. The man introduced himself as August, the leader of this squad. Eventually, it turned out that in all this fuss, they had not even introduced themselves to each other. The rescued girl sincerely thanked for the help and told how after a difficult escape they came across an elf. At the very thought of the past threat, they shuddered. Without the help of this lady, the riverbank would definitely have become their grave. Then the dwarves took the floor. They were peacefully searching for ore in the Oberstein forests until they ran into a monster. The boy only awkwardly looked away. In response, his own story was too long. A pause hung in the air. When the bearded man asked what such a young man was doing in this wilderness, he hesitated confusedly. The conversation had to continue over drinks. The boy admitted, despite all the hardships endured, life here, far from the kingdom's orders, turned out to be free and not boring at all. The gnome crossed his arms over his chest and fell into deep thought. A sharp slap on the knee made the young man flinch. the bearded man made a decision. Rejecting the pleas to rest, he jumped up and with a loud bass voice raised his comrades to their feet. The gnome struck his chest and solemnly swore, from now on all the strength of their elder generation would belong to the young man. This was payment for saved lives. While the boy blinked in shock, the new allies were already busily planning the construction of a dwelling and a real forge. The young man fell to his knees in astonishment upon learning that true elder gnome stood before him. "Wait," came the confused reply. He tried to calm the legendary race. They were eager to build a home right now, although the young man begged them to first take a week to rest. Ordinary gnomes stared in awe at their mighty ancestors. Nearby, a high elf woman froze with her mouth open. The boy sighed wearily, not understanding why such rare races appeared here one after another. The small leaf-shaped creature tilted its head in confusion. He awkwardly admitted that he had indeed asked for help. Eventually, the boy joyfully tossed the baby in his arms, deciding to chalk everything up to simple luck. A giant sprawling tree towered above them. A brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, on the terrace of the luxurious mansion, a stern man with an eye patch calmly read papers. Suddenly he froze, and the sheet in his hands trembled nervously. The man jumped up sharply, frightening the servants, and shouted in shock to call his father, demanding an explanation for the letter. The bearded man turned sharply, asking confusedly what had happened. Instead of an answer, a girl and a young man in a formal suit looked at him gloomily, until the names Ludger and Sherry echoed in the silence. The mansion of the Estrie aristocrats impressed with its scale, as did the fame of its master, the Crimson Commander Eisen, whose power on the battlefield equaled that of 1,000 warriors. But now this legendary warrior sat in his office, drenched in cold sweat and confusedly asking what had happened. The air was pierced by an outraged girl's scream. Someone demanded an explanation of what had happened. Ludger and Sherry burst decisively into the room. The girls slammed both hands on the table with a run-up, barking how he even dared to ask about it. Ludger loomed over his father and demanded explanations why Ashta was kicked out of the house. The commander tried to calm them down, but the young man cut him off, saying he would never marry Moody. He angrily blurted out that everyone had known since childhood about Ashta's feelings for this girl, and the father not only trampled their relationship, but also threw the boy out the door. Sherry blinked in shock as she heard about some wedding for the first time. Eisen reluctantly explained that the engagement had not yet been officially announced. The son's hand gripped the back of the chair tightly. Ludger pressed, demanding an answer why this was hidden from Sherry, to which the mighty commander only pitifully bleated. The girl finally lost patience, grabbed her father by the collar, and began shaking him fiercely, threatening to freeze him alive until he gave in. Silence prevailed. A deaf darkness hung. Under the luxurious chandelier, a heavy sigh sounded. Ludger nervously reminded his father that Moody's sister was his adjutant, and Luna Maria would hardly be happy with such a son-in-law. The young man wearily bent over the table, flatly refusing to play this political marriage and call his own subordinate his daughter-in-law. He burst out shouting, demanding to stop this madness. Sherry intervened in the dispute. The girl coldly explained that the organization would never support a forced union. Ludger faltered confusedly, recalling Ashto's sudden departure to Oberstein, and reproachfully stared at his father. And he only laughed loudly, declaring that that was exactly why he had given the lands to the boy. The man relaxed back in his chair as it turned out. After the news of Ashto's engagement, he himself wanted to leave the Estrie family. The son's doomed groan was heard again. Sherry sweetly squinted and joyfully announced that she was taking a vacation for about 20 years. The father was thrown up in horror. He immediately promised to cancel the engagement, while the cunning Ludger was already suggesting to the girls to go on a joint trip. The youth cheerfully planned their escape, openly ignoring the panicked screams of the stunned head of the family. The exhausted bearded man only quietly groaned, dripping with sweat from his own helplessness. The man looked coldly at the gloomy blonde and dryly asked what she wanted. A heavy sigh sounded above the mansion's roof. The wind lazily drove the clouds over the treetops. The boy froze, blinking in shock. In front of him stood a new 2-story house, and the elf girl was glad that they no longer had to squeeze into a hut made of roots. At his remark about the necessary week-long rest, the dwarves just waved it off. They fully recovered in 3 days, and 4 more were enough for construction. The bearded man matter-of-factly stated that soon their friends would gather here, for whom several more buildings needed to be erected. The boy looked at the house and thought in horror, these older dwarves with their wild regeneration, completed a month's worth of work in a few days. The master added that he planned to summon all the traveling relatives and set up a full-fledged base here. He smiled broadly and promised to take care of the boy, although the boy only nervously sweated, realizing that no one had even asked for his permission. The dwarves solemnly declared that from now on they would take care of him until his very death. The elf girl cheerfully suggested inviting her acquaintances as well, after which the young man sighed resignedly and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. While the girl sincerely admired the talent of the craftsman, he followed behind, not understanding how everything had so quickly gotten out of control. Having come to terms with this chaos, he knelt down, split the ground beneath his hands with magic, and admitted, "Dividing duties is really convenient, and this place suits them perfectly." The boy looked satisfied at the slope. The magic had wonderfully loosened the soil. Farming skills, which seemed useless in battle, finally came in handy. The young man was already imagining perfect garden beds and his dreamed-of own greenhouse for herbs. Suddenly a voice was heard. He sharply turned around and noticed a strange plant creature on the ground. A bizarre leaf slowly floated before his face. He scratched the back of his head in confusion, deciding that the words of the wooden log had simply been a hallucination. And nearby, a spiky tail quietly twitched. Soon the perfectly even garden beds were ready. Waving his wand, the boy enthusiastically released natural magic over the sown seeds. Energy saturated the earth, and green shoots instantly broke through the soil. The harvest will ripen many times faster. Now it was the turn for the greenhouse, and he decided to entrust this task to August. The boy was already salivating in anticipation, since plants grown by magic were always much tastier. Only the details with the carpenters remained to be discussed. Having found a familiar gnome master, he immediately ordered the construction of the building right next to his new beds. On the hill stood a lonely, fresh wooden frame. The bearded dwarf estimated the amount of work. He would assemble the greenhouse itself in 2 days, but was there any point without the main material? Their sighs were interrupted by an elf girl who did not understand why the friends suddenly lost heart. She cut in immediately. What they were looking for could not be found in these parts, even with a torch in broad daylight. August shrugged. He wanted to cover the new beds, but there was a catastrophic lack of glass for this. The boy began to explain the principle of the construction. The walls must let the sun through, but reliably block the wind. Glass, the girl blinked, apparently hearing this word for the first time. While the master complained that without a transparent coating the seedlings could not be protected, the elf thoughtfully bit her finger. Suddenly her face lit up. There was no real glass here, but she knew the perfect substitute. They were ordinary slimes. The gelatinous semi-transparent monsters trembled amusingly. The dwarf immediately got to work, skillfully rolling out the pliable mass on the board. While August in the background was catching the nimble slimes with difficulty, the elf revealed the secret. They harden when heated, forming a strong, transparent sheet. The boy sincerely admired her wisdom, and the girl proudly lifted her nose. After all, she was not an ordinary elf, but a higher one. A transparent plate of solidified slime gleamed in the palm, purer than glass and much stronger. The young man clenched his fist and enthusiastically promised to build not only a greenhouse, but also a new spacious house. He touched the transparent wall with surprise. The idea to use slime instead of glass turned out to be brilliant. In a few days, the large building was ready, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and thanked his companion for the help. Together they managed much faster. They went inside, looking contentedly at the first sprawling bushes. The elf promised to quickly plant the entire free space with new shoots. The boy looked closely at the garden beds and was amazed by the assortment. Even rare etheric and paralyzing herbs grew here. The girl raised her finger. Instructively, forest dwellers always knew best about nature's gifts. The young man sincerely praised her huge collection. She laughed, reminding him that she had lived in the world much longer than humans, and then the boy recalled her real age, over 8,000 years. Then the elf asked if he wanted to delve into the study of plants. While he mentally tried to grasp the incredible longevity of his acquaintances, she agreed to give him a few lessons, and playfully winked like an old friend. The elf eagerly asked about human plants, and all too gladly agreed to exchange knowledge. Old friends, you say? He only awkwardly smiled at his own thoughts. Suddenly, somewhere behind, a massive scaly tail silently slipped by. The boy suddenly stopped and looked back, which greatly puzzled his companion. An invisible threat was already looming over their new peaceful life. Altu anxiously admitted that he heard strange voices, although the girl did not catch a single sound. Danger was creeping up close. The elf carelessly attributed everything to magical fatigue, and they calmly moved on. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet exploded with black dust. From the crack, something gigantic burst out with a terrifying roar, instantly cutting off their conversation about rest. A peaceful day near the greenhouse was suddenly shattered by a powerful rumble. The boy froze over the garden bed. He cautiously peeked out from behind the hill, worried whether the greenhouse glass would hold. It was clearly not an earthquake. The young man looked with surprise at the source of the noise. A giant clawed paw heavily landed on the ground. The boy sighed resignedly. Branches cracked, and from above came a voice that discontentedly inquired who dared to use mana here. Before him towered a gigantic dragon, at the mere sight of which the youth recoiled and fell to the ground. The lizard suddenly roared joyfully. He had already forgotten when he last saw a human. Noticing that the boy was trembling with fear, the monster blinked in surprise. The dragon recognized with admiration a kindred mage in him, bringing his terrifying maw right up to the youth's face. Realizing that from fear he heard nothing, the beast sighed, and in a bright flash transformed into a busty woman with horns. She familiarly tugged him by the collar, demanding he get up and talk after a long loneliness. "Well, how do I look?" She smiled cheerfully, while the youth continued to sit in complete stupor. The horned girl smiled carefree and declared that she would not refuse some earth tea. The boy blinked, stunned. A suspicion struck his mind. Before him sat the emerald dragoness Marshelago herself. In the clearing, they quickly set up a large-scale picnic with a bonfire. The guest leisurely crossed one leg over the other and allowed herself to be called simply Shella, while the boy's companions were in shock, looking at the living goddess. He was tensely silent, recalling myths about one of the 7 legendary creators of the world, before whom nations tremble. Meanwhile, Shella was already sincerely enjoying the wine, and the hero looked around puzzled. The camp was literally teeming with new elves. It turned out these were relatives of Elmina, who had rushed over with their belongings as soon as they received her letter. 2 strangers immediately and warmly introduced themselves as the High Elves May and Lunara. The boy sank down resignedly, feeling completely alien at this loud celebration of life. Moreover, he noticed that the number of bearded elder dwarves around had unexpectedly increased. They eagerly demanded to be provided with a constant to immediately plant a vineyard, build a brewery, and sow the field with wheat. Greenhouse. They eagerly demanded to be provided with a constant source of alcohol, completely ignoring his weak reminders about the unfinished greenhouse. From such impudence, he finally lost the power of speech, only nervously sweating cold sweat. The companions happily left the construction to Ashto, promising instead to take on the hunting. Meanwhile, the horned demoness finally woke up, watching the noisy crowd with satisfaction. She quietly sneaked up behind the boy and giggled softly. The rest of the girls were already loudly arranging a purely female night drinking party. A calm silence hung over the trees. Ashto wearily sat down on the stone curb, confessing to his little companion that he was barely standing on his feet. Although his mana had increased after arriving here, the amount of work turned out to be simply overwhelming. Sowing an entire field of wheat by hand turned out to be quite a hell, although the boy was sincerely grateful to his friends for the roof and food. Suddenly Lady Shella appeared nearby, making Ashto jump from surprise. He complained that he tried to grow wheat and a vineyard, but had exhausted his mana to the last drop. The boy smiled awkwardly, excusing himself that due to fatigue, he did not even notice her steps. The demoness gently remarked that he had taken on too much, while he nervously counted his endless garden beds and greenhouses. She slyly touched her lips and suddenly offered her help. And already the next moment, with a sharp movement, she shoved something into his mouth, causing the boy to choke in shock. Ashto swallowed hard from her fingers, washing down with sweat, while the horned companion playfully giggled. She leaned in closely, checking if he had left anything behind. The boy listened to himself. In surprise, his body suddenly became unusually light. The girl announced her blessing, although the exhausted Ashto only thought that she was twisting him as she pleased. She was already rejoicing in their perfect compatibility thanks to shared nature magic, while he was still blinking in confusion. Sparks flew from her delicate hand. From now on, his mana would not run out, and his magical power would rapidly increase. The space was illuminated by a soft flash. The silhouette beside him suddenly began to change. Ashto lowered his gaze to his wooden companion, noticing that it had noticeably grown. The next moment the boy froze in shock. The golem spoke. The little one joyfully jumped up, ringing out his own name. The girl burst out laughing sincerely, explaining that Derivyashka evolved following the magic of his master. She smiled contentedly, accepting his warm thanks. Ashto happily hugged his favorite, who himself could not get enough of his new size. The horned girl playfully looked around and ordered him to return to work, as she could no longer wait for new tasty drinks. The boy silently swallowed air. She carefully walked away under his confused words of thanks to her back. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze to his own hand. He was struck by shock. Now he had more mana than Sherry herself. Power sparkled at the fingertips, and he physically felt how magic flowed powerfully through his veins. Familiar babbling was heard from below. The boy joyfully tossed his spirit into the air. The little one had grown, and now resembled a real human child. He held him tightly to himself, admitting that the consequences of the dragon's blessing were even a little frightening, as mana literally gushed from him like a spring. He moved forward with his little wooden stick in his hands. No sooner had he wondered where this path would lead them, next than an elf girl waved joyfully from the hill. Their vineyard was finally ready. The little forest spirit squeaked in surprise. The elf girl froze upon hearing about the blessing of the emerald dragon herself, but the boy just nodded. It was time to test new powers. He felt magic boiling in his blood, while his friends examined his grown familiar. The young man sat down by the weak grapevine seedling to measure his current mana reserve. The single word grow triggered the spell. The shoot instantly shot upward. The thin stem began to swell with strength before their eyes. The bark cracked and the trunk twisted and thickened at a furious speed. The mages looked up in horror, listening to the deafening crack of the wood. The young man smiled nervously. The seedling had grown into a tree in mere seconds. At that very moment, a landslide of heavy vine fell from above, and the elf woman cried out that he had poured too much magic. She desperately shook him by the shoulders, begging him to stop, while the young man panicked, realizing that the flow of energy simply had no limits. The sudden rumble seriously alarmed the nearby dwarves. When everything calmed down, two shocked friends sat under the giant grapevine tree, still not believing their own eyes. The elf woman nervously laughed, clutching the boy's shoulders. His insane mana reserve simply did not fit in her mind. He paid no attention and sat down near the grown vine to assess the harvest. He squeezed a ripe berry between his fingers. It looked quite good. The girl behind continued emotionally arguing that such abnormal magic was a 100% consequence of divine blessing. The young man silently tossed the grape into his mouth. The companions froze, tensely waiting for the verdict. The boy's eyes widened with surprise. The berry turned out to be incredibly sweet and large. He exhaled in amazement that he had never tasted anything more delicious in his life. The face of the elf girl instantly lit up with childlike delight. With an impatient exclamation, she quickly threw a portion to herself as well. Her cheeks reddened with pleasure. This grape surpassed even the best harvest from her native village. Her friend also tried it and exclaimed in amazement that she had never encountered such a wonder in all her 8,000 years of life. Even the stern one-eyed dwarf appreciated the taste, calling it unfathomable. After such words, the team's restraint finally broke. Everyone rushed to the vine shouting to demand their portion. The dwarf loudly announced a break and immediately split everyone into two teams for making barrels and building the brewery. Then he returned to Ashto and unequivocally stated that now all hope rested only on his plant magic. Meanwhile, the elf girl sent the children to the village to ask the elder to allocate as many grape seedlings as possible. Ashto froze in confusion. The girl joyfully finished him off with the news that they would have to grow absolutely everything, to the loud shouts of the dwarfs. She quickly bombarded him with new tasks. The vine needed supports, ropes, and endless work with wood. The young man looked around the wasteland and wearily reminded that they still hadn't cleared the territory of stumps. The elf girl only winked and assured that people would gladly come to help. Ashto asked the children to bring at least someone free from the village, and they happily rushed off. He crossed his arms over his chest, ironically recalling that he had actually planned to quietly study medicinal herbs. The crowd before him burst with enthusiasm in a single impulse. Ashto raised his gaze to the sky and smiled lightly. He would have to accept this chaos. What does all this mean? Someone's fist slammed onto the table with a crash. Somewhere far away, an angry man in uniform stared incredulously at the dismissal order, raging at such an unexpected blow. There was a cautious knock on the office door. The man was tense, wondering why the leadership had suspiciously quietly accepted Ashto's departure 2 months ago. His daughter Sherry appeared on the threshold, and he immediately burst out shouting, demanding an explanation for her sudden discharge from the army. The girl calmly cut in that he would never have let her go, so she herself obtained the king's consent and now officially became a civilian. Sherry added that the story with Ashto became the main impetus for her. The father froze in shock. He only managed to ask confusedly if he heard correctly. The girl laughed sincerely, stating that she was already 17 and had not enjoyed her youth at all. The father listened with a blank expression as she announced her decision to go on a journey. Sherry dreamily looked out the window. She had only trained all her life and now finally wanted to see the world. At the end, she playfully winked, adding that she would take Moody with her, and cheekily asked him to put in a good word for them. The father roared with rage. He sternly reminded her of her status as the hope of the Astria clan and a powerful mage, refusing to tolerate such antics. The smile disappeared from Sherry's face, and she coldly suggested that he expel her from the family as well. "I don't care about the Astria family name," the girl snapped, causing the father to freeze. She pierced him with a cold look, directly stating that he was furious because of Ashto's exile. Sherry struck with a new accusation. The father secretly sent his own son to certain death in the Oberstein forest, full of monsters. She harshly reminded that for her, Lou is not a thorn in the eye, but blood kin. For a moment, she faltered. Lowering her eyes, the girl admitted that Lou already bitterly regrets his coldness towards the outcast. Her face was distorted by pain. She herself was unbearably ashamed. While the mother remains silent, and the father is only concerned with meaningless prestige, the family is sinking. The man helplessly turned away to the window, exhaling his daughter's name heavily. But Sherry flatly refused to continue living with this regret. With a sharp movement, she wiped away her tears. The father anxiously tried to stop her. A dull thud of the travel bag hitting the floor put an end to it. Now he understood everything. Sherry boldly saluted. The brilliant ice princess Astria is no more. She is setting off on her own journey. Borodin desperately shouts after him, but the young man does not look back. He only laughs coldly, gladly accepting exile from the family. Behind him, the luxurious facade of the estate remains forever. In the high sky, clouds drift slowly. Suddenly, someone's voice calls Moody from behind. The girl sharply turns around and begins to shine with joy. She runs up to the tall friend, firing apologies for being late, but the friend gently calms her down, as she herself has just arrived. The friend smiles warmly and joyfully calls out Sherry's name. Moody nods gently. The tall girl laughs brightly, burning with impatience before their joint journey. She immediately warns that ahead there are not only entertainments, but the blonde confidently accepts this challenge. Her face shines with unwavering determination. The girls set off on the road, and Moody aloud wonders where her brother is now. The friend presses her hand to her chest and sighs heavily. She sincerely confesses that she terribly misses Ashto. Looking around, she suddenly quietly apologizes to Moody for such a long wait. Ahead awaited uncharted lands with a bunch of dangerous monsters, so they had to prepare for the worst. Sherry guiltily lowered her gaze, regretting that she had delayed the departure day for so long. The friend gently waved it off, but the blonde immediately interrupted her. She recalled the stubborn official who flatly refused to accept her request, wasting everyone's time. Fortunately, Ludger and Luna Maria intervened and quickly settled the paperwork hassle. The girls walked down the street with heavy suitcases. The friend reassured Sherry she herself needed time to dare to leave her family. In her memory appeared Ludger, who recently bowed deeply before her. He came personally to apologize for dragging her into his father's foolish intrigues. The boy repented so desperately that he smashed his forehead on the floor until it bled, which greatly angered Luna Maria. Remembering how the girl scolded the smiling troublemaker, she caught herself thinking these two are perfectly suited for each other. She smiled warmly. This whole situation will definitely help them get closer, since Luna Maria had always admired the boy. Sherry happily grabbed her friend's elbow, ringing out assurances that happiness awaited them ahead as well. A wide, completely carefree smile shone on her face. Sherry blinked confusedly, not knowing what to say. Her friend smiled warmly, beckoning her to follow. She gently took the girl by the hand, urging her forward. Looking back over her shoulder, she joyfully announced that it was time to go in search of Ashto. Sherry enthusiastically agreed to find that fool who had decided to leave them, while Ashto himself somewhere far away loudly sneezed, carefully petting a bizarre creature. The boy calmly tasted something in his garden beds until he was distracted. Her friend ran up with an anxious scream. They had unexpected guests. He froze in surprise. Before him stood a family of genuine horned ogres. Already inside the house, he cautiously inquired of the elder what they needed. The unexpected request for medicine threw him off balance. The burly head of the family politely apologized for the visit and admitted that they needed medical help. Hearing this, the young man immediately switched to doctor mode and bombarded them with questions about the symptoms. The ogres were so taken aback by such a sudden onslaught that they were confused. Realizing this, the herbalist smiled warmly, recalled his license, and gently asked to see the patient. His fingers rested on the child's hand with terrible burns, and the diagnosis instantly became clear. For a moment, a focused silence hung in the room. Examining the wound, he reassured the parents. The little one had simply been burned by poisonous laurel. It was unpleasant, but not at all fatal. While the ogre was soothingly stroking his son with relief, the young man confidently promised to make an ointment and a mixture. He immediately took out a mortar, rejoicing that the necessary ingredients grew right under their noses. The elf woman warned anxiously that without immediate treatment, the burned skin of the girl would begin to rot. The father thanked for the examination and awkwardly offered payment, but the young man just waved it off. The young man kindly offered the family to stay until the child fully recovered and asked where they lived. The big guy lowered his gaze and answered dully that they had nowhere else to go. The boy smiled gently, assuring that the main thing now was just to heal the burn and everything would be fine. The head of the family admitted that after the arrival of the new leader, they were driven out of their native settlement. When asked about the reason, he bitterly explained, "They are demonic ogres, hated and persecuted even by their own kin." The young man silently sighed in thought, already accustomed to constant crazy surprises in these lands. Legends called the demonic ogres avatars of demons. One such warrior guarded hundreds of ordinary ones. The ogres looked at him with emotion, realizing that these people were much kinder than the terrifying legends said. The boy suddenly froze. He snapped his fingers sharply and joyfully offered them to permanently occupy the free houses, almost causing the ogre to panic. He did not understand why they were not afraid of their terrible reputation here. But the young man calmly prepared the potion and finished off the guest with a fact. The proximity to the high elves and elder dwarves had long since taught the locals not to be afraid of anything. The boy confessed confusedly that he was just an ordinary human and uncertainly asked the horned giant to repeat what he had heard. He warmly confirmed that before them were true elder dwarves and respectfully inquired about the young man's status. The ogre casually added that the woman was already over 8,000 years old, while the dwarves nearby continued construction. The young man sighed that to him, their whole family already looked legendary, although the guests themselves looked around with no less shock at the number of mythical races. That's how everything was arranged. The family of demonic ogres received a perfect spacious house from the dwarves. The mother of the family was named Armo, and their children Norma and Shinha. The head of the family was the burly Balgold. On the way to the hunting grounds, he casually mentioned to his companion that ogres always marry relatives. The girl was stunned with shock, suddenly realizing that Balgold and Armo were brother and sister. Balgold calmly drew his bow and explained, "Their blood demands strength, and the strongest offspring are born from close kin." Suddenly, a giant fanged snake lunged at him from the rocky gorge. The ogre didn't even blink with one left-handed death grip. He grabbed the monster by the throat while his companion froze nearby. The reptile instantly passed out. Ashto stared in amazement at the huge scaly carcass, while the dwarf nearby estimated how long this 20-year-old monster would last them. The horned demon only blinked in surprise for him. This was the most ordinary prey. The boy laughed nervously, and somewhere behind them, they were already demanding to start the celebration. That very night under the starry sky, the dwarf was friendly hugging the demon by the shoulders. Since then, Balgold brought mountains of game to the camp every day, carelessly dropping giant boars right at Ashto's feet. There was so much meat that they had to build a separate storage where the ogre women tirelessly processed the carcasses. Sitting on the garden beds, Ashto admitted that the demons had completely solved the food problem, although he felt a bit uneasy about such a diet. The tall glass greenhouse gleamed under the peaceful sky. The idyll was interrupted by an elf woman. She joyfully flew in with the news that his grapes had taken the village market by storm, and professional winemakers were already being sent to them. Ashto barely managed to be moved by how rapidly their life was improving when he heard a loud scream. With eyes burning with a fanatical gleam, the girl demanded to plant a new vineyard for all possible varieties. The boy sighed wearily. He flatly refused to break the laws of nature again with growth magic. The elf girl sharply leaned over him, and Ashto realized with regret that they were demanding magic from him. He begged to be allowed at least to prepare the soil by hand, but the girl was already dreaming of wine. Her plan had long been set in motion, and there was no turning back. Ashto frowned, thinking aloud. His family rules Oberstein, but would the local races recognize this authority? The elf girl waved it off carelessly in her village. They had never even heard of human kingdoms. She sharply leaned toward the youth and stated directly, "If he is the ruler here, then he should make efforts for the sake of the inhabitants." The girl smiled slyly, acknowledging that at least this patch of land definitely belonged to him. Ashto calmly objected, "The forest has no master," but the elf girl reminded him that he was the first to settle here. The youth froze. It turned out that the locals had long considered him their lord. He awkwardly scratched his nose. The villagers awaited his permissions for construction, and demonic ogres gave him spoils as a sign of respect. Suddenly the elf girl blushed, clasped her palms, and began tearfully begging for her own vineyard. The boy agreed to prepare the greenhouse, but flatly refused to exhaust himself with magic for a quick harvest. This suited her perfectly. The girl nodded happily and immediately revealed a new detail. Soon about a dozen vintners would come here to live. She stretched sweetly, dreaming of whiskey and wheat fields, while Ashto watched this drinking enthusiast with irony. The young man caught himself thinking that this noisy girl actually seemed very cute to him. Without giving him time to recover, the elf girl dashed off to look for builders, ignoring Ashto's outraged shouts. "Lady Shella," he exclaimed in shock after her, and the girl confirmed her real name with a smile. Shella leaned over the embarrassed young man with curiosity. Resting her cheek on her hand, she playfully praised him for caring about nature. Her face lit up with a smile. Such words frankly pleased her. The boy nervously replied that he simply avoids magic that disrupts the natural balance. Suddenly her fingers gently touched his neck. Ashto got confused, remembering that he wanted to ask Lady Shella about the bestowed blessing. She gently lifted him by the chin and asked to be called simply by her name. The girl reassured the boy about the power given to him. Shella tenderly hugged him from behind. From now on his magic would not harm the land, but something else was more important. Now they are mentally connected, and all magical energy flows to him directly from her. After a long sleep, the release of stagnant magic was noticeable. Shella's cheeks flushed, and she admitted that this process brought her considerable pleasure, which completely threw Ashto off balance. She languidly pressed against his neck. The transfer of power truly gave her pleasure, freeing space for accumulating new magic. The horned girl cheerfully called him an innocent boy, which made him blush and feverishly hide his face. He babbled confusedly, trying to figure out where the joke ended, and she only smoothly turned around, calling his reaction cute. With a gentle smile, she explained that from now on he would decide how to use her magic, to protect these lands or to help Elmina. Throwing a carefree "good luck," she walked away. The boy remained stunned, sitting on the floor with a single thought in his head: this person really is something else. Ashto carefully examined the horned girl's hand and reassured her the wound had healed without a single scar. She sincerely thanked the doctor, and the boy warmly hugged the little girl who was spinning nearby. Little Norma rushed at him at full speed, throwing herself around his neck amid the elder's indignant exclamation. They were interrupted by an elf woman holding a child, who informed them that May and Lunara had returned from the village. Another elf woman appeared in the doorway and asked Ashto to step aside for a conversation. She smiled awkwardly and admitted that they had encountered a problem. Ashto blinked in confusion. Norma's ears twitched, and the boy swallowed nervously upon hearing the joyful voice about grape wine. May quickly turned to him with a broad smile. The wind quietly rustled the leaves of the trees. The conversation moved outside, under the walls of the house. May enthusiastically declared that she would plant an entire vineyard forest, boasting a pile of fresh seedlings. However, another elf from the crowd anxiously interjected that the real problem was not at all in the dozen new settlers. Ashto froze. Before him stood a whole crowd of unfamiliar cat-girl maids in uniform, who respectfully called him master. The head maid with cat ears bowed respectfully and announced that from now on Ashto was their new lord. The boy was stunned. Before him stood as many as 50 girls from the Silver Cat clan, ready to work faithfully in this settlement for his sake. They bowed low in gratitude, gasping for air from exhaustion. The elf quickly explained, This is a rare race that gains true power only in service to a human. For a moment, silence reigned. She told their tragic story. Having lost their previous master to illness, the girls became outcasts and easy prey for monsters. Without connection to a human, their magic quickly faded, leaving them so weak that they lacked the strength even to eat. The elf girl confessed that she saved them in the forest and simply could not abandon the exhausted fugitives with a child to their fate. At the end, she added hopefully that these jack-of-all-trades would wonderfully help the dwarves develop the vineyard. Realizing the dubiousness of her act, she guiltily knelt before the shocked Ashto. He only awkwardly apologized. Ashto looked closely at the crowd of maids and realized how much they had been worn down by life. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily, silently accepting this unexpected burden. A cat girl timidly peeked out from behind the fabric. Ashto asked confusedly how exactly he could help them. The condition turned out to be ridiculously simple. He had to become their master. The boy only sighed, mentally saying goodbye to the quiet life in the forest. Placing his hand on his chest, he solemnly declared himself the new lord. The maids bowed their heads with relief, accepting his authority. Under their feet, a magical circle flared brightly. The contract was concluded. Ashto immediately asked whether he would now have to constantly command them. In response, the cat only happily squinted and herself asked to give the first order. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to prepare. The maid clarified that later constant orders would not be needed, but now their nature requires direct leadership. Pointing to the house, the newly made master ordered everyone to wash their clothes, take a bath, and sleep well. Then he turned back to the elf May with a broad smile, ordering her to work diligently as well, to which she willingly agreed. The elf Elmina joyfully saluted with her fingers. The vineyard is growing wonderfully, and she and the girls are ready to help others. Darkness. Ashto cheerfully watched the bustle, while the carcasses of hunted boars lay in the background. Freshly washed clothes fluttered calmly in the wind. Elven girls took up hygiene and carefully washed the smeared cat girls in hot tubs. The neat maids with cat ears quickly got to work, carrying baskets of apples and bread. In just a few days, a real town with neat houses grew on the clearing. Ashto admitted, the skill of the dwarves and the crazy speed of the silver cats created a perfect team unmatched on the continent. The dwarf nearby kept praising the new workers, even though they had appeared here only 3 days ago. The boy mentally summed up his army: 10 dwarves, 18 elves, 4 ogres, and a whole 50 cats. 15 more friends are coming to us, the bearded man thundered joyfully, making Ashto helplessly lower his head in shock. His tiny settlement had finally turned into a huge village. The dwarf heartily slapped the young man on the back, reminding him that there was still a lot of work ahead on the farms and in the forge, so there was no time to slack off. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a tall figure in a cloak, who unequivocally addressed the boy by name. The boy assessed the new workforce. Thanks to the silver cats, the dwarves were able to rapidly expand the lands. But he couldn't shake the suspicion, could it be, that these bearded men intended to settle here forever. He was distracted from his thoughts by an unfamiliar elf woman in glasses, who confidently shook his hand and offered the help of her family with the vineyard. She smiled warmly, introduced herself as Ashira, and apologized for the late introduction due to the fuss with the fluffy helpers. The boy looked closely in amazement. Her aura noticeably differed from that of Elmina, revealing a truly wise and experienced person. And then Ashira sweetly asked to expand the plantations, about 20-fold, leaving him stunned. The next morning began with a lively alarm clock, the joyful cry of a small silver cat, diligently doing her job. The boy sleepily thanked the little one for waking him up, and she proudly reported that it was her work. He sleepily tousled little Maya's head. Later, the elder maid Silmeria approached and announced that breakfast would be served soon. The boy shuffled down the corridor under the respectful gazes of his new wards. Hiding a yawn, he remembered how he initially refused them, but they were so upset that he had to give in. At least not all 50 were dumped on him as originally planned. Leaning over the sink, he finally accepted that the heads of the silver cats and her little helper now lived under his roof. And seeing the luxurious breakfast on the table with country milk and chicken, the boy realized it was time to start his own livestock as well. Since he could not accommodate the entire clan, the girls decided to send Silmeria and the youngest cat Maya to him. The boy once again begged the maids to forget the rules and have breakfast together, but Silmeria stubbornly refused to share the table with the master. Then he appealed to logic. Together they would eat and clean up faster, and little Maya was already plaintively meowing from hunger. He smiled and tapped on the table. Silmeria sighed resignedly. The girls gave up. The boy gently but persistently nudged the confused maids toward the chairs. During breakfast, Silmeria relaxed Maya's appetite, reminded her of a tiny fluffy kitten that once lived nearby. These words pierced the boy with pain. He immediately remembered how Emudi had carefully cared for that cat. He leaned heavily on the windowsill, gazing into the yard. A bright thought flashed through his mind that Emudi would definitely have befriended Maya. But his heart was gripped by sorrow. He no longer believed that he would ever see her again. Heavy silence hung over the tree crowns. Meanwhile, Silmeria and Maya were already traveling by train, fervently hoping that next time they would definitely find him. With a warm, barely dreamy smile, she confessed that she really wanted to see him. A cozy rural house with a large greenhouse breathed tranquility. By the open window, Ashto was intently studying a thick botany reference book. Suddenly, a ringing voice distracted him. The young man turned around gratefully. The cat girl Maya joyfully handed him a cup of hot tea. Savoring the drink, he watched with pleasure as the workers pushed a cart full of harvest baskets. The idyll was interrupted by joyful noise from outside. Memories took him back a few days, when only bare wooden frames towered over the land. Then the scale of the future fields made him quite worried. But under Ashto's clear leadership, the new vineyard was prepared remarkably quickly. The elf girl in glasses briskly urged him to show everything he was capable of. Now the most important thing remained to awaken the seedlings with his own magic. Ashto stepped into the field and was stunned. Behind the fence, a whole crowd had gathered, fanatically chanting words of support. The girls screamed with delight, and he only smiled awkwardly. They had turned ordinary agricultural work into a real festival. Ashto looked puzzled after the horned girl, who appeared again out of nowhere. Lady Shella turned briskly, enthusiastically pointing to the incredible scale around. She suddenly asked if he had noticed something important. And around them, a real festival was raging. Burly demons and elves with children were carefree and joyful among the magical crops. Shella looked warmly at the boy and called him the hope for everyone in this place. They walked leisurely under the wooden supports of the future vineyard, while the girl talked about the impatience of demonic ogres and silver cats to taste his wine sooner. For the elder dwarves and high elves, this drink was a source of life, and he managed to create it in record time. Suddenly, Shella playfully approached right up to his face, confessing that she herself was burning with impatience to drink, which only caused Ashto a nervous chuckle. She sincerely beamed, prophesying to him the happiest and greatest days ahead. The boy only smiled confusedly, wondering what now awaited him. Shella lightly poked him in the chest with her finger, ordering him to keep their shared hope in his heart. Ashto smiled softly and quietly agreed. His gaze slid upward, through the wooden beams to the bright sky. Ahead roared a noisy and joyful crowd of diverse creatures, whom he had united around himself. The boy smiled awkwardly, admitting that he had gotten into a very unusual situation. The former pain from unhappy love and parental disappointment disappeared. Now people believed in him, and each new day brought only joy. A hand confidently took the stick. With excitement in his eyes, he gave the command to start. At the wave of his hand, the vine rapidly stretched upward, drawing admiring glances from the elf and the old man. Looking around the vineyard, he firmly decided to do everything possible to live happily here. A brief moment of silence. Together with the girl, they leisurely walked along the rows of ripe grapes. Days passed. Free time appeared, and he fully immersed himself in the study of herbalism. The little maid with cat ears was genuinely surprised whether the master really enjoyed just sitting with a book. With the start of the harvest, work in the greenhouse decreased, so he could relax and drink tea at the desk. The boy smiled indulgently, perfectly understanding the logic of a child who simply wanted to play outside. He suggested Maya join the reading, and the girl thoughtfully pressed a finger to her cheek. The boy took a sip from the cup and disappointedly rubbed his chin. The drink resembled ordinary warm water, because in the fuss with the wine he completely forgot about other recipes. He sharply raised his eyes. Real Thai is needed. In the imagination, a horned friend immediately appeared, who had long dreamed of a hot herbal decoction. Wonderful, he exclaimed so unexpectedly that the cat girl maid nearby even shuddered. The boy remembered the book from May with its tips and the magic of searching. Finding wild tea trees would be easy. He enthusiastically leaned toward the girl and suggested immediately going for a forest walk. Somewhere deep in the thickets under a tree, a fluffy forest spirit sat peacefully. The ancient crowns of the trees intertwined, almost completely hiding the sky beneath them. The boy optimistically examined the flora, expecting to quickly find leaves, when suddenly he froze. His companion was already hanging on a thick branch overhead. Just a moment ago, he was calmly walking along the path, admiring how untouched and deserted this forest was. The maid let out a clear squeak and carefully flew down. "This is dangerous, get down." The boy panicked and rushed to catch her in horror. But instead of falling, the girl only gracefully spun in the air. The boy recoiled with a frightened scream. He collapsed helplessly on the ground, muttering about the crazy acrobatics of silver cats, while the girl beast Maya blinked in confusion. Maya leaned over him and asked anxiously what had happened. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the bushes. Sitting on the path, he asked Maya not to scare him with such tricks anymore. His gaze fell on the wooden familiar, which unexpectedly began to nibble on the torn leaves. The boy froze sharply. The little one with stuffed cheeks continued to chew the greenery impassively, ignoring his surprised exclamations. A page from an open reference book with a familiar sketch surfaced in his memory. He looked closely at the nearby thickets. Could this really be tea? His fingers feverishly rustled the pages of the book. It matches. He decisively grabbed a stick and commanded to carefully soften the soil to remove the bush without damaging the roots. In a moment, he was already happily holding a green bundle to himself, dreaming of a tasty drink, while Maya enthusiastically praised her master. The forest filled with ringing laughter. The whole trio sincerely rejoiced at the sudden find. The young man clung with all his might to the rocky ground and commanded the earth to soften, while the maid with cat ears cheerfully cheered for him. Before them lay a sizable dug-up bush with carefully wrapped roots. Barely lifting the giant plant, the boy admitted with surprise that he had actually succeeded. But the weight turned out to be simply unliftable. The little forest spirit anxiously offered help, but the young man stubbornly refused, though he trembled from the strain. He clenched his teeth. If he was going to live here, he must become stronger. Right by the greenhouse, the heavy load fell to the ground with a dull thud. The boy collapsed nearby helplessly, wondering how he had even managed to drag this giant, while the spirit and the maid chirped with delight. To the girl's question about where they would plant the bush, the exhausted hero could only complain about his fatigue. He decided to break up a tea plantation near the vineyard, and at that very moment the delicate maid joyfully lifted the giant plant as if it were a light feather. The young man lost the power of speech from shock, and the spirit happily jumped around. The girl with a laugh challenged the boy to a race and ran away with the cargo in her arms, leaving the stunned gentleman confusedly thanking her. He could only sigh longingly, watching the assistants go after her. And far from here, the strong walls of the great city already towered the border, beyond which the lands near Oberstein began. The girl in the cloak quietly threw a brief "thank you." The guard in heavy armor did not turn around, only mutely advised to be careful. A second of silence. The heavy door closed behind them with a prolonged creak. Only then did the fugitive convulsively exhale and nervously crumple the fabric of the cloak. Two figures hurriedly set off along the old cobblestone road. Oberstein turned out to be huge, and due to dense checkpoints, finding the place of Ashto's disappearance was extremely difficult. Throwing off the hood, the blonde groaned wearily from fatigue, but sincerely rejoiced at the guard's blindness. Sherry nearby only smiled with relief. The blonde still thought anxiously about Ashto, while Sherry stated their real journey had finally begun. However, doubts quickly dissipated. Absolutely confident in her own brother's strength, the girl triumphantly raised her fist, and they decisively stepped under the forest canopy. Oberstein is a wild, unexplored territory of the Balog Kingdom, filled with deadly monsters. Two girls cautiously made their way through the forest wilderness. A sudden attack Sherry barely managed to push Moody away from the strike of a snake's tail. A giant monster crawled out of the thicket. Sherry clenched her teeth tightly. She was prepared for dangers, but did not expect to encounter such a beast just half a day's journey in. Knocked to the ground, Moody quietly groaned. Sherry realized they could not win and desperately shouted to her friend to run. She abruptly sprang from her place. Moody was paralyzed with horror, tears bursting from her eyes. Sherry rushed to her and firmly grabbed her by the shoulders, begging her to escape immediately. The snake made a lightning-fast strike. Sherry rushed forward and completely covered her friend with her body, taking the heavy blow. Realization struck Moody the predator was poisonous. The massive tail of the monster crushed the girl with deadly force. The wounded girl, powerless, fell directly onto Moody, instantly cutting off her thoughts about the long-awaited lunch. A horned family suddenly emerged from the bushes. The little one immediately pointed to the bloodied stranger for his parents, while Moody blinked in confusion. The tall man bent over the victim and unmistakably recognized the marks of a small snake bite. Moody tensed, assessing their dark skin and horns too large for ordinary ogres. When asked if she could neutralize the poison herself, the girl only shook her head desperately. Wasting no time, the stranger commanded his kin to carry the victims and asked Moody to bring the severed snake head. He acted decisively, ordered to follow them immediately, as their village elder was a skilled herbalist. The horned ones readily and carefully lifted the exhausted travelers into their arms. The squad rushed swiftly to the settlement. On the streets of the village of Moody, it froze in amazement. Here elves, dwarves, and representatives of the cat clan lived peacefully side by side. She pressed her hands to her chest with hope. Ahead, the large house of the elder was already visible. The man's wife smiled warmly at Moody, assuring her that her friend would definitely be pulled out of that world here. The girl was feverishly thinking about where to find the village elder. Her companion flew into the room without knocking, ignoring the outrage of the maid Silmeria, and from the threshold asked about the village leader. The girl flung open the door and shouted from the threshold that they had brought in a wounded person. Silmeria immediately commanded to carry the injured to the examination room, while one of the girls ran off to get the elder. Hearing that the master was in the greenhouse, the girl hastily explained that it was not her who was wounded, but her friend. They carried her to the empty examination room. On the bed, dripping with cold sweat, lay the unconscious Sherry. Silmeria carefully examined the wound and confirmed that it was a poisonous snake bite, for the treatment of which the reptile itself would be needed. One of the companions recalled that her husband had killed that creature and taken it with him, so the maid ordered to immediately bring the corpse here. The girls panicked and surrounded pale Sherry, begging her not to give up. While they were tearfully crowding around the bed, voices and hurried footsteps of the elder finally came from the corridor. The young man froze in surprise in the doorway. The girl sharply raised her eyes, full of hope, to him. He stepped inside, silently meeting her pleading gaze. Ashto froze in amazement. The girl next to him reported that a poisonous snake had attacked them in the forest. Pale and unconscious, Sherry lay on the bed, and the boy simply could not believe his eyes. Hundreds of questions swarmed in his head, but he dismissed them and resolutely promised to save his friend. Ashto ordered the maid Silmeria to urgently bring hot water, since an antidote could be made from the killed snake. Everyone rushed to act. The girl was quickly given medicine and helped to change clothes. Her breathing evened out. The boy exhaled with relief, sitting by the bed now the worst was behind. It was time for a serious conversation. He asked the maid to prepare the guest room for Moody. In the silence, quiet words sounded about how long they had not seen each other. Moody smiled warmly and a little sadly. They sat next to each other, and Ashto quietly agreed. He blinked confusedly, still not understanding the real purpose of this sudden visit. Then Moody gently looked him straight in the eyes and confessed that they had come specifically for him. The conversation was exhausted, leaving a heavy silence between them. He nervously scratched his cheek and tried to lighten the mood by asking how they and Sherry had even gotten here. The boy blinked in surprise. He only muttered her name confusedly, unable to find words. The girl tightly clasped her hands on her knees and quietly confessed. Despite everything, friends and her sister helped her a lot. The young man froze stunned. Hearing that there would be no wedding, Ludger himself did not want this marriage, so the engagement was broken. He instantly understood. All this was so that she could find him. But it seems I am late, Moody said bitterly, hiding her gaze. The boy panicked, waved his hands, and feverishly swore that Silmeria was just his housekeeper, not what she had imagined. The girl only smiled sadly. He lives with such a beauty, so there is definitely no place for her in his life. He was completely embarrassed and awkwardly muttered that it was almost the same thing. Hiding his flushed face, he blurted out, "Why should I lie?" To which Moody quietly confessed that she currently had no one at all. The tension between them finally dissipated, and the boy smiled warmly with relief. Moody blushed and replied to him with the same gentle, calm smile. He warned that the story would be long and asked again if she was really ready to hear it. That did not stop her. She asked Ashto to tell absolutely everything about his affairs here in his life after he left home. The girl fervently assured that she wanted to know every detail, as she also had things to tell him. Sherry was peacefully sleeping on the sofa. Ashto carefully pulled a blanket over her. Outside the window, a typical rural house was visible. The boy was sitting nearby, when suddenly the girl quietly murmured in her sleep. He smiled softly. Sherry opened her eyes and in disbelief called her brother, who leaned over her, asking her not to make sudden movements. "Is it really you?" Tears streamed from her eyes when Ashto confirmed it and assured her that now she was safe. The girl, crying, threw herself around his neck, and the brother hugged her, quietly comforting her. Having calmed down a bit, Sherry looked around and asked where they were at all. Ashto stroked her head, said that Moody was also fine, and suggested having some tea. He awkwardly added that the events unfolded by themselves, and he simply could not refuse. Sherry sat on the bed and sighed. It was because of this that she once left the family. While Ashto was tightening the bandages on his torso, she asked about their further plans, and he casually replied that they would stay to live here. The girl's face was lit up by a rosy smile. This time, they would be able to be together forever. Moody chirped happily, smiling carefree at the hero. Sherry, holding a bundle of towels, calmly asked if she agreed to their proposal. The girl timidly peeked from behind the doorframe and immediately received permission to enter. Suddenly, there was a knock. Someone brought tea to the master. Moody froze, eyes wide open with delight. She exclaimed emotionally, asking who this little one was, to which the hero calmly introduced the housekeeper's assistant Maya. At the threshold stood a confused miniature made with cat ears, firmly holding a tray. The girls immediately surrounded the newcomer, greeting her warmly. Moody tightly held the cat girl in her arms and sat on the hero, demanding confirmation that she was simply super cute. She sincerely squeezed the confused Maya, gently rubbing against her cheek. The maid nervously hesitated, begging to wait. Moody's fingers enthusiastically buried themselves in the maid's silky hair, gently kneading the fluffy ears. Suddenly Maya shuddered. She had completely forgotten about the tea. The hero thanked the embarrassed assistant with a warm smile, and she blushed and meowed brightly in response. He hesitantly opened the door, gesturing to invite the guests inside. Looking around, the boy asked the maid if everyone was already awake. He apologized for the suddenness and introduced the girls. From now on, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody would live here. The maid quickly oriented herself and led the grateful Moody to inspect her new room. He introduced Solmeria to the guests, and the maid bowed reservedly to both. Fresh tea steamed on the table next to an open work notebook. The pen hurriedly finished writing her medical card. Sherry sat down on the bed and inquired about the records, to which her brother casually replied that he keeps track of his patients' injuries and illnesses. The girl suddenly flared up and shouted indignantly, asking if he was hinting at her excess weight, while he embarrassedly waved off the accusations. Sherry blinked in confusion, as her brother calmly stated that she had indeed gained weight. A warm, slightly nostalgic smile appeared on his face. He admitted that his sister had changed a lot, and he had lost count of the years since he last heard her affectionate brother. The boy recalled their last brief meeting. By then Sherry was already commanding elite troops and was hardly ever home due to service. Sitting at the table, he honestly said that her sudden decision to live together was a huge surprise to him. Sherry emotionally explained that the army took all her time, but she and Lou always worried about him. She sharply blurted out that he was also to blame, causing the boy to flinch in fear. Ashto froze. They had indeed grown apart, but the girls had never treated him with hostility. "You were worried," he said confusedly, and received a firm confirmation from Sherry. The boy lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of conscience. Even after revealing his magic, he obsessively buried himself in books to prove his worth to the family. Only now did he realize it was he himself who pushed them away. Sherry looked at him intently, asking if it had finally dawned on him. Ashto quietly apologized to the girls for his long silence. He gently admitted his fault, and Sherry called him a fool in her heart, reminding him of the path she had taken for his sake. They hugged tightly. Silence. Sherry blushed slightly, sincerely happy that everything had been resolved. The girls smiled happily. They did not need all the details to finally feel at peace. After 3 days, she was finally able to get up. Lying idle had completely bored her, so she persuaded Ashto to take her out to the village. The girl smiled gently, throwing on a cloak. Ashto anxiously checked if her wounds hurt, but she cheerfully assured that she felt great. The boy remembered that first they needed to thank the ogre family for shelter, and called her to follow him. Meanwhile, the burly horned demon was chopping wood, while the little one nearby shouted something about a doctor and broken horns. Having found him, the girl sincerely thanked the giant for saving her and Sherry from certain death. The demon turned around in surprise. She was simply glowing with gratitude. A warm smile appeared on the giant's stern face. He was glad that the guest had recovered. His companion immediately began teasing Balgold, putting the giant to shame. Ashto could not believe his eyes. The strongest demon ogre in the village was standing there, awkwardly blushing. Suddenly, the girl turned sharply. Local children ran out towards her with joyful cries, infinitely happy to see her. The road led them to the village, where the rural lands and farms had noticeably expanded. Elmina looked at the new plantations in amazement, then stared in surprise at Ashto's unfamiliar companions. The elf straightforwardly blurted out that the girl did not look like her brother at all, for which she immediately received a remark from him. The boy proudly introduced the newcomers, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody. He showered his little sister with compliments, which greatly surprised Elmina. She had no idea that Ashto could be such a caring brother. Sherry happily thanked him for looking after her, while Moody only quietly and shyly greeted them. From the excessive flattery, Ashto's sister blushed deeply and burst into a cry, begging him to be quiet. Calming down, Sherry gazed at the elf in fascination and called her a beauty, to which her brother sarcastically replied that it was only while she was smiling. Elmina herself smiled warmly and officially introduced herself, happy to meet the new residents. Ashto decided not to overwhelm the girls and postponed meeting the rest of the villagers for another time. He suggested finding August and the elder dwarves, but learned that he had just gone to get materials. A huge greenhouse rose before the guests, causing them to exhale in admiration. On the way, the girls were shocked to realize the scale of the place. Legendary dwarves, high elves, and even demonic ogres lived nearby. Ashto suddenly stopped, turned around, and with utmost seriousness asked one last time if they were really ready to live here. The boy laughed sincerely and gratefully thanked the girls for their support. The blonde responded lively, enthusiastically offering her ice magic to make desserts. He warmly welcomed the new residents to his village, and the girl joyfully thanked her brother for the new home. However, in a moment she slyly squinted and suggested Moody move right into his room, causing the boy to instantly panic and blush. Moody walked thoughtfully through the village, firmly holding a basket of baked goods. Sherry called out to her. The local girls praised Moody's culinary talents and suggested making something from the local grapes. She blushed warmly from the praise. Hearing about the new batch, Sherry immediately sprang up. Her ice magic would definitely be needed there. After a month of living in the village, Moody gradually settled in and was now pondering how to thank everyone for their hospitality. The gaze slid along the empty wall. The girl sighed helplessly. Without useful magic and special utensils, she felt completely useless. Suddenly, the maid Maya rushed into the room with a cart, joyfully shouting about tea. A confused "come in" sounded only after her loud entrance. Realizing her tactlessness, the cat girl squinted and cried out an apology. She was so upset that she forgot the main thing. Moody gently reminded her to put in the tea leaves. Sweets adorned the table, but there was only water in the teapot. Maya almost cried from her own clumsiness, but Moody gently hugged her, assuring that everything would work out later. The girl took a sip and warmly thanked the maid Maya for the tasty tea. Her ears twitched happily at the praise. Suddenly, Maya seriously asked if the master really considered the guest so important. The girl just closed her eyes with a soft smile. She remembered how he sincerely rejoiced at their decision to live all together, and how he got seriously angry when she arrived in the village with yet another guest. "I knew it," she exclaimed in her mind, sharply shaking herself. Ashto also became dear to her, for he took such devoted care of her and Sherry. Maya loudly declared that everyone important to the master automatically becomes important to her as well. A little later, through the window, the girl noticed the second daughter of the Atwaite family. She tousled the maid's hair with a smile, and the maid contentedly meowed. Rumors surfaced in her memory about how this child's abilities pale compared to her older sister Luna Maria. She recalled her own childhood, poisoned by the bullying of the eldest son of the Estre family, and bitterly wondered if this girl shared her fate. For now she painfully resembled the second son of the same family. His sister Luna Maria and the eldest son of the Estre family, Ludger, were the same age, so they quickly became close due to their status. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, convinced that the boy was having a much harder time now than she was. A social reception in the garden gathered all the nobility. Luna Maria was terribly embarrassed in her festive dress, shyly brushing it off. Ludger warmly congratulated her on her birthday, assuring her that the outfit suited her very well. The younger brother only watched their conversation on the bench from afar, like a shadow. He nervously clasped his hands together, silently begging for it all to end quickly. Suddenly Lunamaria sighed heavily and bitterly confessed, even if she ran away from home, no one would notice, but she cannot do that. The boy froze in surprise. The girl turned around confusedly, realizing she had been heard. They instantly recognized each other, two second children in their families, equally pushed to the background. Lunamaria covered her mouth in surprise, and a shy smile blossomed on his face. The conversation started by itself, and since then they became inseparable. Together they finally could feel like ordinary children. In childhood, they often ran away from home, played in the city, and wandered the mountains together with their younger sister Ashto, Sherry. This continued until their 15th birthday, until the time came to learn about their magical talents. Having received a talent for nature magic, Ashto immersed herself in study and almost stopped leaving the house. Explosion! Moody froze upon hearing her sentence. It turned out that she had a rare gift specifically for explosion magic. The mentor strictly ordered her to develop these powers so that she would become as powerful as her sister Sherry the Ice Princess. Since such magic was key for the army, the family's attitude towards Moody instantly changed. But this meant one thing: she would have to study spells created exclusively for destruction and mass killings. She simply could not do it. The family quickly became disappointed, disdainfully saying that with such a gift, the girl was only capable of useless tricks. Moody silently swallowed the insults. Instead of battle spells, her notebooks were covered with drawings of innocent sparks. Weighed down by the burden of others' expectations, she wearily bowed her head on the table. Darkness. Two figures in the shadows coldly decided her fate. The girl would be married off to the eldest son of the Estrie family to gain some benefit from her. The maid with cat ears snored peacefully, immersed in dreams of a distant past. The girl looked out the window detachedly. Twilight was already thickening beyond the glass. She blinked, not realizing when she had fallen asleep on the sofa with the maid on her lap. Suddenly, she was sharply illuminated. Here, without the high walls of the manor, the evening sky seemed much more spacious and clear. Silence. The maid on her lap sleepily stirred and opened her eyes. The girl gasped in fear from the surprise. The remnants of sleep instantly vanished. In a moment, a whole crowd gathered in the square around the old stone well. The elf girl asked confusedly about the reason for the gathering, but Ashto himself did not know. Moody simply summoned them all, promising to show something. The girl apologized to the friends she had suddenly called to the square late at night. She smiled. Exactly a month had passed since their arrival in the village, and it was time to repay the hospitality. Pressing her hand to her chest, she confessed that she wanted to thank them in her own special way. A magical staff spun lightly in her hand. Waving it, the sorceress invited everyone to enjoy the spectacle. The crowd froze. A solitary spark swiftly soared into the darkness. The sky tore apart with a gigantic firework, eliciting a sincere gasp from the boy and the elf girl. Dazzling sparks blossomed right above the heads. Cascades of light rained down like a shower. The spectators watched upward in fascination. The elves compared these flashes to flowers, whispering in wonder that they had never seen such beauty. The dwarf laughed loudly, pleasantly impressed by the girl's skill, and the beastmen squealed joyfully. Then the boy realized this was the famous Moody spell called Shining Flame. Alito calmly looked at the sky. Who would have thought that the destructive magic of an explosion could be used exactly like this? Once the girl failed to learn cruel combat spells, so she created her own. Moody raised her hands, preparing the magic, and behind her, a loud call invited everyone to enjoy this unusual gift. The bearded man cheerfully commanded to bring drinks. Such a magnificent light show definitely required a couple of glasses. The girl, with cheeks flushed from excitement, turned and asked Alito what he would say. The young man smiled gently and sincerely admitted that it was very beautiful. Moody, he added softly. Side by side, they watched the bursts of bright fireworks, forever erasing the painful past and giving start to their new happy time. There were no more problems with food. The hens steadily laid eggs. The locals now brought him milk themselves as a sign of gratitude. As soon as Moody appeared near the barn, the children joyfully rushed to thank her for the treats. She smiled warmly at them in response. Since Moody and Sherry settled in the village, a whole 2 months had quietly passed. The horned little ones did not let Moody pass, constantly begging for fluffy pastries and crunchy sweets. While she baked for the villagers, Sherry used ice magic to cool the products and save the workers with icy drinks. Together with the former maids, their group of 5 breathed new life into this house. Earlier it seemed too big for the boy, but now everything fell into place. Each of their days was filled with smiles, and the night brought new worries. One problem still did not give him peace. Looking around the basement, he decided that whiskey would suit his plan better than wine. The boy thoughtfully illuminated rows of oak barrels with a lantern. Suddenly, Silmeria grew silently behind his back, making him twitch nervously. The boy sighed wearily. The resident's relentless drinking was draining all his energy. It was time for a secret experiment in the cellar. Together with the cat girl, he rolled a barrel there, because the dwarves and elves had already worn him down with complaints about the lack of alcohol. The local brew was not yet ripe, so he decided to take a risk to strike the natural ingredients with growth magic. He honestly warned that he could not guarantee the result, but allowed her to watch. The boy did not want unnecessary noise, although his companion was genuinely surprised by such a nighttime conspiracy. He pointed the wand at the small barrel and confidently spoke the spell. Sparks swirled in the air. Crack, the magic went out of control, and the barrel swelled with a crash to half the room. While the mage blinked in astonishment, the girl calmly handed him a glass. The drink looked as if it had been aged for a dozen years. They silently stared at the wooden giant. The corkscrew gently pulled out the cork, and the thick drink poured over the edge. The rich color and aroma simply knocked them off their feet. It was the best wine of their lives, true madness. The cat girl froze in amazement, hiding her confused gaze. The boy suddenly froze in surprise. He handed the glass to Silmeria and asked her to evaluate the wine. Taking a sip, he felt a soft taste with a hint of acidity and a rich barrel aroma. The cat girl suddenly shuddered. The cat girl pressed to the glass, and a blush instantly flooded her face. The experiment succeeded. The blushing Silmeria breathed heavily, barely managing to utter an address to the master. The very next day, he applied growth magic to all the village barrels. The elf girl shone with delight and promised to speed up her own plans, which greatly puzzled the boy. A few days before, a new guest arrived in the village. Someone's footsteps stopped nearby. The elf girl laughed and refused to reveal her secrets, while the boy was preoccupied with expanding the warehouses. The young man with dog ears and his companions calmly called themselves hellhounds. The greeting from the muscular mayor, Ashto, threw the boy and Silmeria into an awkward stupor. The boy thought confusedly. The hellhounds disappeared many years ago, and this trio did not look dangerous at all. The exhausted young hunter begged to be allowed into the village, where they supposedly give shelter to rare species from ogres to high elves. The host asked puzzledly where such rumors even came from. The boys spoke about a terrible epidemic that wiped out their kind, but he was sharply stopped. It turned out that tales were already circulating about a mysterious man who collects monsters and develops wild lands. The rule here was one: if you want to live, you must work. Gonchak joyfully blurted out that their men are first-class hunters, and the women so skillfully. He bowed low again with pleas, and the confused young man in the hood finally gave up. The refugees were immediately promised to have their own houses built with the help of local gnomes. Behind Gonchak's back, a little girl timidly peeked out, tightly clutching the edge of his clothing. The master quickly assigned the newcomers. He sent the hunters to the demon Balgold and entrusted the seamstresses to Sherry. Only when the assistants got to work did he nod toward the frightened child. And who is this? He was sadly explained that illness had forever taken the parents of little Lara. Hellhounds are always born in threes, so a single child is an absolute rarity. Suddenly the girl almost fell from pain in her legs. Her brother panicked and rushed to her, while the maids cheerfully chirped that their master would instantly heal her. The guest bowed low, begging the young man to take care of Lara during their absence. On the child's leg were visible characteristic dreadful burns from poisonous herbs. The baby trembled slightly. The young man grew gloomy. The poisoning turned out to be serious, and the girl faced several days of strict bed rest ahead. Seeing off the guests, he turned around and gently asked the little one if she had come from afar. The boy soothingly stroked her head, promising a speedy recovery. The blonde maid silently watched this. Lara continued to cower fearfully on the bed. Suddenly the blonde sharply leaned toward her, and with a wide smile, repeated the master's question. Hearing about the 3 months of exhausting journey from the north, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she was not local either. Her voice fell silent for a moment, she recalled what hell life was for the beast people before they came to this house. The death of the former master almost broke them and their mother. But the sadness vanished instantly. The maid fervently grabbed Lara's hands and assured her that their new lord was incredible, and here everyone awaited only happiness. "You will have fun too," she added brightly, leaving the embarrassed child blinking in confusion. The boy sighed heavily, but at last a warm smile played on his lips. A tear fell from his eye as he emotionally exclaimed that from now on she could talk to him as often as she wanted. The girl with cat ears tightly squeezed his palms and quietly confessed. She was the only one in the group without relatives, so she didn't even have anyone to simply talk to. The boy's eyes lit up with joy, and he sincerely agreed without hesitation. The girl broke into a wide smile, ringingly promising that they would play to their heart's content as soon as he felt better. They stood shoulder to shoulder, holding hands tightly. It was the beginning of a true friendship between two children who overcame sadness and found each other. Thanks to the Hellhound girls, fabric production soared in just a few days. The craftswomen tirelessly sewed everything for the peasants, from everyday clothes to the most diverse costumes. Stacks of finished items quickly multiplied. Meanwhile, the men trained daily with Balgold and relentlessly honed their hunting skills. The village rapidly expanded around the great tree, and everything was going even too well. A prolonged, peaceful bleating sounded. The boy froze, covered in cold sweat. The beast girl enthusiastically explained that these were cow sheep from them. One could shear wonderful wool. The horned warrior did not understand the panic. He simply fulfilled the request and brought the animals for the wool. The boy snapped at the shout, poking a finger at these fluffy monsters. The beast girl joyfully boasted that they had another dozen such beauties. The hero only watched her back, impressed by her complete lack of fear. He howled inwardly. Instead of one small sheep, they brought him a whole flock, and the demon carelessly waved it off, saying the beasts were tame and would not run into the village. The boy stood resigned before the massive pen, which had to be urgently ordered from the dwarves. He had no idea how he would cope with these royal sheep. And in the greenhouse awaited a new surprise. He gloomily stared at the withered leaves, vainly convincing himself that the situation was not yet critical. Shella silently emerged from behind his back. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his chin while she told about her desire to grow rare herbs. From such a sudden appearance, his heart pounded, so he barely managed to squeeze out a greeting. Shella only playfully laughed and offered him new bizarre plants. She reminded him that the elder dwarves had just built the perfect greenhouse for him. Strange bulbs and a thin shoot lay in his hands. The girl winked slyly, confident in her gift, and at that very moment she vanished into the air, not giving him a chance to ask any instructions. Within a few hours, he had already settled into the new spacious building. The boy knelt before the pots, suspiciously examining the eerie color of the planted sprouts. At first glance, the ordinary seedlings had such strange stems that he had never seen before. Curiosity sharply outweighed fear in his mind. He was afraid to use the growth skill. What if this unknown flora turned out to be dangerous and got out of control? But temptation prevailed, and he leaned down to grow at least one bush. The boy focused and quietly commanded the sprout to grow, hoping not to overdo the magic. And in a moment, the crown of a giant tree exploded above him. On the thick branches, lush flowers instantly bloomed. He enchantedly raised his head, inhaling the thick, sweet aroma of rose petals. The tree rapidly grew to incredible sizes and was densely covered with leaves. The boy was confused, as he planned to release only a little power. A large fruit peeked out from under the leaves, emitting a strong, pleasant smell. Next to a quiet smile appeared Lady Shella, and he immediately asked her about the strange plant. The girl looked at the crown in amazement, not believing that the tree was already fully ripe. Shella explained that this was a legendary species bred by mages many years ago. The plant bore the proud name of the heavenly peach. The boy listened spellbound, and Shella playfully added that the tastiest wine in the world comes from these fruits. She received her seedling in ancient times, when mages were still called demigods. Holding his breath, the boy carefully reached for the branch with the peach. Walking through the bright greenhouse, the girl happily suggested picking fruits right from the branches. Leaning on the wooden post, she urged the boy not to wait for tomorrow and to taste the harvest immediately. The boy thoughtfully looked at the swirling liquid in the jug, wondering if it would really turn into wine. The knife quickly passed through the pulp. To the question of how exactly to eat it, she only advised to cut the fruits. The young man skillfully crushed the fruits, a skill that remained from his time living in the kingdom. The girl playfully reached out to feed him from her hands, provoking embarrassed protests. A deft move, and the piece was already in his mouth. He chewed confusedly under her sweet, expectant gaze. Ashto insisted that the owner of the seedling should taste first, but she cut him off, reminding who exactly helped it grow. The taste exceeded all expectations. Fresh, sweet nectar literally melted on the tongue, causing the girl to chuckle with satisfaction. Suddenly, she remembered about care and ordered to definitely feed the leaves later with the mysterious tree water. Her gaze became serious. It turned out that this fruit grows exclusively in their greenhouse, which frankly stunned Ashto. She only slyly squinted and promised that after the feeding, a pleasant surprise awaited him. In massive jugs, wine from the heavenly peach glittered. The boy with the horned companion happily licked his fingers, already imagining how everyone would gulp down this drink by whole cups. Under the branches of the heavenly peach, a barrel of fresh wine was displayed. Everyone froze in anticipation. The gnome refused to believe that real alcohol came from local fruits. The mayor silently took the first sip. The old man instantly lunged at him, shouting about his rightful claim to the drink. The taste turned out to be perfect. The girls also appreciated the sweet and light drink. The mayor calmly began pouring a refill. Suddenly, one of the hellhounds asked if the fruits themselves were edible. Having heard the affirmative answer, the little one began to beg for at least a couple. The mayor warned not to eat the raw fruits. He allowed the flock to be treated, which immediately irritated the elf's appetite. The young man laughed and allowed them to strip the entire tree. The crowd burst out joyfully, competing to demand a share for themselves and their children. The baskets were filled to the brim with ripe, heavenly peaches. The light softly flooded the spacious glass greenhouse. The little spirit joyfully asked who else wanted fruit, but the young man anxiously reminded about their only tree. They had to act more carefully. They had not finished speaking when the wooden spirit threw something, and the young man called out to him in confusion. The seed hit the ground with a dull thud. At that very moment, tall shoots rapidly burst from the soil, causing the boy to exclaim in astonishment. Nearby appeared the horned Lady Shella, amazed that an ordinary tree spirit had gained such tremendous power just from eating leaves. The young man shouted confusedly at the little one, who in a second planted a whole glade of trees. And the spirit only glowed with happiness and boasted that the leaves were too tasty, so he created a whole army of new seedlings of the heavenly peach. Shella quietly burst out laughing. She noticed that the boy sweetly gave away all his supplies, to which he calmly waved off, "What's the point of keeping everything just for yourself?" Looking at the satisfied little one, the young man suddenly realized that he had grown quite a bit and immediately suspected the influence of Shella's magic in this. Then it was as if he was struck by electricity. He had completely forgotten to check his very first tiny seedlings, on which he hadn't even spent growth magic yet. Meanwhile, in the remaining pots, the leaves already trembled restlessly, filling with power. The boy stopped in front of the large glass greenhouse, asking confusedly why they had come here. The girl smiled slyly and suggested trying growth magic on two mysterious seedlings. After making sure the plants were not poisonous, the young man hesitantly spoke the spell. He froze in anticipation with a slight smile. The soil in the pots barely noticeably glowed. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. The leaves only weakly twitched. The boy awkwardly muttered that the plants were not reacting, to which the companion gently advised to pour in more magic. This touched his pride, clenching his fist. He passionately exclaimed that he would give them all his strength. The young man knelt down and directed a powerful stream of energy into the pots. He strained with all his might, sweating heavily. The girl playfully leaned over and joyfully announced that the process had finally started. Hearing a loud rustling, the boy blinked in surprise. Exhausted, he lowered his head and began to apologize for his weakness, while the girl cheerfully reassured him. Suddenly, the seedlings exploded with massive vines that aggressively shot out in all directions. The young man jumped back in panic, not understanding why they were growing so wildly, since he had already stopped the spell. Ashto was stunned when, right behind his back, two bizarre plant girls suddenly appeared, Mandrake and Alron. Meanwhile, clouds peacefully drifted over the spacious estate. On the table steamed a freshly pulled from the oven rosy pie. Moody and Silmeria shone with pride. This time they took a risk and baked it not from apples, but from rare celestial peaches. A joyful bustle arose in the house. The maids anticipated a sweet treat, and a group of children ran screaming to wash their hands. The girls eagerly sorted through the basket of celestial peaches and dreamed of jam and new pastries. Moody quietly sighed, finally feeling the peace of home. Her friend smiled warmly in response, noting that the master was returning just in time. A maid jumped out from behind the door and cheerfully commanded everyone to grab plates and rush to the food. The girls happily turned to the entrance, greeting Ashto and preparing to boast about the fresh pastries. But their smiles instantly disappeared, turning into complete shock. On the threshold, Ashto shifted from foot to foot, while two tiny plant girls clung tightly to his pant legs. Two tiny plant girls joyfully hung on the master, loudly shouting their names. The boy nervously scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, having no idea how to explain this strange find to the household. Two girls, covered only by green leaves, shyly pressed close to each other. And it all started a few hours earlier. The horned lady proudly presented these tiny ones, joyfully declaring that they were mandrake and Alron legendary herbs. The boy froze in confusion. While his companion giggled at the success of her plan, he blushed deeply, staring at the strange creature. He muttered confusedly that he really saw leaves, but simply could not believe in their plant nature. The woman cheerfully confirmed his worst guesses, and he burst out screaming from shock. She smugly squinted, and the boy finally realized that before him was the source of legendary medicines. After all, magical elixirs were brewed from their leaves. According to legends, the drink from the dragon of wisdom himself could heal absolutely any wound or disease. The exact recipe was kept a strict secret, but the ordinary son of a nobleman quickly understood everything. The leaves on the girls' crowns were that secret ingredient. Only 2 vessels of this potion remained in the whole world, securely hidden in the royal treasuries of the Great Balog and the Dragon Road. The tiny ones suddenly climbed onto him, and the boy panicked, begging Lady Shell for help, but she only openly enjoyed his reaction. Mandragora and Alron joyfully embraced his legs, cheerfully singing their own names. 2 plant girls came to life, firmly attached to his mana. From the news that the little ones now consider him their real dad, he almost choked on air. The dragoness waved carefully goodbye, ignored his panicked excuses, and only advised feeding the children heavenly peaches. The door closed with a dull thud. He sighed resignedly while the kids happily hugged his legs. Already at the dinner table, he had to awkwardly explain to others how magic accidentally turned ordinary seedlings into living creatures. Nervously sweating, he tried to change the subject to a tasty pie. "Now you are a father," the blonde teased him slyly, making the boy choke on the pastry. To her logical question about a free room for the children, he again desperately shouted that he was not a real dad. And then suddenly he stopped. While the little ones carefully devoured the treats, it sharply dawned on him there was no more free space in the house. On the 2nd floor, there was no room to drop an apple, and housing 4 people in Maya's cramped room was a dubious idea. Only the 1st floor with the old living room and the medicine storage could save the situation. He gently placed his hand on Lara's head, warmly asking her not to even think about leaving their shared home. Lara lowered her ears guiltily and suggested going to the others, but the boy waved his hands in fear. He meant something completely different. The she-wolf girl shyly admitted that her wounds had finally healed completely. The hero thought aloud. Lara and Maya got along wonderfully, so probably he would have to ask August to build them a separate room. The girl opposite smiled softly and offered to house them in her place. The boy pondered. He only wanted to escort the wounded Lara out, but hellhounds always grow in packs, and she was left completely alone. Before he could say anything, the girl called the mandrake with the Alrana to her, and they joyfully screeched with delight. The hero only watched these embraces in confusion. The little ones had become attached to them, much more than he expected. The girl hugged the little ones tightly, rejoicing that her spacious room would finally not be so empty. The boy had no choice but to surrender. He noticed with a smile how one of the little ones had fallen soundly asleep, probably lulled after a hearty meal. The hero thanked the girls for their help, and they only gently waved it off, rocking the babies. In the end, they decided this way. The mandrake would live with Moody, and the Alron would keep Sherry company. A few weeks passed. The boy walked along the path to the wooden hut, greeting the elder dwarves who had also successfully settled nearby. The young man noticed that recently the number of buildings in the village had noticeably increased. Ashto looked up at the roof, where an old dwarf was busy. He sighed relaxedly, deciding not to poke his nose into the construction. The elder dwarves would manage perfectly well without him. Besides, the boy had his own matters to attend to. The settlement had already built 3 wine cellars and several other structures of completely unclear purpose. A calm, sunny day floated above the new roofs. Ashto's attention was completely captured by a glass flask with 2 green leaves. He could take only one per day, but the plant girls gave them up instantly, making him seriously worried. Sitting at the table, the young man thoughtfully examined the leaves of mandrake and alron. From the legendary ingredients, he expected a mysterious magical glow, but in appearance it was just an ordinary weed. Suddenly, right before the boy's nose, a thick folio landed with a thud. The heavy binding slammed onto the tabletop with a crash. A horned girl peeked out from behind and cheerfully declared that it was time to proceed to the research. Her enthusiasm was interrupted by a tearfully frightened plant girl, who panicked and told how the mandrake and alron had just mercilessly torn leaves right from their own heads. Lady Shella appeared from behind so suddenly that the boy flinched. She only playfully called him a cutie. He touched his hair in confusion, while Shella chuckled and assured him that everything would definitely grow back. The boy asked if the little ones were still playing, and the girl calmly nodded. He explained that it was better to give the children time for fun, rather than forcing them to constantly hover around him. Shella came up from behind and put her hands on his shoulders. The boy sighed and replied that the little ones were now near the greenhouse together with Maya. She smiled warmly. The girl did not regret at all that she entrusted the care of them to him. Shella lined in clothes, making the boy nervously sweat. He only blinked in confusion. The girl changed the subject to the village. She had just looked around and was convinced that thanks to the elder dwarves, life there was thriving. Shella confidently stated that their settlement would only grow, and then gently urged the boy to continue working diligently. The next moment she unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. The boy blushed to his ears and shouted her name in shock, while Shella said goodbye with a cheerful laugh. He froze alone in front of the closed door. The boy sighed heavily and grabbed his burning face, never understanding why she had come at all. The boy twisted an old book in his hands, wondering if Lady Shella had forgotten it here. The massive binding attracted attention with bizarre ancient ornaments. He randomly opened the pages. The gaze fell on the simple elixir recipe. Among the ingredients calmly listed were the philosopher's stone, ancient dragon scale, and a branch of Yggdrasil. The boy silently threw his head back. He collapsed weakly onto the floor. The dragon scale was exactly what he needed right now, but it sounded like a cruel joke. Suddenly, the thought was abruptly cut off. He grabbed the folio and burst out shouting, "This is not a simple recipe at all, but a collection of legendary artifacts." However, reading further, he found recipes for other medicines, and most importantly, precise instructions on where to obtain all these treasures. He feverishly flipped through the pages, but they never ended. The endless book pulsed with incredible magical power. He was struck by a sharp realization of how lucky he was to receive such an incredible gift. Settling at the table, he greedily studied the notes about the ambrosia of eternal youth and fragrances capable of resurrecting the dead. Before his eyes appeared the image of Lady Shelley, and he quietly whispered words of sincere gratitude to her. Dawn found him already asleep. The boy was peacefully snoring, resting his head directly on the uncovered secrets. Moody woke the boy, who fell asleep again right at the work desk. She smiled gently. He jumped up sharply, blinking in confusion and not understanding when he had managed to pass out. The girl only quietly giggled at his awkward apologies. Sighing, she reproached him for that silly habit of diving headfirst into work and forgetting about everything, but immediately added softly that from now on she would always be nearby and watch over him. Moody closed her eyes, sincerely glad that after so many events he had hardly changed. The boy quietly agreed, looking out the evening window. Suddenly the walls shook from Sherry's fierce scream. "Dinner is already getting cold." Apologizing fearfully on the go, they hurriedly rushed to the exit. The door creaked, leaving only stacks of shelved books in the empty room. The young mayor watched the carefree sleep of the fluffy creatures. He wondered where his assistant had gone after working together in the greenhouse. Behind the fence, the giant sheep looked surprisingly soft and comfortable. The boy was walking through the village and suddenly caught himself thinking that the new houses had become significantly larger. Just then, 2 horned demonic ogres came out to meet him. The mayor squinted with satisfaction he had already forgotten when he last simply walked down the street. All his free time was devoured by Lady Sheila's thick books. Only when he was up close did the boy realize the true size of the giant Balgild, who was just going to check his traps. The giant's companion greeted the mayor warmly. Because of their frightening appearance, strangers avoided them, but for the village these two had long become indispensable hunters. Impenetrable skin, immunity to poisons, and beastly strength fully justified their terrifying nickname as relatives of the Demon King. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a ringing child's cry. A small horned boy ran up to the mayor and proudly showed off his father's old axe from today. He was also going hunting. The child easily swung the heavy blade, and the boy only smiled warmly, well aware of the true kindness of these formidable creatures. Horned Shinha irritably complained to the mayor. His sister had completely worn him out with talks about mother's paired blades. And then the culprit herself appeared on the threshold, cheerfully declaring that the boy had been emotional since yesterday. She suddenly hung on the puzzled Ashto's neck and flatly stated as a fact, he is going hunting with them. Norma painfully pulled her brother's cheek, ordering him to keep his tongue behind his teeth in front of the mayor. And then she abruptly turned to the boy again. From such pressure, Ashto was completely confused, and a mushroom comically popped out on the top of his head. The girl lined in clothes and threatened. If he continued to sit at home without going out, he would soon really start growing mushrooms. Shinha tried to remind about the mayor's busyness, but Norma had already deployed irresistible pleading eyes. Realizing that he really hadn't gone beyond his own greenhouse lately, Ashto uncertainly surrendered under the girl's victorious shout. The rustle of the dense forest canopy. Ahead, right under the massive rock, loomed the unknown. A heavy hand fell on the nervous Ashto's head. He was pointed to a trap right under his feet. Next to him stood a sturdy horned warrior, who calmly confirmed that they had arrived intact. The big guy just blinked in surprise, while the mayor trembled with fear, peeking from behind his back at the huge, terrifying pit. Two small horned demons excitedly announced that they had caught the prey. The group approached the edge of the huge chasm with stakes. At the bottom lay a carcass of such size that it could easily swallow an entire house. Without hesitation, little Shinha slid down the steep slope straight to the dead giant. The older sister calmly ordered him to act, while the boy shockingly tried to comprehend what was happening. The puzzled youth questioned Balgild about what the little one was even doing, and Shinha just called out to his father that he was already running to him. The little one threw his full weight onto the blade. With a sharp crack, the giant's severed paw flew into the air. The demons casually suggested cutting the carcass on the spot, and the youth automatically agreed. Shinha rejoiced in the still warm blood of the monster, while the boy mentally scolded himself for his own panic against their absolute calm. And just as the senior demon roughly slashed the flesh and streams of blood poured onto the ground, the young man jumped up at the scream. He hysterically explained that this fresh smell would immediately draw a crowd of new monsters here. And he was not mistaken. From the bushes behind their backs, the faces of a hungry pack of giant wolves already emerged. Shinka only snarled fiercely, and with a heavy axe jumped straight at the predators, rejoicing at the chance to kill them all at once. The horned warrior calmly apologized to the mayor for scaring him so much. The boy nervously laughed, trying to pretend that such bloody hunting was a completely usual thing for him. But his body betrayed him. He weakly collapsed to his knees right in the bloody puddles, quietly mumbling apologies. Looking at the sky, he admitted to himself, because of the kindness of the locals, he almost forgot that he was in the deadly forest of Oberstein monsters, where people do not venture. Suddenly something rustled in the bushes, and the giant tensed instantly, while the mayor was frightened by the appearance of another monster. But from behind the leaves, with a loud squeal, only a little girl crawled out. The big guy asked Balgild questioningly, but the boy himself did not understand anything either. The warrior carefully examined the little one, studying her dark skin, white hair, and slightly different shape of horns. Balgild suddenly realized something. He anxiously leaned over the girl, checking if she was intact. The big guy noticed the little girl's scraped knee and asked her to wait a second. The boy shuddered and quietly hiccuped. The girl couldn't bear the tension and bitterly burst into tears. Someone carefully treated the wound on her little leg, assuring that it would help. The boy anxiously looked at the crying girl with horns, guessing that this little one had simply lost her parents. He gently asked her not to touch the wound until the medicine absorbed. The little girl uncertainly pointed somewhere towards the dense thicket. The boy asked in surprise where she had come from, but in response heard only quiet sobbing. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell on him, and the back of his head was burned by someone's heavy gaze. The young man was stunned. Before him in the forest stood a 2-meter muscular savage, making the boy shockingly wonder if this was not a dream. The giant carefully picked up the little girl in his arms, and she joyfully told her father that this kind uncle had healed her. The little girl happily reached out to her father, and the young man repeated this word in amazement, only now realizing whose father this giant was. Instead of attacking, the formidable giant bowed low and politely to the rescuer. The boy stared confusedly at the stranger, nurturing hope that he truly did not wish him harm. However, the stern, stone-like gaze of the giant pierced to the bone. Stammering, the young man timidly asked if the demon ogre was standing before him. And in a moment, in panic, he waved his arms and shouted wildly, calling Balgold for help. Ashto carefully held the horned girl, marveling at her surprisingly quiet little voice. The giant ogre awkwardly admitted that it was the first time in his life he had seen someone of his own race. He frankly did not understand what his kin had forgotten here, causing the boy to mutter confusedly. Ashto even broke into a sweat at the thought that an ordinary person calmly lives next to such monsters. Mavchenka was torn apart by the second horned one, grumbling irritably that this chatter would lead to nothing. Then the stern man suggested moving the wounded little girl to their village and nursing her back to health over a cup of tea. He casually added that there were already plenty of high elves, dwarves, and representatives of other races there. Ashto understood with relief that the tension had eased and willingly allowed the giants to bring their relatives with them. Thus the local hunters appeared before him, the ogre Balgild, his wife Armo, and their 2 children. The boy smiled broadly and said his name. Little Isla immediately reached out to him. Ashto was sincerely glad that he had won the child's affection. Little Isla joyfully exclaimed her name and reached out to him with her little hands. Next came an unusually calm warrior named Diamdi. When the first giant introduced his wife Nemo and son Karinji, the boy could only nervously greet the new acquaintances. The little demon beckoned the girl to follow him, promising to lead her to the village. They emerged from the bushes right in front of his father. The horned giant was stunned when he saw the living Isla. The squad moved deeper into the forest. An awkward silence hung on the road. The ogres silently carried the rescued on their backs, and the young man awkwardly followed. The big guy tried to lighten the atmosphere with a conversation about tasty local alcohol, but received only a confused, "I see." The boys still dared to quietly thank the giant for the help. On the go, they exchanged a few more phrases. The wounded kept their spirits up, and the mayor nervously joked, trying to hide the tension. However, the giant's heavy silence quickly brought back the feeling of awkwardness. Suddenly, the ogre remembered rumors that the young man was gathering rare races around him, to which he tensely inquired about the source of these rumors. The giant briefly said he understood, and his face hardened again. Mayor, the giant cast a surprised look at him, and the boy awkwardly admitted his position. His gaze darkened. He confessed that he had no idea about the life of demonic ogres in those parts. Looking away, the young man added that they were also expelled from the settlement, like the family of Balgild. The ogre slightly turned over his shoulder, and, apologizing for the tactlessness, cautiously asked what exactly the Diamda family was expelled for. A stern horned warrior directly suggested to them to move to the settlement with the whole family. The boy cheerfully supported the idea. There are plenty of free houses, and the Balgold family is already settling there. He turned to the confused Norma. The young man moved forward, praising the friendliness of little Isla. He gently placed his hand on the child's shoulder and called her after him, deciding to give the children a chance to get acquainted. Bringing Isla to Norma, he joyfully announced that from now on this little one would live with them. The older girl awkwardly smiled at the request to be friends, and the little one shyly responded. The young man encouraged Norma, who honestly admitted that she was quite nervous about new acquaintances. Summoning her courage, she extended her hand for a greeting. Her eyes instantly widened with surprise. Isla, with a ringing scream, firmly grabbed her hand with both palms. The boy nodded with a broad smile to the stunned warrior. The children understood each other in a second. Both silently watched as the girls were already cheerfully chatting on the forest path. At the end, the young man carefully advised the ogre to invite Balgold for a drink, certain that their wives would get along wonderfully. He raised a finger, realizing that any little detail could become a profitable opportunity. A cunning smile played on his face. It was worth trying. The young man stared in shock as they were just going to talk. The blonde with a swing hit the horned opponent in the face, and while the guy panicked, clutching his head at such a turn, the girl nearby cheerfully welcomed the start of the fight. A towering horned ogre loomed over the young man, seriously clarifying whether this ritual was really that important for their clans. The guide joyfully exclaimed that it was time to get down to business, and sighed with relief. It seemed these two would definitely understand each other. And it all started a few hours ago, when Balgild unexpectedly proposed to hold a special initiation ceremony into friends. But now Ashto stared confusedly at the huge crowd gathered around. He nervously swallowed. The bonding ritual is great, but what are so many onlookers doing here? Suddenly, a familiar elf girl jumped up to him and jokingly called him a recluse. Ashto Shiakivillo averted his gaze and admitted that he really should go out among people more often. He tried to deny his status as a loner, but the girl just laughed. She hadn't seen him for an eternity. Her eyes were burning with anticipation of the spectacle. If ordinary ogres amaze, then everyone absolutely wants to see the demonic ones. Meanwhile, the crowd was buzzing, trying to understand why there was such a fuss near the slaughterhouse. Balgild looked forward sternly and intently. His opponent tensed to the limit, catching every movement. The spectators held their breath as two mighty fighters faced each other on the trampled ground. "They are fighting," the elf girl shouted joyfully, pointing her finger at the epicenter of events. Sweating cold sweat, the boy asked Elmina what exactly was happening during the initiation ritual into friends, but she perceived the situation as completely normal. Two mighty warriors faced each other, burning each other with fierce glances. A deafening explosion sounded. The blast wave hit the ears, and the spectators gaped in shock. The fighters simultaneously punched each other in the face with their fists. Without conspiring, both turned around and sharply tore off their tattered clothes. Horned Balgild fiercely wiped the blood from his split lip, admitting that he hadn't let her go since childhood, and scarred Diamde grinned back with satisfaction. Their hands met in a deadlock grip, and their muscles nearly cracked from the tension. Roaring fiercely, they put all their beastly strength into a new surge. The explosive wave from their strike simply knocked the boy down, throwing him through the trees. Scratched and disheveled, he smiled nervously. This was what true Ogrevsk friendship looked like. The battlefield turned into continuous craters, above which only heavy, hoarse breathing echoed. Out of breath, the rivals struck their bloodied hands together. Diamde and Balgild sincerely smiled at each other through bruises, deciding to celebrate the end of the fight with tasty beer. The crowd around erupted with joyful shouts. The ogres started a loud party that was to last until dawn. That very night, the settlement warmly welcomed the newcomers. Shinka and Karinji instantly became friends, becoming like brothers to each other. The girls did not waste time either. Norma and Isla quickly understood each other, and Nema and Armo became inseparable friends after the shared ritual. The young man only swallowed nervously, listening to how the horned little one told with bloodthirsty delight about the bloody mess from the dragon's entrails. A few days later, another new building appeared in the village. The blonde boy with a forced smile admitted that two ogre families had arranged a wild competition during the hunt, and now there was simply nowhere to put the piles of prey. The young man asked again about the building that was being constructed for so long and heard. The ogres would definitely hold an opening ceremony and even stopped butchering game for it. Negotiations with the dwarves were postponed until after the opening was completed. The warehouses urgently needed to be expanded, otherwise free space would run out in a matter of days. The young man looked with interest at the unusual structure, which resembled simply decorated but a real noble estate. He could only exhale in awe at its scale. The elf woman nearby calmly explained that the brewery actually stood next to the warehouse. He turned around puzzled, asking what then was the purpose of this giant building and whether they had built yet another brewery. The girl proudly revealed that they had already built 4 breweries, to which the boy only silently begged them to finally stop. Elf Elmina beckoned August to follow her. 2 dwarves emerged from behind and jokingly reproached that their mayor had stayed home for too long. They proudly declared that the senior masters had put their whole soul into this masterpiece. In front of the company stood a spacious wooden building, the first real village bathhouse. The boy looked at it in awe, recalling washing in ordinary basins. He barely had time to be surprised when a strong hand tugged his cloak. A burly dwarf lifted the youth and loudly announced the start of the celebration. The path inside was blocked by 3 curtains, men's, women's, and a separate mayor's. Elmina smiled and finished off the shocked boy with the news. The central section was reserved exclusively for him. August clung to the fabric in confusion. To his silent shock, they calmly said this was his personal bathing area. The boy tried to refuse, but the girl was already cheerfully pushing him toward the entrance. The old gnome gently added that the mayor would do them a great honor by personally hanging these plaques. August clenched the curtain in despair. Such absurd privileges only undermined his attempts to become closer to the people. The elf woman smiled warmly, glancing over her shoulder. The gaze slid over the fresh wooden boards. Above the entrance hung a brand new sign, Mayor's Bathhouse. The girl joyfully spread her arms and loudly announced to the townspeople that from now on the bathhouse was open to everyone. Ashto only smiled embarrassedly, receiving the proposal to enjoy it alone for now. Thick steam filled the spacious wooden bathhouse. The young man looked around the scale of the room in amazement. Such a bathhouse was clearly not intended for one person. Somewhere nearby, the elf woman and the cat girl were already relaxing. The decoration was impressive. It was even more luxurious here than in noble estates. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, the boy took a basin and prepared to wash. Cautious step into the water. The remnants of tension instantly evaporated. He realized he would never return to the old life, with wiping off with a wet towel. A deep, happy sigh escaped from his chest. He realized that comfort in the village appeared exclusively thanks to the efforts of the local residents. A warm smile flashed on his face. He would definitely have to thank them. Suddenly, the silence was cut by a loud splash of water. The young man grew gloomy, remembering that all this time he had only been studying the plants in the room, completely forgetting about the mayor's duties. Then a horned beauty appeared nearby and cheerfully agreed that it was really time for him to get to work. He just laughed, and they continued to enjoy bathing together. Ashto blushed to his ears and shouted that Lady Shelley was not allowed to be in the bath, but she was just swooning from the hot water. She playfully assured that she would do nothing bad and suggested just talking. The boy nervously jumped up, mumbling that it would be better if he just left. Shella watched his clumsy retreat with a smile. Suddenly she asked if he had read the book. The girl declared that now this tome entirely belonged to him. Ashto asked confusedly. Shella explained all the wisdom and knowledge from her own consciousness were embedded in these pages. The girl calmly added that the tome was made partly from her own body. The boy finally understood why the book seemed endless, and the girl proudly called it Marcella's Grimoire, the legacy of the Emerald Dragoness. She beamed with a smile and confessed that she had given this gift especially for him. Embarrassed, Ashto sincerely thanked her. The young man hesitated. The book was clearly too valuable, but in response, he only heard a request to use it wisely. And in a second, he suddenly froze. The true meaning of her words finally reached him. The boy looked around puzzled. She appeared and disappeared instantly. Soon the new baths became a real salvation for the locals. The bearded dwarf just laughed out loud. Their native bathhouses were much larger, and this building could not even compare to them. Washing off dirt after hard work and going to a hot dinner became a daily norm for the peasants. The boy smiled, dreaming of someday bathing in the house of the elder dwarves. They proudly told him about the natural hot springs, where boiling water gushes straight from beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the elf woman took up brewing. Hops and wheat were grown quickly thanks to a short growth spell. She triumphantly raised her fist, anticipating the taste of ale after the bath, and the next day the fields were expanded. Thanks to Sherry's magical ice cubes, they finally got a perfectly chilled, refreshing drink. The elf woman opened the doors of the huge drink warehouse, the scale of which greatly frightened the boy. She playfully approached him closely, declaring that after this she was not going to keep sitting in the room. The boy crossed his arms in confusion, but she slyly gestured that everything was fine. He noted her sudden kindness with amazement, to which the elf woman smiled and reminded him about the personal bathhouse built especially for her. She happily stepped into the water right from the drinks, while the guy panicked, shouting that you should drink after swimming, not before it. Meanwhile, the new baths again became the favorite place of rest for all the inhabitants. Come. The peace was broken by an unexpected question about some cultural exchange. The elf girl calmly chewed a pie and nodded yes. She wants to establish a connection with the settlement of the High Elves. They sat at the table, and for Ashto, this idea sounded like thunder from a clear sky. The girl eagerly explained the plan, to bring local drinks to relatives as an apology and at the same time start trading. The guy skeptically reminded her that she was actually kicked out from there for drinking the elders' supplies, which made the elf girl nervously sweat. However, she immediately cast aside shame and declared that she had long planned to export their wine and dwarven furniture. And the first market was supposed to be the High Elves. She confidently raised a finger, convincing that commerce with forest races would seriously boost their settlement. And then she suddenly changed her tone and plaintively asked Ashto to keep her company. The girl almost lay down on the table. From excitement, she was eager to treat her grandfather to the incredible local wine made from heavenly peaches. When asked about the distance, she waved it off carelessly, since it was only about a week's journey there. Ashto seriously pondered, since they really had more than enough goods for exchange. The boy finally agreed. The boy thoughtfully lowered his gaze. That village might have extremely useful seedlings and things never seen before. He suggested taking their peach wine, and visiting the elf girl lit up with delight, while he mentally planned to solve the locals' alcohol problem with that very alcohol. The girl joyfully revealed that the village elder was her grandfather, who was over 100,000 years old, causing the young man to shockingly digest this cosmic number. Ashto checked the cargo. Barrels of wine and bottles of elite alcohol were securely fastened to the cart. He asked the elf May to be their guide. These gifts should be enough to establish friendly relations. The company set off into the forest. The old path turned out to be too narrow for the heavy carts, and it urgently needed to be widened. May became worried. They wanted to get there quickly, but the trail here was completely broken. Ashto only smiled mysteriously. A massive book appeared in his hand. It was a grimoire. The boy explained that he received it from Lady Shella and lined over the pages. He quickly found the needed spell. The text promised to move the trees if they were simply asked politely. May blinked confusedly, not believing that magic would so easily clear their path. "If you don't try, you won't know," Ashto said cheerfully. He stepped forward and loudly ordered the spirits of nature to part. The ground shook, massive trunks rumbled apart to the sides, opening before the stunned travelers a perfectly even wide path. The girls joyfully shouted praises, although Ashto himself was shocked that his magic had just worked. Ahead awaited a path through the forest. Time to move. The boy cheerfully entrusted the horned giant Balgild to pull their cart. Now the delivery of products to the elves will definitely go without any problems. Balgild eagerly harnessed himself, leaving the battles with monsters to his little son, while Ashto puzzledly wondered why they even needed that cart. The squad moved forward. On the way, Sherry did not stop, excitedly chirping about the incredible benefits of nature magic. She was glowing with happiness. Ashto smiled softly in response. He simply liked helping the villagers. But the thought of how his father would react to all this did not give him peace. Sherry jokingly called him a real mayor, making the boy turn away and awkwardly ask her to stop joking. Then the girl changed the subject and begged to read his book, which he calmly handed to her. As soon as the folio was in her hands, she lit up, because it was the personal grimoire of the Emerald Dragoness. Ashto only anxiously called his friend by name, breaking out in a cold sweat and mentally cursing this dangerous artifact. Suddenly he stopped and looked around in surprise. Behind, the blonde was snorting heavily, trying with all her might to tear something in her hands. The horned boy snorted mockingly, but the girl sharply ordered him to look for himself. She irritably jabbed the grimoire forward. The cursed book refused to open. While the sorceress was futilely tugging at the binding, the young man suggested the demon Shinha test his powers. Shinha took the folio amid the girl's dissatisfied grumbling about the pages being stuck together tight. The boy firmly gripped the book, bared his teeth, and with all his strength tore the cover toward himself. In vain, the local giant calmly lifted the book with one hand, and the stubborn Shinha remained dangling in the air. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Having solved the secret, Lady Shella had protected the grimoire, allowing it to be opened only by the chosen one. He calmly took the folio, leaving the exhausted demon to groan disappointedly on the ground. In the evening, the suspicion was confirmed. While he calmly read by the campfire, friends peeked over his shoulder and saw only blank pages. 4 days of travel passed. The dense forest finally parted to a joyful shout. The young man froze beside his companion. Before them towered a gigantic tree of the hidden village of the High Elves. Elmina declared that she would go with the other elves to speak to the elder. The friend with the braid immediately stopped her. Strangers first need permission, so the humans would have to wait outside. However, the others quickly silenced the clever one herself, reminding her that she had actually been in exile for 1,000 years. Elmina smiled carefreely and advised her to stand with the humans, since the law is the law. The horned giant suggested pulling their cart with wind magic, to which the exiles could only sigh resignedly. The young mayor, meanwhile, blinked in confusion, wondering why their escort required as many as 7 high elves. The elven women approached the tall wooden gate closely. They were joyfully greeted by acquaintances, who asked where they had been all this time. The tall guard pushed the gates open, but as soon as he noticed a human in the company, he immediately shouted, while the girls calmly began to justify themselves. They proudly declared that this confused young man was the mayor of the neighboring settlement, and he was simply incredible. The boy twitched with shock when Elmina joyfully grabbed his shoulders in front of the guard. The next moment, total chaos erupted. The elves began praising human beer and wine in turn, foam at their mouths demanding to immediately let the guests see the elder. The terrified boy was simply crushed by the crowd, so all he could do was desperately fend off and beg everyone not to shout at the same time. The elf girl happily showed the victory sign permission to enter granted. While Ashto marveled at the crowd of high elves around, the locals whispered in shock, recognizing their May. The boy stared in awe at the giant Yggdrasil tree. The girl slyly winked. The negotiations will go perfectly, since the elder simply adores quality drinks. The girls assured that the peach wine would definitely lift the elder's mood, and then he would surely forgive the friend. They calmly walked through the cozy streets. Inside, they were greeted with a smile by the gray-bearded elder. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the awkward youth. May hastily apologized for the long absence. Ashto was stunned when it turned out that the grandfather had secretly ordered the girls from the beginning to watch over Elmina. Then the elf proudly introduced the boy as the founder of the new village, where their friend now lived. Dickbeck laughed heartily, gladly accepting congratulations from the friendly neighbor. He frankly admitted no one in the forest could even imagine that an ordinary person was capable of single-handedly building an entire settlement. Realizing how much the elder was worried about Elmina, Ashto guessed how to appease him. The old man was explained that the youth had simply run away to build a new village for fun, and they apologized for the hidden truth. Ashto added that now the girl lives in their settlement and helps everyone incredibly. The boy bowed respectfully and finally gave his name. As a sign of good intentions, the guests handed the surprised elf a small gift. The boy explained that it was a thank you for Elmina's invaluable contribution to the development of their home. The elder politely accepted the gift, sharply dismissing in his mind the wild guess about mythical heavenly peaches. But Ashto got a bottle and directly offered to taste their signature peach wine. The drink poured into the glass, and the old man greedily tilted it back. Feeling the taste, he froze and ordered the servant to immediately bring his own cup. The old man's pupil twitched nervously. Ashto and the girls flinched confusedly at the loud exclamations that this was simply impossible. But the elder suddenly burst into tears, hiding his face in his palms. He was truly drinking wine from heavenly peaches for the first time in many years. An empty glass remained on the table. He would not confuse this taste with anything else. The elder greedily clung to the bottle, choking with delight. He called this wine a gift from the emerald dragon herself. Ashto dumbfoundedly poked him with a finger. The boy muttered that this was a product from his village, while the elf tearfully begged to reveal the source of the drink. Ashto tried to calm him, but the old man was ready to give everything for this wine, even offering rare herbs of the high elves himself. That is how they came to an agreement. The elf clearly stated the terms, their healing herbs in exchange for the people's peach wine. Suddenly the old man sighed heavily, remembering his wayward granddaughter Elmina. Ashto shook his hand with relief, rejoicing in the peaceful alliance. Then the old man tenderly suggested to unite the families and take his granddaughter, the drunkard, as a wife. Ashto automatically agreed, then shouted in confusion. The old man carelessly added that although the granddaughter was young, she was already quite capable of bearing children, which completely bewildered the young man. The door opened and Elmina herself appeared on the threshold. She bowed her head guiltily, but the old man waved it off. The new wine instantly made him forget about the stolen alcohol supplies. Elmina blinked in confusion, while the girl behind the door gave her a thumbs up. Finally, the elf happily beamed, promising to work hard for the sake of her new husband. The girl sighed awkwardly, reminding the grandfather how much time had passed. The old man leaned on the sweaty boy's back and said directly, it was time for the granddaughter to become more sensible and marry Sir Ashto to relieve the burden from his shoulders. From the side, another girl joyfully appeared, shining with a smile and shouting about wives. A commotion arose with shocked screams and excuses, and the huge horned Sir Ashto only crossed his arms in confusion, offended that everyone stared at him. He hadn't uttered a word. Around the generously set table, the celebration buzzed, joyful exclamations, and the clinking of glasses sounded. Night fell on the cozy wooden house near the forest. The elf women discussed Elmina's return with relief, while the children eagerly asked about the guests. The elder shamelessly suggested Ashto marry his granddaughter or even consider polygamy, but the boy awkwardly yet firmly refused. They sincerely thanked each other for this unexpected meeting. Ashto recalled with interest the local giant tree, which turned out to be the legendary Yggdrasil. The boy smiled conciliatorily. While a whole roasted carcass was being brought to the table, Ashto arranged to inspect the shrine up close tomorrow. The elder Dickbeck's face instantly darkened. When asked about the tree's illness, he shook his head. The old man sighed heavily, predicting the swift death even of the mighty Yggdrasil. It turned out that deep underground a monster was lodged, relentlessly gnawing at the roots, and the elves simply could not reach it. Ashto thoughtfully said that ancient myths do not come out of thin air, although there should still be a whole 200 years left until their fulfillment. Hearing the monster's true name, the boy froze in amazement. It was Fenrir. The elder sighed gloomily. Their guardian goddess, the great she-wolf Fenrir, howls without stopping. From outside, a loud, prolonged howl immediately sounded. The boy sincerely sympathized with the exhausted villagers. Every night the she-wolf strained against the rocks, scolding herself for being unable to drive away the monster. The youth pondered. The creature was lodged deep beneath the roots of the great tree, and excavations would simply destroy the shrine. Suddenly he remembered something and feverishly opened his book. A solution was found. With a confident smile, the boy asked Elder Dickbeck to entrust this matter to him. They set off toward the giant tree. In a moment, the group was on site. Up close, the mighty trunk was even more impressive, and the young man barely restrained himself from hanging over its study. He had just set out to look for the monster when suddenly he froze. Before him lay Fenrir himself calmly, and Elmina was already joyfully rushing to greet him. While the mighty goddess lamented her restless puppies, the boy stood blushing, dreaming of only one thing to stroke that incredibly fluffy fur. The she-wolf finally paid attention to the strangers, and Elmina briskly introduced her to the elder and his companion. The rumors were confirmed. At the root of Yggdrasil, there really was a monster. Ashto awkwardly greeted the giant white wolf. The elf immediately got down to business, asking the mighty Fenrir about his trouble. She happily nudged the boy in the back, urging him to act. The giant beast sighed dejectedly at his own helplessness, but the girl warmly promised help. Ashto squinted intently. He decided to use a spell from the book, to turn mana into a repellent and soak the ground with it to drive out the underground pests. Suddenly, something dripped onto the surprised Fenrir. Thick mana blood slowly dripped from the boy's staff. The wolf screamed wildly, covering his nose from the unbearable stench. The team exchanged puzzled glances. None of the people smelled anything. A thick drop shattered on the ground with a splash. Ashto stared confusedly at his weapon. At that very moment, the space around him suddenly trembled. The boy suspected something and frowned in confusion. He carefully poked the ground with his stick, while the elf watched him dispassionately. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook with a deafening roar, forcing them to jump back in panic. With a frantic scream, a giant centipede burst out. The monster wildly convulsed in spasms. Her armored body thudded chaotically against the ground, raising clouds of dust. From the dreadful snout, liquid dripped abundantly. The boy realized in shock that the monster was crying. Despite its terrifying size, the creature did not attack but was openly suffering from pain. Forward confidently stepped the horned warrior Balgild, ready to deal with the root pest in one strike. No, wait, the youth desperately stopped him, realizing they were making a mistake. The head of the giant insect trembled pitifully. Its tail also emitted a continuous painful tremor. A saving guess suddenly flashed in the boy's eyes. He hastily opened the magical guidebook and read the main rule. All forest dwellers are friends, with whom it is enough just to have a kind conversation. The boy tensed. The giant centipede suddenly froze and drooled. The monster unexpectedly began to sob, complaining about a pungent stench, and the youth realized in amazement he understood it perfectly. The youth bluntly asked if it was the one eating the roots of Yggdrasil, and the monster confirmed confusedly. The boy's shout made the monster let out a frightened hiccup. He promised to destroy the creature if it did not stop, and the giant instantly became shy, humbly begging for forgiveness. The young man calmly asked it to stop chewing the roots, because it causes the elves a lot of problems. The monster was stunned that the human knew its language, but the boy waved off the questions and ordered again not to touch the tree. The elder of the elves almost lost his speech when the young man casually relayed the monster's promise to him. The satisfied boy crossed his arms over his chest. While the creature whined pitifully about hunger, the elves behind exchanged shocked glances. The human was really having a conversation with the monster. The centipede admitted that it had been hiding underground from Fenrir and just decided to snack on mana-rich roots. But it turned out that mana was not its only food, and the fiend was ready to devour anything. Hearing about its omnivorousness, the boy offered fruits, making the monster drool again, this time from appetite. Suddenly, a brilliant idea clicked in the young man's head. Ashto sighed gloomily. He had not tasted fruits for 100 years due to fierce competition in the forest. The boy continued to consider himself a hopeless weakling, completely unaware of the real state of affairs. Two companions awkwardly looked around his modest village. Suddenly, a giant centipede loomed over them and happily promised the mayor to work diligently. Ashto beamed with a smile, reassuring the frightened girl that she just needed to get used to this cutie. He calmly introduced the monster as a new handyman, ignoring the shocked look of the elf. Approaching the beetle, the boy casually asked its name. It proudly thundered that it was called the royal centipede. Ashto instantly shortened this to the concise Mnozhka. The beast burst into tears of happiness over the nickname received, swearing through tears to forever remember this kindness. At parting, the young man warmly thanked the elder Dikbek, who sincerely hoped for a strong alliance between their settlements. With a dull thud, a tightly bound wooden box fell to the ground. The old man admitted that he was still shocked by the events. The boy saved their Yggdrasil and tamed the fierce pest that was destroying it. In a small pot, a tiny sprout was greening. Impressed by the mayor's talents, Dikbek prepared a special gift for him. He handed Ashto a seedling and asked him to take it to his village, thus Yggdrasil itself repaid its savior. This was a sprout of the tree of the world, which broke through the soil exactly where the young man generously nourished the earth with his mana. A white puppy nestled at his foot, a true pup of Fenrir. The boy froze in surprise. He sincerely thanked, carefully holding the pot with the sprout in his hands. The great she-wolf looked at him pleadingly. The pup had already chosen his master himself. She asked to take the puppy with him, since the tree Yggdrasil vitally needed a guardian spirit for growth. The young man gave in and hugged the fluffy friend with a smile. The team comfortably settled on the cargo crates. The riding animal turned out to be a giant centipede, which cheerfully accepted the first task and shouted to the passengers to hold on tight. The insect dashed forward with a wild whistle, leaving the old elf behind only to admire the antics of this unpredictable boy. After a long journey, the company finally reached the familiar village. However, their appearance caused hysteria. The locals fell to the ground in horror before the giant centipede. The situation was diffused by a stocky horned warrior who calmly greeted the travelers on their return. Amid the commotion, the travelers managed to explain that the journey took them 4 days, although the route was shortened. He securely shielded the frightened girl with his body. The giant insect only blinked its eyes in confusion. The warrior snatched his sword with a clatter. The young man barely managed to shout, stopping him. He quickly explained that the monster was tame, while the centipede itself nervously trembled with fear. The tension was instantly relieved by a basket of ripe fruits. The creature's eyes shone with delight. The young man proposed a deal, helped the village in exchange for a daily feast, and the centipede greedily pounced on the food. Ordinary fruits became the best reward for her delivery. Soon all fears disappeared. The monster quickly befriended the villagers, peacefully resting in the square. Life settled down. Trading fruits and alcohol brought the heroes whole stacks of rare books and healing herbs. Elves discussed the new duties of Mnozhka. Now he worked as a courier, transporting cargo to the settlement of the High Elves every 10 days. Meanwhile, the young man grabbed his head at the scale of his grandfather's creativity. 800,000 books in the warehouse forced him to urgently order the construction of a huge library. But another newcomer stood out in the village. The young man called out in surprise to the white wolf Shiro, who had sat by the tree all day. The plant grew right before their eyes, thanks to the effect of accelerated growth. The beast stubbornly settled under the roots. He would run here every time, even if he were allowed into the house. The boy looked into the reference book, searching for information about the great tree Yggdrasil. He pondered. A branch of this tree was the third important component, after the leaves of Arlon and Mandrake. The lines in the book confirmed without it, the elixir could not be brewed. The young man sighed heavily, looking at the trunk, as he did not want to break a living branch at all. Suddenly Shiro sharply rushed up the bark. The boy blinked in surprise, hearing a rustle in the crown. In a moment, the wolf softly jumped down to the ground, proudly holding the needed branch in its teeth. The young man accepted the gift and puzzledly stared at the fruit on it. It was an apple, but as if made of pure gold. Ashto carefully looked at the white wolf. The beast was small, but did not seem defenseless at all. The boy looked at the fruit he brought with surprise. Could it be that Yggdrasil itself had begun to bear fruit? The girls exchanged sly glances and suggested immediately eating Shiro's, fined secretly from everyone. The wolf barked happily and ran towards the hut, calling the company to rest. In a moment, a plate with fresh slices was already on the table. One of the girls bit a piece and was pleasantly surprised. The fruit turned out to be much sweeter and more sour than a regular apple. Her friend next to her even squinted, chewing contentedly with full cheeks. Ashto also tried it and almost melted. It tasted like pure honey. One fruit was critically little. The excited company demanded more. The plate emptied instantly. Having had a snack, the trio moved on, looking at the new houses that were growing in their village almost every day. Suddenly, a cheerful elf blocked their way and joyfully teased Ashto, who had finally stopped being a recluse, making the boy awkwardly wave her off. Following her, two more elves strolled leisurely, Elmina and May. The girl raised a finger and proudly explained that Yggdrasil had become a sacred tree for their people, under which the high elves now constantly pray. Someone asked about the grape harvest, but it turned out the group had come here to pray to Yggdrasil. The boy asked in surprise about the fruit of life, having just learned about this ancient elven legend. The elf girl explained, if you sincerely appeal to the tree, it can bring this rare gift. She admitted that she herself had never seen the legendary fruit, which ripens only once, while the trio behind her suddenly froze in panic. The horned elf was surprised by their cold sweat, and the boy nervously squeezed out the question, what happens if you just eat this fruit? Unaware of anything, the companion happily revealed the truth. Anyone who tastes it will live forever. Seriously sounded against the backdrop of the majestic tree. Silence fell over the paved square of the town. The young man fatefully asked the horned companion if everything would be all right with them, but he only heard mysterious giggling. Greetings, she casually extended her hand. He walked down the street with an empty gaze, overhearing the statement of fact. They had indeed eaten the fruits of Yggdrasil. In a joyful tone, she declared that from now on he had gone beyond the human species and become a higher being. Long ago, higher elves appeared in the same way, and he had just broken through the ceiling of human potential. In response to his shock over a single fruit, she playfully winked. The body will age slowly, so youth is now eternal. The boy sighed nervously, blaming himself for imposing elven longevity on people, for which they were not at all prepared. Suddenly, a question sounded that sharply interrupted his anxious thoughts. Is it really so bad? He lowered his head guiltily and apologized, but the girl next to him only blinked in surprise. The friends exchanged carefree glances and assured him that there was absolutely nothing scary about a long life. At these simple words, he instantly relaxed, and a wide smile appeared on his face. The girls were already excitedly planning how, thanks to the new years, they would be able to spend much more time with everyone in the village. He exhaled with relief, realizing that they had just accidentally opened a new page in the history of humanity. Pressing his hand to his chest, the young man felt a lightness and calmness in his soul, and his companion cheerfully added the fact that the elves themselves were ready to eat that fruit, guaranteeing even more trouble from Yggdrasil in the future. The joyful girls discussed the incredible news. Their beast guardian had eaten the fruit of Yggdrasil and would now live a very long time. The news quickly spread among their own. The giant loudly rejoiced at the prospects, and the maid assured that the Silver Cat clan would faithfully serve them for many more years. Only the young man wandered through the village in confusion, not understanding why everyone took the true miracle so lightly. For the rest, longevity quickly became a simple routine. They chatted carefree and ate sandwiches on the shore. A few days later, the boy lazily stretched near the giant tree, when suddenly a familiar bark sounded. He sharply turned toward the panicked scream. Somion was shrieking in horror at the sudden appearance of the formidable Fenrir. Frightened fairies scattered in hysteria in all directions. Someone hysterically demanded help and begged not to stand like a statue, while the young man could only call out to them in confusion. The beast calmly walked along the path amid the fairies' screams, leaving the boy in complete bewilderment. Understanding what was going on, he smiled warmly and stroked the fluffy muzzle that was nuzzling his hand. It was simply his old friend Shiro. A little later, the young man went to calm the fairies in the thickets, convincing them that the chase had long ended. One of the fugitives cautiously fluttered out from behind the branches. She was still trembling and complaining indignantly that the terrible beast had almost eaten her. The rescued fairy girl fervently thanked him for the rescue, admitting that without him, they would have met their end. The boy directly asked who they were, while his white wolf pup cautiously sniffed at the uninvited guests. He extended his hand. The winged guest proudly declared that they were flower fairies, and dozens of her relatives sparkled among the branches. Fearlessly perched on his finger, she explained, their flock always searches for good mana, and this tree is simply overflowing with it. The boy blinked in confusion, as he had never heard of flower fairies before. Thinking it over, he guessed that the small creatures were attracted here by Yggdrasil itself. The fairy confirmed her intention to relocate, although she admitted that she did not expect to encounter the young Fenrir here. The young man inquired how closely they were connected to the tree. Upon learning that he himself had grown this Yggdrasil, the tiny guest wanted to try its mana for taste, which quite embarrassed the young man. The group of fairies burst into joyful exclamations, and the boy smiled and allowed them to stay, only warning that the place here was not quiet at all. The tiny palm confidently squeezed his finger. The chief fairy smiled warmly and introduced herself as Philharmonica. It turned out that these creatures once lived in the village of the High Elves, but left due to the fading of Manond. Now, they have returned in unprecedented numbers. Phil happily promised to sew real miniature pillows and bedding for the new winged neighbors. The bearded man thoughtfully scratched his chin. For the fairies to stay in the village, they need their own houses, although they mostly feed on the tree's mana. Several days passed. The tree crowns were abundantly covered with tiny huts. The cat girls played carefree with the fairies. Phil noted with a smile how quickly everyone had become friends. The little guest sat on the young man's shoulder, gently thanking him for his care. The girl laughed brightly, frankly admitting that she simply fed on his mana. She asked why Phil was constantly hanging around instead of going to Yggdrasil, and he calmly replied that he was fine here. The tiny fairy fluttered right in front of his face, whispering enchantingly about the special, sweet depth of his energy. The work was progressing. The young man admired the tall wooden frame of his future library. The craftsman apologetically said the work would take a little more time, but the boy just waved it off. He was not going to rush them. Later, the bearded man awkwardly admitted that he felt uneasy burdening the girls from the Silver Cat clan with such heavy physical labor. Phil's expression darkened. He himself saw that the exhausted workers were increasingly ending up in the infirmary with injuries. The boy sighed worriedly, since after construction they still had household chores and cooking to do. At the suggestion to find other helpers, the master only crossed his arms gloomily. All the hellhounds and ogres were already up to their ears in clearing territories. The young man thoughtfully ran through the endless list of tasks in his head, from farm work to weaving. He sighed, desperately dreaming of extra working hands. Suddenly, a villager fell at his feet, announcing a new problem right from the threshold. The boy sighed resignedly. You can't reproduce people with magic. He froze exhaustedly. Meanwhile, far away in the valley, their settlement lay carefree. In the thickets above him, a stranger snarled predatory, savoring the appetizing trace of mana. The horned savage stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the village as a well-deserved prize for a long journey. He confidently sat down on a stone, watching the local fighters with interest, while a squad of accomplices waited behind his back. Ashto looked surprised at the jars displayed on the table, and the little fairy Phil explained that it was their gratitude for the received mana. The boy tasted a little syrup, and his eyes widened from the incredible taste of the true fairy nectar. He squinted, stretching out the sweet pleasure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A viscous drop slowly dripped from his finger back into the jar. While Phil talked about the processed berries, Ashto noted the thick texture and deep aftertaste, which was easy to swallow. The conclusion came instantly. People would be completely delighted. With enthusiasm, the boy began listing options, suggesting spreading syrup on bread or even mixing it with wine. In the local tavern, he had already confirmed that this additive turns the cheapest swill into an elite drink. The girl nearby joyfully picked up the idea, praising the combination of nectar with baked goods. Her friend meanwhile happily munched on bread, fully agreeing with every word. The crash of the door interrupted the feast. A frightened elf appeared at the threshold, shouting about trouble. Ashto calmly ignored the panic and smiled, thanking Phil, glad that everyone enjoyed it so much. However, outside it was no time for jokes. A huge crowd of unknown people was gathered near the village well. A horned giant with a predatory smile loomed over Ashto and asked if he was the elder here, to which the boy only nodded confusedly. The guest immediately reassured that he did not intend to eat him, but came to look at the village on the tip of an old friend. With a loud laugh, he heavily slapped Ashto on the back, causing him to almost fall. After recovering a bit, the boy tentatively offered to give a tour. A commotion arose. Friends ran up with panicked questions, although Ashto himself already felt that the stranger posed no threat. The horned mentor sharply interrupted the conversation, authoritatively ordering Vulcan not to bother her Ashto and to get lost. He just laughed, teasing her about her eternal hot temper, and added that he had come just to play. At the mere mention of the guest's name, the girl with pigtails turned pale. The big guy grinned widely and proudly called himself the Fire Dragon Vulcan. The tension quickly dissipated with a loud feast, where drinks flowed like a river. The satisfied dragon sprawled at the table, praising the spacious banquet hall before his followers. Ashto carefully observed the guests, recalling his scant knowledge about the unique nature of the half-humans. Examining the silent retinue, the boy wondered if they might be lizards by any chance. Vulcan caught his gaze and casually waved it off. They were just his students, devoted to a strict hierarchy. Vulcan calmly nodded at the lined-up guards, while the boy beside him muttered confusedly. The young man froze. The horned girl tore herself away from the food and directly asked about the purpose of the visit, to which Vulcan responded with a request. The boy almost choked when he learned that the demon had not washed for tens of thousands of years. Vulcan cheerfully raised his big thumb and threw his companions onto him for the time of bathing. He scratched his shoulder, complaining about unbearable itching. The demon joyfully squeezed the youth in his arms, not noticing his nervous trembling. The girl quietly snorted with laughter. The boy turned pale with horror. Vulcan grinned widely, and in a matter-of-fact tone, stated that he would return in about 2,000 years. It turns out that deep underground flows a slippery stream of burning wood. The demon happily announced that only he was suitable for his bath, which finally crushed the youth. The youth asked in shock about those 2,000 years, and the demon was only surprised that he was still unaware. Vulcan playfully suggested to the girl to bathe together, but received an instant and cold no. The horned strongman grinned widely and loudly drew the attention of his fighters. He unequivocally declared that from now on the entire squad would be under Ashto's full command. A sharp rumble sounded, and someone's panicked scream about fire. The boy blinked in confusion. Commanding these monsters was already too much for him. The boss himself calmly moved towards the door, leaving one of the lizards as the senior. As a farewell, he carelessly threw to the stunned youth that he would return in about 2,000 years. In a moment the ground shook, and a huge dragon swiftly flew from the yard into the sky. Its black silhouette quickly turned into a dot above the mountains. Ashto's companion froze with her mouth open. She finally realized that this strange uncle turned out to be a real legendary beast. It was thus that a whole tribe of rare scaly warriors temporarily joined their village. The lizards immediately set to work, instantly solving the problem of the shortage of labor. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at such help, but he just couldn't get used to the fact that the formidable creatures now politely called him Uncle. The village was continuously developing, so the young mayor simply collapsed from exhaustion at his desk. His sleep was interrupted by the master, who brought the finished order. On the table gleamed a perfectly forged pot with a bulging belly. The boy joyfully grabbed it in his hands and warmly thanked Mr. Radovan for the quick work. He sat down on the floor, contentedly examining his new cookware made of genuine orichalcum. The gray-bearded gnome frowned sternly. In 9,000 years of life, he was forced for the first time to convert such a precious metal into kitchenware. This legendary ore was famous for its impenetrable strength and absorbed magic better than any Damascus steel. Radovan directly asked where the young man had gotten such a rare treasure at all. The boy barely smiled, recalling recent events. Then, from the cracked earth, a fluffy mole suddenly jumped out, wearing a tiny construction helmet. August had just reached the right place and sighed with relief after a long journey. The gnome stared in surprise at the funny little creature. Suddenly, the animal spoke in a human voice, joyfully greeting August as an old friend after a long separation. The young man froze in shock and barely whispered the name of his old acquaintance Ponta. The dwarf brought an unusual guest to Mayor Ashto Ponta from the tribe of Black Moles, who once helped him greatly in his homeland. Ashto couldn't resist and enchantedly squeezed the guest's soft cheeks while he enjoyed meeting the famous mayor. The mole respectfully took the boy's hands and proposed to establish trade between their settlements. Ashto blinked in surprise. he was just about to ask for the same thing. The mole slyly squinted and admitted that his tribe was attracted by rumors about the local elite alcohol. The dwarf burst out laughing at such frankness and reminded that black moles are the best miners in the world. The boy was confused, as this was their first real trade offer, and he had no idea what to do. The decision required serious discussion. The whole company moved to the negotiation table. While the dwarf tempted the guest with drinks, Ashto looked at the mole like a plush toy, dreaming of squeezing him once more. Ponta boastfully declared that they could provide anything, to which the girl with the braid asked about the most valuable ore deposits. The dwarf confirmed that there were mines nearby, but due to constant construction, they had no time to work there at all. Then the maid noticed that moles perfectly sense the condition of the soil and could greatly help with agriculture. She happily suggested simply hiring these fluffy masters for the village. Ponta the mole awkwardly waved his paws, swooning from the praise. Alito mentally rejoiced that the new guest was liked by everyone and asked to tell the details of the deal. The decision was made quickly. The village accepts 20 black moles. In exchange for their work in the mines and fields, the animals were allowed to drink plenty, and every month whole barrels of liqueur would be sent to their home. Moreover, Ponta promised to supply rare ores from his homeland, handing over a list of minerals. The boy immediately remembered that a special cauldron made of legendary orichalcum was needed for brewing the elixir. He thoughtfully evaluated the offer. The local soil was indeed rich in unique resources. His gaze suddenly froze on one of the lines. Surprised, Alito quickly waved off the inquiries of the concerned fairy. He smiled slyly, realizing that he had just found another ingredient for elixirs. The deal was finally sealed with a warm handshake. When the first batch of orichalcum arrived, the mayor ordered a perfect cauldron from the master, hoping that the remnants of the precious ore would be used for other village needs. But the local dwarf blacksmith handled the material his own way and proudly displayed a dazzlingly shining blade. Baptizing his work as the sword of the rainbow god and a potential national treasure, the bearded man forcibly handed the weapon to the bewildered Alito, and to his weak arguments that he was actually a mage, he straightforwardly advised just to hang this wonder on the wall. The young man was again showered with thanks and gifts, and he only shyly protested that it was rather he who should be thanking. Clouds calmly floated above the mansion's roof. A heavy sigh sounded near the massive metal cauldron. The boy wearily leaned on the table. Although others' care still frightened him, they had already gathered a full 4 ingredients for the elixir. He looked contentedly at the glass jars with the loot, certain that sooner or later in his long life he would find the rest. There were still 4 items left on the list, and from the very epic names alone, it was clear that obtaining them would be quite a challenge. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man relaxedly fell onto the bed. There was plenty of time. Ahead was the deciphering of elvish books and the election of a leader for their sprawling village. Suddenly, a worried maid cat appeared on the threshold. She reported about a visitor. The boy raised his head in surprise. The guest turned out to be someone new, completely unfamiliar to him. The girl nervously rubbed her cheek and added that this newcomer was in an extremely strange mood. The young man stood up with a confident smile. Whatever race the visitor was, he was ready for the meeting. The strangers waited right by the forest entrance to the village, and this happened for the first time. Kirinji reported to the chief about the suspicious stranger near the gates, and he calmly acknowledged him as a guest. The guards respectfully greeted their young master. The stranger off-screen immediately recognized the elder and indulgently reprimanded the guards for their harshness. A refined, mustached man in a dandy suit came out to meet them. Trinity perplexedly stared at the eccentric visitor. An awkward silence hung in the air. "Suspicious," the boy said straightforwardly. The guest only slyly squinted his eye. The next moment he sharply grabbed the elder in an embrace and introduced himself as the demon trader Dmitri. The young man's face lengthened with dull skepticism. Dmitri tightly squeezed him, intriguingly sniffing the unusual scent. The guards instantly boiled with such impudence, so the leader dryly ordered to expel the guest. The trader hastily raised his hands, offering to stop and finally get down to business. "No, you are just suspicious," the boy cut off tiredly, ignoring the demon's outraged shouts. The demon trader theatrically pressed his hand to his chest, begging everyone to look into his honest eyes. He desperately blocked their way, protesting that they were driving away a tired traveler without any conversation. The young man only silently looked back. Suddenly, the merchant leaned closer, and his behavior sharply changed. The demon's face stretched into a predatory, terrifying snarl. The young man looked at this with absolute, stone-cold disgust. He dryly ordered the suspicious guest to get home, while others forcibly pushed the demon away from the village. Turning his back, he cut off. The chief said to expel the stranger immediately. Tired of this circus, the boy suggested simply going to have a snack, completely ignoring the shouts behind. Meanwhile, in Estrella's house, there was Peace, the grateful fluffy mole, sincerely wanted to repay her hospitality. He sat with a full mouth and joyfully praised the delicious cookies. The girl thought and offered him a rare redhead, but the guest immediately refused the useless valuables. He only needed hugs, and this soft, warm lump instantly relieved everyone's tension after the encounter with the slippery demon. The tea time promised a rare moment of calm, but the idol was spoiled by a horned demon who now nervously dripped sweat behind wooden bars. The mayor looked puzzled at the prisoner. The horned assistant reported, "At first this guy pretended to leave, but then tried to sneak through the forest." Seeing the mayor, the captive shouted for help and could not understand how he was caught at all. The demon indignantly clung to the bars, shouting that he came on business and was being driven out only because of his suspicious appearance. The girl, in a matter-of-fact tone, suggested simply drowning the prisoner in the river. At such a prospect, the merchant shouted and wildly shook the cage. Saving his skin, he pompously christened himself a representative of the favorite race of the mythical dragon of darkness. The boy calmly sipped tea and asked what was suspicious about an ordinary merchant. A clawed hand tightly gripped the bars. The prisoner confessed that he belonged to the rare dark demons. The assistant slammed the bars with a bang, harshly reprimanding the insolent one. Trying to save face, he forced a smile and graciously allowed a conversation, which only aroused pity in the mayor. To avoid involving other races, the young man ordered to release this miserable, desperate fellow. Ashto looked around the newly built, luxurious mansion for receptions. He had no idea that the very first meeting here would take place under such circumstances. Nearby, the horned mayor and the maid from the Silver Cat clan were tensely exchanging glances. The youth noticed their anxiety and reassuringly nodded to the mayor. Inside, the building impressed with its scale, the elder dwarves were not called legendary masters for nothing. They were already awaited by an eccentric merchant in strict glasses, who immediately noticed that Ashto did not look like a serious businessman at all. The guest unfolded the plans for the future branch and asked if the dwarves could handle this project, to which he received a firm agreement. The deal was sealed with a strong handshake. The merchant was impeccably prepared. All branches were to be built according to a single strict template. Ashto approvingly rubbed his chin, as the uniform space was perfectly suited for the flow exchange of magic and storage of supplies. After finishing business, the guest said goodbye and sharply turned towards the exit. Suddenly, from the swing of his cloak, such a gust of energy burst forth that Ashto instinctively covered his face with his hand. The air trail gently settled on the floor. The demon cast the magic again without a single word. The mayor stepped forward anxiously, openly doubting whether it was worth trusting such a dangerous ally at all. Ashto's side Hevelithe tribe of dark demons possessed magic at a frightening level. Despite their own doubts, they decided to give the stranger a chance, perhaps he would really be useful to the village. The demon met such optimism with dry irony. The boy cheerfully objected. A real swindler would not reveal all his cards at the very first meeting. With a light smile, he turned around. Extending the plate with food scraps, he casually asked if his new acquaintances were not hungry. Ahead awaited a lot of preparation, for the visit of the strange demon trader left behind a persistent breeze of suspicion. On the wooden signboard was a fresh inscription, "Branch of the store House of Dimitri." Ash stopped silently. Standing in front of the new shop, he suddenly realized that he still had not even come up with a name for his own village. On the threshold, he was already greeted by a horned demon. In a business suit, the establishment had officially opened. The merchant shrugged, sincerely impressed by the skill of the high dwarves who had erected such a massive building in a matter of days. Inside, on an impeccably clean counter, scales were already waiting. The demon, with a polite smile, unexpectedly handed the young man a wooden box. It turned out to be a generous payment for the construction sprouts of a rare healing herb from the outskirts of Beelzebub, which the guest carefully obtained especially for the local healer. Ashto barely had time to think when the merchant suddenly changed the subject and mentioned several counter requests. The demon complained that frightened locals avoided his flyers, so he planned to arrange a visual presentation, The young man mentally snorted that with such a predatory smile, it was no wonder. The merchant insisted that he brought exclusively those items that were urgently needed by the village now. Ashto agreed to gather the residents, but first demanded to personally look at the prepared goods. Seeing the merchandise, he blinked in surprise. The offered item indeed promised to be remarkably useful in the household. Smirking slyly, the demon sharply threw back the cloth and showed the boy his goods. A large building under a cloudy sky. Near the entrance, local residents were already crowding elves, humans, and burly dwarves. The demon nodded with satisfaction. It was time to begin. The boy tensed. The mayor had summoned them for a reason, and this suspicious guy was clearly up to something. A resonant snap of fingers. The gray-bearded dwarves exchanged suspicious glances. The hall buzzed with surprise when the horned one stepped forward and introduced himself as Dimitri, a demon merchant from the city of Beelzebub. The boy shuddered at his unnatural voice. Next, Dimitri dramatically presented Elizabeth his busty assistant in glasses. The merchant clapped his hands joyfully, suggesting to get down to business. The boy silently sweated from his predatory smile. The demon assured that his goods would definitely come in handy, but the stern dwarf crossed his arms over his chest. Their settlement produced everything necessary on its own. Dimitri slyly squinted and explained that he had opened a shop here precisely because of their craft talents, guaranteeing generous pay for work. Dimitri urged the dwarves not to rush to conclusions, but first to take a look at his goods. And instead of unnecessary words, he suddenly grabbed a pistol. The stunned gnomes gawked at the unseen weapon, not understanding what the hell it was. The merchant pulled out a strange metal device, very similar to a pistol with runic engraving. Instead of bullets, he loaded a whole clip of ordinary nails into it. Showing the mechanism, one press and the magazine easily slipped out. Only aiming remained. The boy listened perplexedly as they explained to him that this was not a weapon at all, but a revolutionary invention for construction. The elegant businessman ordered the assistant to hold the board, press the barrel, and pulled the trigger. The nail thunderously pierced the wood. Satisfied and smiling, the man lifted the tool still smoking and proudly called it the magic nail driver. He guaranteed the surprised bearded man that this thing drives fasteners in an instant, leaving ordinary hammers in the distant past. The master gnomes felt the pierced board and nodded. The device really turned out to be sturdy and extremely convenient. But the show went on. The next item turned out to be a massive chainsaw. The engine roared fiercely as the girl barely dragged the heavy log to the middle of the room. One swing of the merchant, and the saw cut through the thick tree like butter, without any need for an axe. The dwarves opened their mouths wide when the dealer promised to give both tools absolutely free in honor of the opening of their branch. The young man watched this presentation with enthusiasm, impressed by technologies never seen before. The vampire joyfully spread his arms, loudly presenting goods for all existing races. Already outside, he thanked the young man for the cooperation. He admitted that he did not understand everything, but the crowd remained delighted. The boy looked away, sincerely acknowledging the trading talent of his partner. Ashto immediately offered to exchange their goods for local resources. In honor of the opening, he splurged on 10 bottles of elite drink. The young man smiled contentedly. Everything went perfectly. They shook hands firmly. The village received a new impetus for development, although new challenges inevitably awaited them ahead. Near the counter, Ashto once again began to boast about his boundless assortment. From the list of toys, delicacies, and luxury, the listener's eyes literally widened. But as soon as the vampire slyly hinted at goods for personal life, the blushing young man sharply ordered him to be silent. The quiet street was torn by Elmina's joyful cry, to which Ashto only resignedly covered his eyes. The elf girl suddenly appeared right in front of his face. The boy even recoiled and barked for her to be quiet. She jumped onto his back at full speed, causing passersby to look back at their mayor in surprise. With a wide smile, the girl asked if she could have another drink. The answer was a categorical no. Ashto glared at her gloomily, realizing that another begging session was about to begin. He sighed heavily, reminding her that Elmina was to blame herself, having dried up all her supplies at once. The girl wailed plaintively, while the boy sincerely protested how it was even possible to drink a month's quota of alcohol in one day. She continued to beg for at least one bottle, ignoring the looks of the peasant women who had long been used to her tantrums. Ashto recalled how this drink lover was once expelled from her native village for stealing alcohol from the chief, while she dreamily praised the local brew. Her loud pleas to empathize were shattered by a short and cold no. The boy cut in, saying that giving her more than the norm was simply unfair to the other residents. Then the elf girl playfully winked, hinting that she was ready to do a lot for the sake of a drink, but Ashto remained unyielding. In despair, she spat, switching her thoughts to the tasty chocolate from Dimitri's home. Ashto forcibly pulled the stubborn girl after him, ordering her to wait for the salary while she cried out that she refused to live in a world without drinks and sweets. The boy dreamily licked his lips, recalling the taste of the dessert, while the elf girl scolded him in raised tones. He explained that it was an extremely popular chocolate made from cocoa beans, which was simply swept off the shelves of the local store. Pointing to a wooden amulet carved from wood, the boy suggested the girl also craft something for exchange. She only puffed out her cheeks in offense because she had nothing to offer. The elf girl hesitated, looked away, and reluctantly admitted that she had actually already made a few pieces. The boy even recoiled upon hearing that acquaintances called her creations a real curse and strictly forbade showing them to people. In his hand lay a creepy, twisted piece of wood that radiated horror. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar maid who joyfully ran up together with the local children. The boy grumbled tiredly that he wouldn't mind trading chocolate or at least alcohol for his suffering, but the elf quickly brought him back to reality. Noticing the shining faces of the children, he asked in surprise about the reason for such joy. The maid pressed the dreamed-of chocolate bars to her chest with great pride. A loud, shocked scream sounded above the rooftops of the houses. They stared at the girl, not believing their own eyes, and feverishly questioned what she had given in return. But she only smiled widely and showed a whole pile of ordinary nuts that the fairies had helped them gather. The beastmen happily shared the success. The children had gathered nuts together to trade them for treats. The elf praised them for their generosity, already dreaming of a hearty rest. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at the children's efforts and suggested eating the acquired chocolate together. And then the elf burst out. She tearfully protested why the children could have sweets but she could not. The boy only blinked tiredly. The satisfied beastman smiled and said goodbye. Ashto was just about to breathe out with relief, but the companion tugged his sleeve, reminding him of the profitable scheme for the kids. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She would also gather nuts for exchange. The boy said he was going home, but the girl clung to his clothes with a death grip. Ignoring any excuses, the elf forcibly pulled Ashto with her to the hunt. Soon they were swallowed by dense forest thickets. The boy was annoyed that wandering such winding paths was pointless, but she was irresistibly drawn by the thirst for the unknown. After several hours of futile wandering in the dark, Ashto openly groaned from fatigue, while the girl angrily demanded to keep searching for the promised share. While she stubbornly rummaged under the leaves, the boy mentally gave up if even a forest elf was powerless. Then he had no chance when suddenly something sticky suspiciously stirred at his feet. Elmina joyfully raised the round find up, boasting about it to Ashto. The boy turned around in surprise. At that moment, a suspicious slurping sound was heard from above. Ashto tasted a rare berry of the black pomegranate, which is rarely seen even in the settlement of the High Elves, and admitted that the taste was indeed not bad. While Ashto was rejoicing over the loot, a huge mass of transparent slime suddenly fell on the girl. The boy screamed in horror, seeing how his companion desperately struggled in the sticky trap. He instantly grabbed his grimoire and began feverishly flipping through the pages. While the slime mercilessly dissolved the girl's clothes, Ashto read that the creature's core was very valuable and should be preserved. The book gave a harsh verdict. This monster devours fabric on beautiful girls and fears only fire. Ashto was sweating with panic, as he did not possess fire magic at all, and began begging the grimoire for another way. The alternative turned out to be even worse. The spell would suck the life out of the entire world, leaving the two of them as mythical Adam and Eve. In anger, he threw the useless book to the ground. Exhausted, Elmina was barely standing on her feet, feeling the last scraps of fabric disappear. Having no choice, Ashto sharply stretched out his hand forward and commanded the grimoire to greedily absorb the monster right into its pages. The creature retracted its roots, and Ashto finally pulled the unconscious Elmina to the ground. Somehow the horned Shella appeared, and with a sly smile, declared that artificial respiration would have to be done. Ashto panicked and grabbed the girl she was not breathing. Shella carefully sat down nearby in the bushes, while the boy stared at her in shock. Extremely pleased with herself, she nudged Ashto closer to his friend. Following her instructions, he carefully pinched Elmina's nose and tilted her head back. While the boy blushed and hesitated, Shella impatiently pressed on the back of his head. Their lips touched. At that very moment, Elmina suddenly coughed and spat out a whole fountain of mucus right into the rescuer's face. She opened her eyes and blinked in confusion, hearing Shella's cheerful voice above her. Covered in filth, Ashto barely stayed on his feet from nausea. They wearily sat down on the ground, and Elmina exhaled heavily, trying to understand what kind of mucus that had been. Then Elmina noticed that there was absolutely nothing left of her clothes, and she stunned the forest with a scream saved from trouble, and yet she was still dissatisfied. Sweet dreams about mountains of chocolate and resting on fluffy clouds vanished instantly. Ashto sharply returned to reality, and now awkwardly justified his naked appearance before Elmina, who was hiding her burning face behind a cloak. The boy turned away displeased, rubbing his cheek red from the slap. He reminded himself that the elf girl had almost died, so the loss of clothes and the crushed fruit of the black pomegranate were truly minor details. Forgetting about the argument, Ashto dipped his hand into the sticky remains of the monster. A dark faceted crystal core of that very slimmed it up in his palm. He lightly tossed the stone, attracting the girl's attention. Elmina instantly imagined how much chocolate could be traded for such a rarity, and the boy satisfactorily confirmed the value of the find. While the elf girl admiringly examined the crystal, Ashto anxiously remembered the mysterious Shella, who had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Casting a glance at his undressed companion, he sighed and suggested carrying her on his back. Elmina stubbornly refused and briskly took a step forward, but immediately cried out in pain, stepping on something sharp. "You can't walk through the forest barefoot," Ashto calmly stated, looking at her confused face. Eventually, the girl had to surrender and obediently climb onto his back. Pressing against his back, she quietly apologized for the trouble, but as soon as the boy asked again, she hastily pretended she hadn't said anything. The gaze slid across the cloudless sky. From inside the neat shop came a sly giggle. Ashto handed Elizabeth a dark core of slime-sweet clothing and asked if she could recognize it at a glance. The horned demoness in glasses fiercely bared her fangs, intrigued by the find. The boy was surprised by the unfamiliar magic, to which she smugly touched the frame. Her glasses had a built-in appraisal spell. She dismissively waved off his reaction in the demon world. This was an ordinary, everyday occurrence. The clawed finger released the dark stone, analysis complete. The elf Elmina jumped up with delight upon hearing the number 200 and immediately demanded an exchange. But the appraiser held back the intrigue and took out a solid box from under the table, recalling the client's love of alcohol. She explained the conditions. The stone could indeed be exchanged for 200 servings of chocolate, but there was an alternative. The demoness showed a bottle of black blood, an extremely rare elite liqueur, at the sight of which Elmina's eyes lit up. The elf girl almost leaned over the table, asking in amazement if it was not a joke. While she was sweating from the hardest choice in her life, the guy next to her only sighed resignedly. He already knew the winner. With a wide, happy smile, the elf girl firmly chose chocolate. A short, approving hum was heard, and someone's relaxed hand lay on the knee. The stern worker behind the counter warned that the product is non-returnable, but the elf girl agreed to the deal without hesitation, confusing Ashto. The guy asked her distrustfully again, but the girl only playfully waved it off. She took out a small treat and smiled warmly, offering Ashto to share the promised portion between the two. The idyll was abruptly interrupted by the worker in glasses, who dryly cut off that eating in the store is forbidden. Her creepy gaze from between the shelves literally drilled through them. Suddenly, the girl's tone changed to businesslike. She informed Ashto that Dimitri is coming tomorrow and is waiting to meet him. The elf girl continued to smile carefree, but the guy frowned, thinking that this man needs something from him again. The next day, a polite thank you to Mayor Ashto for the visit was heard in the spacious office. Elegant Dimitri authoritatively ordered his assistant Elizabeth to prepare drinks, unwilling to discuss matters on an empty stomach. The man with a sly smile got to the point, and the boy calmly confirmed that he indeed had a request for him. Hot steam rose above the cup. For a moment, silence reigned near the window. Dimitri offered the boy to try a strange drink called coffee, but Ashto stared suspiciously at the unknown black liquid. The boy carefully took a sip from the cup. The drink seemed to him similar to ordinary human tea. Immediately, a guess surfaced in his mind: this is coffee, a popular beverage in Velzeval. The next moment he couldn't stand it, and sharply spat out all the bitterness right into the demon's face. The young man shouted indignantly about deception, while the merchant calmly wiped his wet cheeks and justified the peculiar taste. The horned maid nearby advised adding milk with sugar, assuring that this drink quickly causes addiction. With the new ingredients, the coffee went much smoother, and the demon smiled contentedly, watching the guests' reaction. The merchant praised the drink's ability to ward off sleep, after which the young man sighed resignedly. Tonight he definitely would not close his eyes. The youth tried to steer the conversation towards trading raw materials, but the demon's gaze suddenly grew serious. He had a completely different, much more important request. While Elizabeth was bored behind the counter, Ashto and Dmitri moved on to a business conversation. The young man inquired what exactly the interlocutor's request was. Dmitri set down his cup and calmly suggested hiring one of his men. Ashto was genuinely surprised by such a trivial matter. He expected something more significant, but the guest with a sly smile asked to place 4 more in the village. The conversation smoothly shifted to the new library, where the high elves regularly sent stacks of books. Upon learning that the collection already offered his own librarian volumes, Dmitri stared in astonishment. Quickly regaining his composure, he offered his own librarians, as his people had a considerable interest in this knowledge. The young man pondered, as he himself did not know how to manage such a mountain of texts. Dmitri fervently promised the absolute obedience of the new workers, causing Ashto to nervously clarify whether the matter was really only about working with books. Eventually, the young man gratefully accepted the help, and the guest promised to immediately take care of their housing. Suddenly, Ashto remembered one more detail. He asked about the race of the future subordinates, to which Dmitri grinned with satisfaction. They would be demons. The young man resignedly wiped the sweat from his cheek, wondering if this deal would backfire on him. The fanged assistant assured Ashto that he vouched for the skills of the new workers. 4 absolutely identical elf women lined up before the young man, politely thanking him for the permission to live and work in their village. The girls bowed perfectly in sync. Ashto was completely confused when the twins took turns naming their names: Aishit, Zesnam, Agrat, and Maharat. Their joyful greetings merged into a single chorus. The assistant smiled and admitted that at first glance it was almost impossible to distinguish the sisters. However, he immediately offered his method, pointing to Agrat, who was holding a romance novel in her hands. The other 2 also boasted their literary preferences. Maharat read biographies, and Aishit was passionate about fantasy. Ashto skeptically grimaced at such a method of identification. The man was not embarrassed by this, and he finished with an argument about the 4th sister, Zesnam, who loved comics. He boasted that he could see the difference with the naked eye, although the young man had no idea how to quickly distinguish them during work. Ashto sighed wearily. He no longer hoped for the arrival of someone normal. Understanding the scale of the problem with the quadruplets, the boy mentally shifted all the troubles onto Elizabeth. In the end, they decided not to complicate things. The girls were simply offered to wear badges until everyone learned to match names with their identical faces. Ashto wearily closed his eyes and muttered agreement, finally preparing to leave. However, the man with a sly smile threw an unexpected request over his shoulder to take care of his daughters. After so many days of waiting, this moment finally came. What daughters? The young man froze in confusion on the spot. The sun brightly reflected in the stained glass windows of the newly built structure. The construction was officially completed. Ashto approached closer and silently raised his head. The facade rapidly rose high above the tree crowns. Before him towered a gigantic round, 10-story tower. The young man shone with pride. Even the main royal library, with its 30,000 volumes, was insignificant compared to this giant. Inside stretched endless rows of massive shelves, capable of holding 100,000 books on each floor. The space was arranged perfectly, with cozy sofas for reading and relaxation areas where one could unwind with a drink. Ashto triumphantly clenched his fist. Only the task of bringing all the books here remained, although his bearded companion reasonably asked how many they actually had. Anyway, from now on, this monumental tower became absolutely the largest building in the entire village. The gnome anxiously asked whether the floor could even withstand such a crazy weight, a full 20,000 books. Dickbeck confidently took the initiative upon himself, calming Mayor Ashto. The elf women enthusiastically took on the task, happy to get their first jobs as librarians. In 10 days, the girls perfectly arranged all the volumes by genre. The old man froze in the middle of the renovated hall, exhaling in amazement. The huge room finally acquired a perfect, cozy appearance. Ashto barely held back tears. He carefully preserved every book given to him here. He warmly greeted Dickbeck, who came to congratulate the mayor on the long-awaited opening. The old man leisurely flipped through the pages, admiring the perfect order on the shelves. Then he turned around with a new request. Ashto recalled that most of these volumes were written by the old man himself, and Dickbeck was touched. His books, which no one in the High Elf village had paid attention to, were now kept in impeccable condition. The mayor cautiously inquired if they had other genres, to which the boy joyfully assured there were still plenty of reserves. Dickbeck promised to come regularly now and constantly replenish the collection. But suddenly he stopped, blinking in surprise. He asked confusedly how these four managed to cope so easily, and the girls just smiled carefree. They simply manually checked the contents of all 20,000 books. The library was finally filled, and long-awaited days of peace came for Ashto. He leaned over the open folio and herbs, thoughtfully studying the recipes. The new potion succeeded. A mixture of 3 plants removed poison and restored strength much more effectively than market analogs. The maid Silmeria quietly entered the room with a tray of hot tea. Ashto sincerely thanked her and the other girls for analyzing the manuscripts. It greatly advanced his medical research. He immediately noticed that today's drink was different. A cautious sip. The taste pleasantly surprised the processing, completely changed the usual tea leaves. Ashto praised the efforts of the Silver Cat tribe, who managed to grow a mild variety and get rid of excess astringency. Suddenly, he remembered that he had already encountered mentions of this tea in the Medicinal Plants Guide. The puzzle came together. Silmeria's ears twitched joyfully at such a successful find. Ashto pushed away from the table and suggested taking a break to enjoy reading together in their new hall. The girls smiled gently and willingly agreed to personally give him a tour. Shella burst through the window shouting about an emergency so sharply that Ashto almost choked on his drink. The boy asked confusedly why such a hurry. He asked again about the trouble, to which the girl nodded with a smile. Ashto instantly froze. Shella added that the trouble happened to the children. Under the tree sat 2 completely bloodied girls, holding onto each other with their last strength. Shella explained that gargoyles attacked the girls and called Silmeria to boil water faster. The wounded were immediately carried into the house, and the boy resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly his gaze caught on a strange detail. By the shape of the horns, he instantly recognized the unconscious girl as a half-dragon. A memory flashed in his head. He had definitely seen them before. But the reflections had to be abandoned. Now they needed to be saved. The maid Silmeria brought hot water, and Ashto tore the fabric to reach the wound. Cutting off the remnants of the blood-stained clothes with scissors, he asked the girl to hold on just a little longer. Ashto explained how to properly dissolve the herbal decoction with monster liver powder, finishing the treatment. The wounds were dealt with. The boy wearily pulled on his jacket. The dragon girl warmly praised him for his work, noting that the patients had lost too much blood. Looking at the sleeping ones, Ashto frowned. He had definitely seen these 2 somewhere before. If they were dragon people, they should belong to the kingdom of the lords. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, recalling the envoy's visit a few years ago. A clear image surfaced in his memory, 2 mysterious guests in dresses, past whom he had then walked in the courtyard. The horned companion interrupted his thoughts. She asked him to watch over the sick and went away on business. Ashudo mechanically nodded after her, and then the puzzle in his head fell into place. Back then, it was the royal sisters who came with the envoy. The boy slowly turned to the bed. He looked intently at the relaxed face on the pillow. The girl peacefully and barely noticeably smiled through her sleep. The boy looked up hopefully and quietly called Lorelei. In response, the horned figure in the chair only groaned heavily. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the tall castle. The boy kept questioning, making his interlocutor irritably beg him to be silent. Lorelei, a frantic scream broke the silence. It was the Dragon King shouting, while his subordinates anxiously discussed the disappearance of the girls after a usual walk. Hearing the guess about their escape to the dangerous Oberstein, the ruler panicked even more. One of the advisors wearily rubbed his temple. They would have to expand the search groups. But the king could no longer be stopped. He decisively prepared to fly to help personally. The man collapsed to the floor, sobbing and calling out for his relatives. This hysterics was instantly interrupted by a sharp slap on the head. The dragon girl sternly reminded Garland that a ruler should not abandon the throne and took the rescue mission upon herself. She confidently headed to the exit, saying that no demons of Oberstein would stop her. But suddenly she froze sharply. A barely audible, mysterious whisper reached her ears. Shella playfully winked and with a chuckle revealed her cards. His daughters were now with her. She was behind all the troubles, and now it remained only to figure out what connects Ashto with the two patients. Two dragons were carelessly soaring in the sky, not even suspecting the approach of trouble. Almeria and Younghar stood before Lady Marcella, who greeted them with a calm smile and was surprised at how much the boy had grown. The men were not in the mood for pleasantries. They panicked and burst into shouting, demanding an explanation of what she had done with their daughters. The woman only smoothly adjusted her clothing. Gar demanded to stop the farce. Almeria begged with tears not to kill the children, and she instead playfully suggested first having some tea. Seeing their horror, the hostess hurried to assure that the girls were safe and unharmed in the village. And then she abruptly dropped the jokes and stated that an accident had happened to them. With a cheerful clap of her hands, Marcella created a tea set from a cloud of smoke, stubbornly continuing to stick to her line. Gar sharply interrupted her and suggested immediately going to the village, to which the woman calmly agreed. Minutes of travel in the darkness stretched on. Suddenly Almeria and Gar froze in confusion. Before them stood a large two-story house. Dim light fell through the window into the room. There lay motionless a horned girl, barely opening her exhausted eyes. The girl with horns slowly opened her eyes in a strange bed. "Am I alive?" she gasped in shock, while the young man nearby sighed with relief. Suddenly she sharply grabbed his clothes, panickingly demanding to say where Clarabelle was. The boy gently calmed her down, assuring that the girl was fine and sleeping nearby. He wearily rubbed his forehead and finally put the puzzle together. It turns out, before him was Lorelei, the very sister who once came to the Estrie family with a messenger. Lorelei blinked in surprise, realizing that they had already met in the palace greenhouse. The young man awkwardly looked away and tried to brush it off, saying his appearance here was a long story. She leaned closer in surprise, not understanding why he stubbornly turned away from her. An awkward pause followed. Lorelei pressed the blanket to her chest in confusion, realizing her nakedness, while the blushing boy quickly covered his face with his hands. Freshly brewed potions smoked on the table. With a friendly smile, he handed her a cup of medicine to restore blood, promising that it tasted pleasant. The girl took a sip and relaxed, closing her eyes at the fragrant aroma. Suddenly Lorelei quietly asked him to finally look at her, and the boy turned around confused. The girl with horns smiled softly as she passed by him. Alito plunged into memories. 5 years ago, during their first meeting, he was in complete despair because of his talent for nature magic. At that time, the young man saw nothing but studying, and he spent every day in the royal greenhouse. He exhausted himself with science to prove his right to belong to the general's family. Everything changed when Clarabelle and Lorelei arrived from the Dragon Lord. The girl recalled her surprise at how diligently he studied plants and made notes on parchment. She was immediately seduced by the sweet aroma of brewed herbs. She confessed with a laugh that she refused to believe that this peaceful boy was the son of the famous family of Battle Mages Estrie. The girl gently noted how much he had changed since those busy times, to which Alito only nodded. He really had to go through a lot. She settled more comfortably in bed. She was eager to hear what exactly brought him here. But Alito carefully pulled the blanket up, ordering her to rest first. The girl obediently wrapped herself up to her chin and began to tell how she and Clarabelle went for a walk among the rocks. Disguised as dragons, they carefully flew over the water and gathered fruits. She recalled how she observed Oberstein from a bird's-eye view, using the unique gift of transformation of the royal lineage. She recalled how she observed Oberstein from a bird's-eye view, using the unique gift of transformation of the royal lineage. The gargoyle attacked from behind. The girl admitted that she was already preparing for death during the fall, if not for the timely rescue by Lady Marceligo. She bitterly reproached herself for Clarabelle having to go through all this, but Ashto gently asked her not to be so harsh on herself. He himself perfectly understood what a disaster this day almost turned out to be. The girl could not hold back tears and sincerely thanked him. Ashto gently placed his hand on her head, assuring that the worst was behind, and now they all just needed to rest. Handing over a basket with clean clothes, he asked to change Clarabelle while she was still unconscious. Suddenly, a quiet moan was heard. Clarabelle opened her eyes, and her sister, with a joyful exclamation, threw herself around her neck. The little one cheerfully clenched her fists and assured that her lost wings would definitely grow back. The sister tightly hugged her, crying with relief. Ashto warmly stroked the rescued girl on the head, while the elder reminded her to thank her rescuers. Clarabelle shyly admitted that her back still hurt a little, but a smile was already shining on her face. He peeked into the room, where a little horned girl was already sitting on the bed, next to the elder friend. Rejoicing, the young man smiled warmly from the doorway and noted that Clarabelle had finally woken up. But instead of a usual greeting, the little one shouted at the top of her lungs, asking why he was hanging around in Oberstein and not in Great Ballas, almost deafening everyone present. The boy could only laugh awkwardly and admit that she had the loudest voice in the entire palace greenhouse. The dragon sisters were regaining their strength. Ashto examined them and was surprised. The elixir and dragon blood had healed the severe wounds in just one day. Suddenly the girl regained consciousness and, covering her bare chest, blushed deeply, calling the boy a pervert. However, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Ashto warned that, for safety's sake, it was better for them to stay in the village for a couple more days. The bloodied bandages flew onto the table. The older sister, Clarabelle, smiled warmly. She was only glad to rest. But the younger one immediately demanded adventure and jumped up to the boy, demanding a tour. She was eager to see his creation with her own eyes. She declared that she was already completely healthy, as if a baby tooth had just fallen out, which completely puzzled the rescuer. He glanced at Clarabelle, asking if everything was just as smooth with her. The boy gave in, took her by the hand, and led the sisters outside. Stepping over the threshold, the girls froze. Instead of the wild wastelands of Oberstein, a neat little town with cobblestone streets spread out before them, although Ashto modestly waved it off, saying, "A village is a village." Noticing tiny houses on the trees, the boy asked if they were birdhouses, but suddenly an exclamation of surprise sounded. Lorelei calmly explained that the entire construction was overseen by the elder gnomes, whose engineering work caused genuine admiration. But the conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a real fairy, at whom Clarabelle gawked in silent shock. The tiny winged guest hovered in the air and innocently inquired if this was their friend. At that very moment chaos began. Clarabelle joyfully rushed to catch the fairy with her bare hands, while Lorelei begged her to calm down. The boy smiled and explained that these were flower fairies, although Lorelei still could not believe in their existence. Suddenly Clarabelle's eyes lit up. She remembered that these creatures collect forest honey and brew a special syrup. Everything came together. The tiny birdhouses turned out to be fairy homes, of which there were about 30 in this village. The young man sighed wearily and vowed not to chase after anyone anymore. Clarabelle tightly hugged the trunk, not letting others near it, and begging the irritated fairy to share the sweet treats. Later, the company learned a new amazing fact. The local hellhounds can sew clothes and craft bags. Behind the door opened a spacious workshop of a real sewing factory, filled with long rows of weaving looms. They were joyfully greeted by the local craftswoman Moody, sincerely surprised that Lorelei and Clarabelle were already allowed to go for a walk. On her work desk awaited a fresh dress sketch, the design of which she was just contemplating. The boy noticed with relief that the horned friend had fully recovered, and immediately looked in surprise at her companion Moody. It turned out the girl had come here simply for the sake of silence at home. She could not concentrate at all. Suddenly, a ringing child's voice sounded, which bluntly asked Moody if she was perhaps dating her little brother. The horned girl instantly tensed and cast an extremely suspicious glance at her. The sun softly illuminated the cozy streets of the settlement. Walking through the village, the young man was sincerely amazed by the local diversity. Elves, dwarves, and beastfolk calmly walked the same roads. The friend nodded, admitting that the local crowd of hellhounds, flower fairies, and demonic ogres at first really confused her. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the shocked exclamation of the boy, who noticed something strange near the farm. Under a tree, a giant mole in a work jumpsuit was snoring carefreely. The young man had to explain that this was a local resident, not someone's giant scarecrow. Endless fields stretched ahead, reaching all the way to the mountain ridge. The horned companion admired the vast scale of the rural lands. These lands were simply awash with wheat, tea plantations, fruit orchards, and sprawling vineyards. And on the cotton fields grazed funny, fluffy animals that fully provided the village with fabric for clothing. The excursion ended near a large processing plant. The young man explained with a smile that the locals love to drink, so alcohol is brewed here with maximum enthusiasm. The horned girl told about trade with elves, and Ashto only sighed nervously. Things were becoming too complicated. He decided to lighten the atmosphere and offered to show the guests the bathhouse and the library. Suddenly, a small spirit ran out to them with a basket of ripe grapes. While everyone was walking through the wheat field, Ashto explained that he had molded this little gardener with his own magic. Clarabelle smiled tenderly. "Then the little brother is his mother," she laughed loudly, making the boy awkwardly ask for at least the role of the father. The sister glanced around the surroundings and sincerely admitted that the village was simply wonderful. Ashto proudly replied, "This peace in Oberstein became possible only thanks to their joint work." Inspired by what she saw, the girl promised to talk to her father and also help the settlement. Hearing the conversation about home, Clarabelle tightly hugged the spirit. She begged with tears to stay with her brother a little longer. "Are we already leaving?" The sister was confused. Ashto warmly smiled and assured that they wouldn't even have time to get bored. The parents might worry about their absence, so the boy offered to personally escort the girls home. At farewell, he promised Clarabelle that she could visit him anytime on a safe road. Shella carefully declared that next time she would go straight to the Dragon Lord, not just to the village. Ashto was just thanking the giant beetle for the ride when suddenly he was stunned to notice a girl right on his shell. The dragon woman handed him a letter from Clarabelle and Lorelai's parents, adding that they were restless with worry. The older sister happily poked part of the message to the younger one. The dragon woman handed a separate letter to Ashto himself, which greatly surprised him. The girls squealed with happiness as soon as the boy read the main condition. They were allowed to stay if Shella didn't mind. Ashto froze confusedly, trying to understand the connection between Shella and the Lord, but the sisters were already gone. Clarabelle enthusiastically confirmed the permission to stay a little longer, having read a greeting for herself in the text. The younger one rushed at the boy's neck with momentum, while he was surprisedly pulling another slip of paper out of the envelope. The smile instantly disappeared. On the sheet was a crossed-out desperate plea to return home and a promise not to burn anyone this time. He nervously sweated, while the sisters were already planning entertainment in the library. Their move, due to excessive parental care, became an inevitable reality. Before them stood a huge round tower, the newly built village library, whose scale made the Horn sisters almost squeal. They entered a spacious hall with endless rows of towering shelves. One of the girls joyfully twirled around the room. She had never seen such beauty before. Her sister confirmed that she had always adored books, while the mayor noticed the local librarian. He confidently called her Agrat, but the girl with a sweet smile objected. The employee playfully leaned toward him, while the boy blinked in confusion. From the side, another identical girl in a strict uniform calmly asked if they were looking for a book, to which the mayor explained about the excursion. Suddenly she shouted sternly, demanding some Agrat and Aishit stop mocking the mayor. The boy looked hopefully at the neighbor and called her Aishit, but was wrong again. Two more absolutely identical smiling faces popped out nearby. The guests gasped in surprise, and the mayor almost howled in despair. He exhaled heavily and calmed his shocked companion. These were just 4 twin sisters. 2 of them angrily reminded the sisters about the agreement to wear name badges. The jokers giggled cheerfully and confessed who was who, leaving the exhausted mayor to sigh resignedly. The little ones exchanged disappointed glances. Their game was uncovered too quickly. Clarabelle clung to Lorelai's back in shock, seeing 4 exactly identical faces before her. The boy asked if they would now stay to live in this village. Lorelai froze, illuminated by a sudden idea. She awkwardly admitted, although they were brought here to recover, idling away whole days was simply unbearable. Leaning conspiratorially toward the boy, she asked for a favor. Raising the book, the girl joyfully declared that she wanted to work in the library. He was stunned by such enthusiasm, but immediately agreed. 4 small clones chirped, joyfully welcoming the 5th colleague. With sly smiles, they offered her to become their leader. At that moment, the sisters took on the appearance of adult women and respectfully bowed to the new leader. Hearing the sudden Miss Lorelai, the girl froze in confusion. The twins only smiled warmly in response. Lorelai's eyes sparkled. The status of chief librarian was definitely to her liking. The boy watched the girls' acquaintance in confusion. They chatted sweetly and promised to teach each other all the nuances. The horned guest warmly said goodbye to the trio of maids and headed home. The young man only gave a crooked smile, realizing that no one would stop this restless girl anymore. Lorelai quickly settled into the new place. She headed the library, and the villagers immediately appreciated her elegant mantle. There was silence outside. Behind the massive carved doors hid true knowledge. Hundreds of old books were crowded on the shelves. The wind barely stirred the branches of the trees. Lorelei eagerly accepted new scrolls and paintings from the villagers, while the boy silently marveled at how easily the locals adapted to everything. After a few weeks, Mr. Gred visited the estate and thanked the boss for the time given, although the young man immediately dismissed unnecessary formalities. The boy did not hide his surprise at the sudden visit of the burly lizardman. Gred quite seriously asked for help to build a shed for molting. His clawed paw nervously gripped the fabric on his knee for a stern warrior. This was an extremely important and personal request. At such an unexpected statement, the young man blinked and simply froze in confusion. Molting, the boy asked in surprise. The salamander asked him to raise his head and promised to explain everything. The young man thoughtfully nodded, comparing them to dragons and reptiles. It turned out that salamanders shed their skin regularly, about 3 to 4 times a year. But the process caused discomfort. Showing themselves during molting was as embarrassing for them as walking naked is for people. Moreover, during this period, they emit so much heat that any flammable objects nearby can instantly catch fire. The boy quickly grasped the essence. They needed safe brick sheds. The guest confirmed that simply hiding out in the forest wouldn't work and asked for permission to build several fireproof huts. The boy asked if they would work together with the dwarves, but the salamander proudly replied that they could manage on their own. The young man smiled kindly, understanding that this would not interfere with Master August in any way. He unhesitatingly allowed them to build whatever they wanted and offered to allocate a plot on the edge of the village. Looking at the guest, the boy caught himself thinking that he had always considered salamanders too reserved. The guest seriously warned that the first molts would begin in a week or two. Then the boy happily promised to assign the elder dwarves to this task first, which greatly surprised the modest salamander. The young man relaxed back on the cushions and reminded that despite the hierarchy, everyone in the village remains equal, then casually inquired about the date of the next molt. The interlocutor respectfully pressed his palms to the floor, humbly acknowledging the leader's authority. The lizardman in traditional attire silently straightened up. The boy lined on the table and confidently stated that they were obliged to build new facilities for their rural friends. Boss, the subordinate exhaled with deep gratitude. The young man smiled carefree, promising the salamanders unconditional help with any troubles. But the lizard suddenly broke into a sweat and nervously waved his hands, remembering Augustus, to whom they had told nothing about their secret construction. In his imagination, the fierce face of the old man instantly appeared, who would have smashed their crooked shack to pieces and ground the lizard himself to dust. Throwing a quick thanks, the subordinate shot out the door like a bullet to find craftsmen, leaving the embarrassed boy blinking in the middle of the room. In front of Ash stood a brand new brick house. He sincerely thanked the gnomes for the lightning-fast work, although the old master grumbled to stop throwing around thanks every second. The boy only smiled kindly and advised the lizardman to quickly call his ladies for spawning. The lizardman stared in shock, and the old gnome reproachfully asked why he still hadn't told anything. Ash stood, crossing his arms on his chest with satisfaction. When the boy naively asked again about the birth of new life in the village, the lizardman awkwardly brushed off the too delicate topic. Later, during the harvest in the large greenhouse, a peaceful idyll prevailed. Only someone's heavy gaze gloomily drilled into him from behind the woven basket. Mandragora demonstratively turned away and snorted offendedly, leaving the boy with the plate in his hands. He looked at her in confusion, wondering what had caused such a bad mood. Esh carefully approached the girl and directly asked what was the matter. She only frowned more deeply. Lately, Alron leaves were being taken apart in the village too quickly. Suddenly, the lively little tree nearby joyfully shouted about donuts, and the boy was instantly enlightened. The whole matter was in the treats. A mixture of fried leaves made these donuts surprisingly sweet and deep in flavor. The boy cheerfully tousled the leaves on Mandragora's head and called her home. She only frowned and silently stomped away. Meanwhile, special donuts became a real hit among elves, cats, and gnomes. The girls simply melted with pleasure, devouring the sweet pastries. The boy smiled awkwardly, instantly guessing the reason for the children's jealousy. Only Arlon leaves were used for cooking. He examined the torn leaf and explained that the slightly salty taste of Mandragora simply does not suit desserts. His gaze softened. He smiled warmly, assuring his interlocutor that everything would be fine with Arlana. A full basket of fresh vegetables was already waiting for tomorrow's cooking. A calm morning came. The boy gently called Mandragora, asking for a little help. but the little one was still sulking, offended, burying her face in the pillow. He looked up the stairs, calling her down to the kitchen. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe, hesitating to take a step. The mandrake girl looked at the kitchen table in surprise, cluttered with fresh vegetables and a bundle of herbs. The boy smiled warmly and noticed that today she had just stayed at home. At the unexpected proposal to cook together, the girl blinked confusedly, slightly blushing. The boy admitted that he wanted to cook something with mandrake leaves, and the girl anxiously asked if he intended to put herself into the dish. Overwhelmed with emotions, the boy joyfully squeezed her in his arms. But as soon as it came to chopping vegetables, he hesitated uncertainly with a knife in his hand. The boy looked anxiously at his friend, asking if she could manage at all. The girl quietly confessed that she was not very skilled with a blade. He panicked seriously and immediately rushed to support her. But in vain, Mandrake skillfully and quickly chopped the carrot, which caused his sincere admiration. Later, he inhaled the thick aroma from the frying pan with a blissful expression on his face. Field garlic crackled on the fire, mixed with dried mandrake leaves. He entrusted her to finish with the meat and vegetables, and he himself took on the casserole. And for the preparation of this dish, the boy unfolded a real magical grimoire. He fried the remaining spices separately so that they would not burn. Returning, the boy was surprised at how quickly the little mandrake coped with the chopping. Vegetables, meat, fried garlic, and mandrake leaves flew into the cauldron, after which he left everything to stew. Next came the onions, and when they browned, he generously poured water over the dish. The boy sharply sniffed. Everything cooked so instantly that he froze by the stove, not believing his eyes. At that very moment, both of them were overwhelmed by a wild, uncontrollable hunger attack. Thick waves of hot steam poured out from under the lid. This smell simply intoxicated the mind. The fragrant trail burst out of the window and stretched away from the house like a white ribbon. The ladle slowly scooped up the thick, rich broth. On the table steamed a deep bowl of perfect stew with meat and vegetables. The boy sent the first spoonful to his mouth and melted into a blissful smile of delight. Looking contentedly at the table, he invited Mandragora to keep him company, and they began their dinner. Ashto swallowed the stew and exclaimed in amazement that Mandragora turned out to be surprisingly tasty. At that very moment, he was thrown into a fever, his face flushed, and a scream burst from his throat from the hellish spiciness. However, the fire quickly subsided, leaving behind a rich taste of meat, vegetables, and spicy broth. Sitting at the table with Mandragora, the boy admitted that he had never even dreamed of cooking such a masterpiece from simple ingredients for the elixir. One of the dragon sisters peeked into the kitchen, curious about what brother had cooked this time, and Ashto greeted the guests. 3 girls peeked through the ajar door, attracted by the luxurious aroma from the kitchen. Ashto warmly offered them to join and taste the dish. Hot plates and fresh bread appeared instantly before the guests. He proudly presented his creation, a special curry soup with mandrake leaves. From the very first spoonful, the girls blushed from the spiciness, but immediately admitted that this taste causes true addiction. A continuous excitement began with requests for seconds and pleas to reveal the recipe. Ashto's culinary talent united everyone, and even Mandragora herself melted into a broad, satisfied smile. Ashto told the horned giant about a new source he accidentally stumbled upon during hunting. At first, the boy took it for an ordinary lake, but it turned out to be a huge water vein. Remembering the big fish, he suggested fishing, and this idea immediately appealed to his interlocutor. Thus, the plan for a small trip beyond the village was born. Somewhere nearby, a fluffy mole carefully rolled down a grassy slope. The news quickly spread, and the blonde, horned girl literally shone at the thought of fresh fish. Another lively resident immediately volunteered to cook the catch for everyone. The problem of lacking fishing gear was solved instantly. Ashto had already spotted fishing rods in the local shop. The sisters were simply planning to swim plenty in the clean water. Suddenly, a whole crowd of noisy villagers flew around the boy, all demanding to be taken with him. Ashto sighed confusedly and explained that it was impossible to go with such a large crowd. Then a mole in overalls interrupted the conversation. He calmly remarked that forest monsters usually do not hunt near the watering place. At the words about danger, Ashto tensed, because on the way to the village he had seen only a beautiful and peaceful place there. The empty sunny yard froze in silence. The boy shared his plans for resting by the water with the little Ponta and asked him to scout the area. Suddenly, someone's huge back loomed over him, completely blocking the view. Turning around, he realized how large the company gathered for the hike was. The squad set off along the forest path. Hearing an unfamiliar word, the blonde blinked in confusion. Noticing that Pontus was having difficulty walking, the young man picked him up in his arms. A light melody floated over the green hills. The tall companion blushed deeply, envying the baby, while her friend ironically advised simply asking to be carried. While the girls cheerfully sang along, the boy seriously pondered the protection of the territory for their future offspring. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding to postpone global plans for another day. The elf inquired of the horned Lorelei whether she had ever gone fishing. She calmly stated that she usually just grabs fish with her jaws and swallows them whole. Then she smiled sweetly, adding that this time she was relying on the help of friends. The elf joyfully offered to share fishing gear so they could all fish together. The boy asked about the distance to the spring, and she calmly replied that it would take about 2 hours to get there. Along the way, the girls walked side by side and laughed that only they had an elf and a dragon who could fish together. The boy noticeably lagged behind the group and muttered gloomily that they would definitely have arrived faster without him. But seeing the overall elevated mood, he decided not to chase after them and to conserve his strength. Finding themselves near the water, the girls gasped enchantingly. Before them stretched a spacious forest lake, pierced by sunlight. The shore was densely covered with greenery and looked very picturesque. Meanwhile, the boy barely dragged his feet from fatigue, while he was impatiently called to come faster. He stopped to catch his breath, but as soon as he looked at the sparkling water, he had to admit the place was truly wonderful. The next moment he collapsed powerless, whining that he hadn't accounted for the weight of his fluffy companion Ponty, and the elf girl only mercilessly noted his weakness. After catching his breath, the boy set off along the shore, enjoying the unusually fresh air. All the bodies of water he had seen before smelled of mustiness and fish, no matter how well they were cared for, but here the water remained crystal clear. Clarabelle joyfully commanded to unpack things and have fun, ignoring the sharp objection. She picked up her younger sister in her arms and warned her not to jump into the water after the transformation, and with a creepy smile, added that they would simply eat her there. The girl broke out in a cold sweat, instantly recalling her mother's scary stories. One word echoed in her mind. Ashto mentally assessed such harsh pedagogy, while Clarabelle advised her sister to check the bottom first. The whole company gathered on the shore of a wide forest spring. The elf girl spread out a blanket and invited everyone to lunch, giving the boy a long-awaited moment of peace. Suddenly, she remembered the islet in the middle of the water. Someone's hand pointed the direction, calling Ashto. The boy asked in surprise. In the middle of the water surface, there really stood a small patch of land, densely overgrown with greenery. Ashto instantly understood the curiosity. The little fairy had already volunteered to fly on a reconnaissance mission, but someone's hand sharply stopped her. Ashto gazed into the distance, trying to make out a barely visible dot on the horizon. His face instantly lit up with a guess. There was a boat. The girl nearby timidly suggested checking the find together. The idea so captivated the company that they began dreaming of building a real cruise liner. Ashto made a decision. They would ask August and other craftsmen to build them a ship. He immediately asked the horned giant Balgold if it was safe around, and he confirmed the absence of threats. Full of enthusiasm, the young man announced the upcoming expedition, which greatly surprised the girls with his sudden energy. He admitted that he had only sailed on small boats so far, as their native lands had no access to the sea. He strictly forbade the little fairy Phil to fly there alone, and she obediently agreed to stick with the group. Only returning to the village and making a detailed action plan remained. Suddenly, water splashed loudly behind his back. Ashto sharply turned around, hearing a quiet plea for help. He approached the very shore, listening to the mysterious voice from the spring, which promised a new adventure. But silence fell again around, making him confusedly wonder if he had imagined it. The question about the huge liner suddenly pierced the calm of the village street. Ashto, with burning eyes, urged the dwarves to build a ship for 20 people for the expedition to the spring, but heard only a categorical impossible. He wanted to start construction right now, but faced a dead end. Experienced masters gloomily examined the ship's blueprints, admitting that such a task was beyond their abilities. The elders shrugged. They had never lived near a large body of water and had no idea how to build large-scale ships. The most they were capable of was an ordinary small boat. Hope faded. A heavy sigh, Ashto walked away disappointed. The dwarves awkwardly apologized for letting the mayor down, but he just calmly waved it off. It was not their fault. Walking down the street, the boy mentally admitted defeat. If August couldn't manage it, then no one in the village would build the ship. Suddenly, behind his back, a strange shadow silently slid. A loud cough made Ashto turn around. Dmitri was standing before him, who immediately began theatrically lamenting about fishing and a hard fate. He reproached indignantly that the mayor could have noticed his mysterious appearance even before he had to fake a coughing fit. With a sly smile, Dmitri admitted that he was hiding in the bushes and accidentally overheard the entire conversation with the master. He dramatically waved his clawed hand. Now the secret was revealed, and Dmitri knew perfectly well about the dwarves' fiasco and Ashto's despair. Dmitri calmly assured the young man that his shop had absolutely everything. He slyly squinted, warning that a real cruise liner would be quite expensive. The boy blinked in surprise, and the merchant had already extended his hand, ready to make a deal. On the street, the young man stammered about an installment plan, but Dmitri immediately cut him off. The demand to give 1,000 bottles of elite sake now made the boy stunned. The demon planned to make a crazy profit reselling alcohol in Beelzebub, so the ship cost exactly that amount. He said that for a dozen bottles, the dwarves would only gather a lifeboat, and this phrase suddenly gave the young man a brilliant idea. Already in the workshop, before the dwarves, they unfolded a huge blueprint of a vessel for 20 people. The young man proudly presented Dimitro's work, calling it first-class engineering. Next to the board lay a miniature wooden copy. The elder gnome curiously twisted the model in his hands, which the boy had brought for clarity. The masters leaned over the papers, clicking their tongues at the demon's talent and examining the sailboat cabin plan. Their eyes lit up with excitement. They had never built such large ships before, but these schemes were more than enough. A hand decisively slapped the table. The deal was sealed with a brief, "All right, chief." The liner's construction started exactly on schedule, and the boy noted with a smile the inexhaustible zeal of the master gnomes. Above the tall wooden scaffolding, the continuous knocking of hammers sounded. The young man dryly thanked Dimitro for the drawings, but abruptly cut off the conversation as soon as he began to beg for extra drinks. The elf smugly folded his arms behind his back, completely satisfied with the perfect progress of the work. The little fairy joyfully asked again if they would all set sail together to the source, and received a firm promise. Flying higher, Phil admired the massive foundation of the future ship with enthusiasm. And then she innocently asked if they would take this stinky old man on board. Dmitri was so shocked by such impudence that he lost his speech. Comfortably settled on the boy's crown, the fairy frankly finished off the elf with a straightforward statement. She simply did not like him. Quickly hiding his offense behind a businesslike tone, he assured that at the slightest delay, he would immediately call elite shipbuilders from Beelzebub. The construction of a real ship required incredible precision and turned out to be much more fragile than the paper sketches. However, the elf could only watch in admiration, as the dwarves perfectly interpreted his intricate drawings, even without outside help. Finally, Dmitri nervously asked not to forget about him after the construction was completed, and the boy indulgently agreed. The old man had already suffered enough humiliation today. 20 days later, over the construction site, the long-awaited "finally finished" was heard. Throwing back his head, the young man gazed in awe at the gigantic ship, designed by 100 demonic masters, sincerely rejoicing at the incredible scale of his creation. They froze before the gigantic wooden ship. Thanks to the hard work of the dwarves, the long-awaited construction was finally completed, and the vessel stood in all its beauty. Two beastmen enthusiastically began sewing sails for his new boat. As soon as the work was finished, the boy announced the departure. But suddenly a whole crowd grew before him, and he openly became confused by the number of those eager to join. The horned demon postponed the trip for next time, quieting down at someone's annoyance, and the old man did not come at all due to business. The boy asked two mighty warriors to carry the boat on a cart to the water. The big guys playfully lifted the huge structure onto their shoulders, causing the young man to have a strong feeling of déjà vu. The cat girl was already dreaming of swimming, but the stern horned companion ordered to first check the spring for safety. Another girl was simply happy about the adventure and awaited interesting finds from the islet. The young man gave the signal to set off, and his friends were already preparing fishing gear right on the deck. The treetops parted. Ahead, the endless water gleamed in the sun. The warriors dragged the cargo to the shore and asked for permission to stop. With a strained wheeze, they sharply dropped the heavy boat onto the ground. The boy stepped out of the thicket and stood enchanted. The body of water turned out to be so vast that the opposite shore was not visible at all. The huge vessel crashed into the water with a roar, raising a column of splashes, from which the lizard people emerged unperturbed. The young man only managed to thank them with relief. He looked puzzled at the high side, but the gnome confidently smiled and gave a thumbs up, taking the lift upon himself. The ship held firmly and confidently on the water. The elf woman sharply commanded to chop trees for the pier, and the lizards saluted instantly. Axes clattered the work boiled with such furious speed that the boy even broke into a sweat from amazement, hearing that everything would take only an hour. He dreamily imagined fishing from the deck, and the mole carefully asked him not to fall overboard. While the construction was boiling, the cat girl joyfully and carefree splashed in the shallow water. The young man cheerfully exchanged a few words with the mole, although it was only a test launch. Both awaited it eagerly. The gnome proudly stood on the freshly built wooden pier and waved his hand, inviting the whole crew to board. The spacious deck could easily fit about 24 people. The boy looked around with pleasure, appreciating the wide deck of his new ship. The gnome loudly commanded to take places and act as in rehearsal, and the crew pulled the ropes in unison. Everyone looked up with admiration when they learned that this luxurious sail was handwoven by their companion. A huge white sail with a loud flapping unfolded on the mast, triumphantly catching the wind. The boy blinked in confusion, mentally acknowledging that he had never suspected such hidden talents in his companion. The girl was glad that the sail was working properly and admitted, it took a lot of effort to sweat over such a huge thing, but it was fun. Their large sailing ship gently rocked on the waves. The horned girl breathed in the sea air with delight, rejoicing that sailing on the deck was a completely different experience than flying or swimming alone. The cat girls impatiently pressed against the railing, wanting to see everything as closely as possible. The boy turned to the bearded gnome, and he suggested first mooring near a small island ahead. The friends dashed across the deck with cheerful laughter, causing the young man to shout after them worriedly to be more careful. He thoughtfully looked at the outlines of the land. They were not yet ready for a full reconnaissance, but landing would at least give some idea of the island's scale. Leaning over the railings, the young man admired an unusually beautiful spring. Nearby, their small round companion jumped in vain, trembling plaintively because he could see nothing. The boy carefully picked up the little one in his arms, showing him the crystal-clear water down to the very bottom. He smiled relaxedly, openly enjoying this slow and calm sailing. Suddenly, the deck jerked wildly, almost knocking both off their feet from the furious acceleration. The gnome at the helm snarled fiercely, and with a devastating growl drove the ship forward at maximum speed. The silence was broken by a prolonged moan. The huge ship thundered through the waves, throwing passengers across the deck amid curses about too hard rowing. The crew helplessly sprawled on the planks, barely recovering from the wild rocking. The horned giant awkwardly apologized for excessive force, while the exhausted young man trembled from overstrain. Suddenly, the boy looked around anxiously, asking about the girls and hoping that at least Clarabelle was safe. He froze in horror. High on the mast, firmly clutching the ropes, hung a small maid with cat ears. Master came calmly from above. She simply unclenched her fingers and lightly flew down, flawless landing on his feet right in front of the boy, who fell onto the boards in shock. He waved his hands in panic, almost turning gray from such a breathtaking stunt. Meanwhile, the gnome sternly called the horned brutes to him. While the maid sincerely rejoiced at the quick trip, the young man could only nervously agree. The elf girl was also delighted with the journey, and the boy watched in surprise as the little gnome confidently scolded the huge demons as if they were schoolchildren. Ashto made sure that his companions were safe. The girls barely stood on their feet from nausea, shuddering at the memories of that crazy speed. He jokingly offered to carry them on his back, but received a categorical refusal. Another woman passed by, carrying the dizzy little bear Pontu, who curled into a tight ball from the seasickness. Ashto leaned on the ship's railing, when suddenly he heard a quiet cry for help. He looked out at the sea in surprise. The voice sounded again. Suddenly, water burst out with a roar like a fountain right in front of them. From the waves emerged the figure of a girl, entirely woven from water, who pleaded with folded hands. The boy recoiled in shock. The mysterious spirit begged with tears to save them, otherwise they would all simply be eaten. Ashto froze in confusion, trying to understand who exactly was asking him for protection. At the lake deep in Oberstein, the young man watched in fascination as the spirit rose from the water. Meanwhile, in the luxurious family estate, Ludger awaited a far from peaceful vacation. The blonde aristocrat stepped over the threshold, briefly greeting the old maid Mirko. Down the corridor strode the sullen, bearded Ludger, grumbling irritably about his father's sudden summons. He burst open the door with a crash and encountered a calm blonde man who was already waiting for him. From the threshold, Ludger launched accusations about the disappearance of people, but the other only smirked brazenly and suggested first discussing Ashto's exile. The bearded man ground his teeth helplessly. The blonde suddenly grew sullen, cut off the conversation, and walked away, leaving his interlocutor boiling with rage. Walking through the hall, he thought with admiration about the exile. He single-handedly took control of both the lands and the army. Ludger wearily rubbed his eyes. After Shelley's escape, he completely lost his peace and became obsessed with the topic of exile. The bearded man sighed bitterly and aloud dreamed of retirement and a quiet fruit garden, while his influence in the family steadily declined. Observing this despair, the old maid silently admitted the decision to exile Ashto was a fatal mistake. A little later, the blonde commander was already standing before his officers, solemnly thanking them for the victory over the monsters. Dozens of soldiers listened attentively to his speech within the walls of the impregnable knight's castle. The tavern was filled with a wild roar. Someone was generously buying drinks for the joint effort, urging the soldiers to drink and party until collapse. The general proudly noted that no one had died or been injured, and the damage to neighboring towns was minimized. There could be no greater joy for him. At the table, Luna Maria wondered why Ludger never refused a drink, and her interlocutor explained that it was precisely for this humanity that the boy was adored. The girl twitched nervously when her friend mentioned that many aristocrats dreamed of marrying into the free heir of the Estri family. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded on the table. Someone came up with the brilliant idea to simply take him to a brothel. Luna Maria nervously sipped from the mug and reluctantly agreed. The commander's indifference to women truly crossed all boundaries. A sudden wave of beer flew right into the blonde's face. Luna Maria jumped up from her seat and categorically cut off. She would not allow dragging him into such unprincipled places. While the soldiers continued to make noise in the background, the boy sat aside and calmly listened to this argument. Completely soaked with alcohol, he naively asked if everything was all right with Luna Maria, to which she dryly advised him to worry about others. An awkward silence fell at the table. The friend with the ponytail sighed heavily, not understanding how to match a girl clueless about relationships and an impenetrable workaholic. They had been friends since childhood, and everyone had long seen Luna Maria's feelings, which Ludger himself had completely failed to notice. Deciding to take the initiative, the friend smiled slyly and reminded the commander that starting tomorrow, he would officially go on leave by the king's order. The redhead wearily leaned back, barely catching his breath. He complained about the insane overload, to which his commander, Ludger, calmly remarked that he himself hadn't seen a vacation in about 10 years. This greatly upset the young man. He emotionally exclaimed that due to constant work, he had completely neglected his studies. Over a mug of drink, the conversation turned to leisure, and the redhead directly asked when the general last had a proper walk around the city. Ludger was confused while his friend pressed on actively. As a man, leader, and eldest son of a noble family, he has every right to free time. It turned out that he had only seen the capital from horseback during service and had no idea about new establishments or popular food. Noting that Ludger could easily get lost in the streets, the young man suddenly turned to the girl nearby. He bluntly suggested to the puzzled Luna Maria to arrange a tour for this workaholic on her day off. The general awkwardly hid his face behind the collar of his cloak, acknowledging the truth of this. He tried clumsily to justify the upcoming walk as a duty. Supposedly, to protect people, one must know how they live. The redhead only smiled contentedly, turning back to his plate. He sincerely hoped that this small push would be enough to bring these two closer. Ludger finally dared and directly invited Luna Maria on a date, which made her blush deeply and immediately agree. The next day she was already standing in the middle of a busy street, in an elegant light dress with a hat, hearing someone call her name. Hearing that the girl had just arrived herself, the boy sighed with relief. Her heart treacherously twitched. He caught his breath and apologetically apologized for being late. The girl blushed at his appearance without armor, secretly glad that she had managed to carefully plan her own outfit the night before. The boy awkwardly admitted that on the way out, he was intercepted by the senior maid Mirko, who categorically forbade him to go to the lady in military uniform. He confirmed that he had originally planned it that way, and the girl sincerely praised his unusual civilian look in response. Later, the couple moved to a luxurious establishment that Gunkel had praised so much. During tea with multi-tiered desserts, they recalled how deeply they had been immersed in work in recent years. The boy smiled relaxedly. He hadn't been to such stylish places for what felt like an eternity. The girl squinted and quietly agreed. Taking a sip of tea, she thought about his exhausting schedule. After the army, he buried himself in work, trying to carve out at least a little time for Ashto. Lightning-fast sword strikes, magic, politics, he pushed himself to the limit to become a worthy elder son of the mighty Estri family. The girl guiltily clenched her hands. While he was so devotedly caring for the younger ones, she completely neglected the care of Moody. During tea, Luna Maria expressed hope that their acquaintances would make themselves known as soon as they started their own families, while Ludger only turned away discontentedly. Eventually, he gave up, sighed, and suggested that the fugitives were definitely safe next to Ashto and enjoying life in their new home. Later, they visited the armory workshop, where Luna Maria smiled and asked them not to rush. The little blacksmith's assistant eagerly examined the guests, thinking aloud that such expensive swords would only suit the commander-in-chief. While the boy was amazed by the unexpected arrival of the general, the girl was already examining a Damascus steel blade, noting the unusual work for royal craftsmen. Luna Maria, Ludger suddenly called out in shock. She turned around happily, and before the general's eyes gleamed an extremely revealing set of women's armor, essentially a metal bikini. The little assistant proudly smiled, instantly praising the sharp eye of the client. Ludger stared at the mannequin in confusion and seriously wondered what special magic would have to protect such exposed vital points. Suddenly, a bearded blacksmith popped out from behind and slyly asked if the general was scrutinizing this armor so carefully for his own girl. The general awkwardly hushed the blacksmith so that he wouldn't blurt out anything unnecessary, and the blacksmith only cryptically added something about the night battlefield. Instead, Ludger rubbed his chin and with a stone face said, "The lack of metal significantly reduces noise, so this is the ideal equipment for night raids." The blacksmith satisfiedly showed the OK gesture and advised immediately dressing the companion in it. A crazy boost to the soldiers' morale on the night battlefield is simply guaranteed. Ludger, with a slight smile, ordered a set of armor, and the satisfied blacksmith loudly laughed, hugging his exhausted assistant. Luna Maria blinked confusedly when the boy asked her to wear it as a gift for their shared day. The girl agreed to try this revealing armor bra, naively assuming that later it would go into mass production. Satisfied with the purchase, Ludger headed to the exit, leaving the blacksmith to marvel at the unpredictable tastes of customers. On the way to the manor, the boy sincerely thanked his companion for the tour and the wonderful time spent. Hearing his name, he turned around in surprise. Luna Maria blushed deeply, hiding her eyes, and shyly offered to take him home. The boy happily agreed. Suddenly, the girl abruptly reached for him and kissed him, blurting out words of gratitude on the go, while Ludger himself froze in shock. The hostile questioning echoed lonely under the evening sky. Meanwhile, on the headquarters territory, two subordinates were perplexedly examining a huge box from the city armory. The boy naively decided that the general had ordered new standards of army protection, although his partner had already begun to suspect something was wrong. She threw off the lid and went silent. Instead of military armor, inside lay a spicy metal bikini embroidered with chains. Realizing what the general intended to dress the soldiers in, the officer panicked, flung open the window frames, and almost fell out of the window. He sharply stood up, loudly pushing the chair away. A tired, forced smile froze on his face. A sudden movement. He exhaled irritably and abruptly turned away. A swift step. Leaning out of the window, he fiercely barked, "What the hell have you been doing?" While the young man below only nervously sweated, mentally lamenting that it was not easy to be Cupid. The young man, along with his friends, was relaxedly leaning on the ship's railing, enjoying the sea calm. Suddenly, a water maiden emerged from the waves, causing the horned guardian to instantly shield the boy from the unfamiliar monster. The stranger waved her hands in fear. She was not a monster, but a water spirit, an undine named Mizuki. The young man calmed the spirit, gently explaining that they were only exploring the body of water, and the frightened guest nodded with tears. The distressed undine blurted out that her kind faced complete extinction. Hearing this, the bearded captain gave the order to drop anchor. The sails froze. The water spirit desperately begged for rescue, until the stern giant ordered her to calm down and promised to listen. The crew surrounded the guest with curiosity, and she sincerely marveled at such a variety of races after all. Few ventured into these deserted waters. The young man thoughtfully noted that this place could truly be considered a lake, to which the Undine recalled a giant underwater hole leading straight to the sea. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a tiny flower fairy who joyfully flew up to greet them. The elf nearby froze in amazement. She had not met Undines for a whole 1,000 years. When the young man's companion reminded the spirit of her request, she again fervently confirmed that she desperately needed their help. But she immediately became discouraged, fearing that the travelers would simply refuse to intervene. The mermaid told that their lake is connected to the sea, from where a huge predator recently arrived. At first, they hoped that the monster would limit itself to fish, but one day it devoured one of them. The young man tensed, listening to how since then the monster began relentlessly hunting them. Having tasted the mermaids, the beast could no longer stop. Bursting into tears, the girl confessed that she had lost a bunch of friends and every moment awaited her own death. The boy understood the hint. The mermaids could not leave their pure waters, so they had only to beg for rescue. He silently looked into the distance. The decision was obvious. The young man turned to the team and declared that they would take on this matter. The blonde instantly caught the idea of destroying the pest. The horned warrior also saw no reason to retreat, and the sorceress happily added that her ice would be perfect against the water creature. The mermaid cried with happiness, sincerely thanking for the hope. The young man sharply turned to the townspeople. He ordered the frightened mayor and his assistant to stay away and wait out the battle safely. The team went out into open waters on a large ship. The hunt for the monster began. The water spirit Mizuki briefly described the problem. It was a large, black, and slimy catfish. While the boy tried to imagine the fish, she warned about the monster's poisonous slime. He sighed wearily, as he had never seen a catfish in his life. The spirit cried over the polluted lake, forcing him to urgently calm her down. The elf Elmina intervened with a naive plan: just dive underwater and kill the creature. The boy gave the elf a heavy, extremely disappointed look. He dryly reminded that the monster could swallow the spirit whole, so it wouldn't be caught so easily. To explain the true size of the fish, Mizuki pointed to the upper edge of the roof. She flew along the building and marked the other end. Straining, the young man asked about the exact size. 100 meters the length of a huge military ship. The whole trio nervously broke out in sweat, finally burying the idea of fishing. Suddenly, the local mayor raised his big thumb and quite seriously approved this crazy plan. The boy protested in panic, begging to find at least some adequate way. Mayor August stopped the boy and seriously stated that their plan would have to be changed a bit. He immediately pricked up his ears. The dwarf leaned closer and shared a new tactic first. They need to head to the central islet. The boy sincerely supported this idea with enthusiasm. He joyfully assured the team that now everything would definitely work out, and was even surprised how he himself hadn't thought of such a simple step. Calming the water nymph Mizuki, the young man hopefully turned to the senior comrades and asked if they could fulfill their part. For a moment, tense silence hung in the air. Her was torn apart by the confident voice of the horned strongman and his partner. They smiled confidently and ordered to fully rely on them. Meanwhile, deep underwater, there was calm, where schools of small fish swam carefree. Suddenly, a sharp jerk tore through the water mass. In the impenetrable darkness, quick silhouettes flashed and bubbles of air swirled. From the black gloom emerged the eerie eye of a giant poisonous catfish, which had already gone hunting. The deadly monster was relentlessly approaching, leaving the team alone with the question of whether their plan would work now. Ashto with his companion went ashore the lake to finally solve the local problem. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow silently slid underwater. A heavy splash sounded. The boy desperately shouted for everyone to run, and the water spirits were stunned with horror. From the depths emerged a giant catfish, forcing mothers to grab their children and quickly hide behind the stones. Once this monster lived in the sea, but it overcame the current and settled here, where there were no enemies, but plenty of easy prey. The length of the monster reached hundreds of meters. The water around suddenly became poisonous, causing the spirits unbearable pain. The murky purple liquid that the monster continuously secreted stained its body and slowly turned the entire lake into its domain. The catfish deliberately infected the lake to weaken the victims before the decisive strike. A little girl spirit coughed and cried in the arms of her exhausted mother. A huge maw opened wide, ready to swallow them alive. Enough sharply sounded over the water. Ashto's companion stepped forward and authoritatively extended her hand, luring the monster towards herself. Mizuki timidly crouched at the top of the underwater cliff, but in a moment she straightened up and defiantly challenged the giant fish, while her companions watched in shock from below. The boy desperately shouted for her to run, and as soon as the monster's shadow approached, Mizuki jumped back with a frightened scream. The mutant catfish tore through the water like a torpedo. The girl was mercilessly spun in the whirlpool, but through the panic she stubbornly held on to her plan. At the last second, she dived into a narrow crevice where the giant jaws of the predator could no longer fit. "Now it's your turn," Mizuki shouted as a massive anchor, chain rattled taut underwater. On the shore, the team was ready. The horned giant Balgild firmly gripped the improvised fishing rod. With a furious roar, he pulled the chain towards himself, yanking the multi-ton monster out of the water. The fish helplessly flew over the shore, where two dragons were already waiting for it. The winged sisters instantly coordinated their attack. A powerful dark volley tore the predator's body apart right in the air. Immediately after, the second dragoness unleashed a scorching stream of flame on it. The prey was ready, and the young sorceress joyfully raised her staff to freeze the scorched monster. The monster opened its jaws, spitting out a dense stream of dazzling energy. The magical staff instantly stopped the strike with a harsh flash of lightning. Having received the order to act, horned Balgild focusedly pressed to the ground. The fish-like creature was already helplessly sticking out inside the ice block. The warrior powerfully pushed off, raising dust, and with a predatory lunge rushed forward. He flashed across the smooth surface. Swinging, Balgild looked into the frightened eye of the monster and said that it was very unlucky to swim into their lakes. A bare fist with a crunch shattered the icy trap into pieces. Shards of ice flew in all directions under a loud, victorious shout. The young man happily raised his hands up, excitedly triumphing over the perfect teamwork. Ashto triumphantly raised his hands, rejoicing in the killing of the giant catfish, although the elf girl nearby looked at him with open irony. The battlefield was strewn with fragments of rocks. The girl reprimanded him, reminding that he himself had done nothing, but Ashto just carelessly waved it off. The unexpected question made him confusedly scratch his chin. He jumped onto the boulder and exclaimed with enthusiasm that defeating such a monster with almost a single blow was a real success. Master Shell crossed his arms over his chest and asked how the boy even came up with the idea to harden the roots under the fishing rod. Instead of answering, Ashto joyfully picked up his little wooden helper, checking if it was intact. The little wooden figure was glowing with happiness, and the young man guessed that such incredible strength was thanks to Shell's improvements. The dwarf nodded seriously. The local trees would simply have cracked under the weight of the catfish. The small familiar proudly puffed out his chest. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the fairy Phil and the great water spirit. The water spirit thanked them for the victory over the catfish, but immediately fell silent, remembering the lake itself. Ashto anxiously asked Mizuki about the injury, but she gently denied it. The two silently stared at the quiet dark water. The boy guessed that the water was poisoned by the slime of the giant catfish they had just lured out. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, but she tried to smile, accepting the loss of her home. She joyfully spread her arms and exclaimed that although the lake was destroyed, everyone remained safe. But the young man saw her true despair and bitter tears. He made a decision in an instant. While the rest of the team discussed the way home, the boy took out his folio just for such cases. He opened the book to the necessary page and declared that plants can grow not only on land. Mizuki was stunned when the boy promised to personally save her lake. He focused, raised his wand, reciting a spell to the water that blesses Mother Earth. The girl looked confusedly at the black mud under her feet, not understanding how this would work. The young man sharply waved his wand, invoking the magic of the forest trees of Lake Joko. A powerful flash of light burst from the tip of the wand. The glowing sphere gently dived into the poisoned darkness of the reservoir. The elf behind only squinted, quietly wondering why he was putting on so much pomp. Ashto stood on the shore of a dark body of water, where a cluster of magical light suddenly flared just above the water. He silently gazed into the glow. The elf nearby nervously denied it, muttering that she hadn't even tried to cast a spell. A tiny green shoot sprouted directly from the black water. A sprout on the water. In a moment, the sprout sharply stretched, covered with leaves, and turned into a sturdy trunk amid the girl's admiring exclamations. A giant sprawling tree burst from the water, firmly gripping the murky current with its roots. While the companions joyfully praised Ashto, he realized with amazement, these trees simply absorb and cleanse all the dirt. The water instantly became crystal clear, and the girls beamed with delight and rushed to swim. One of them, without hesitation, dived like a pike from the cliff. She swiftly plunged into the clear, transparent depths. Among the intertwined roots, a whole underwater world opened up, where the friends swam carefree alongside a water dragon. Ashto smiled satisfied, finally understanding the true essence of his spell. Mighty roots spread further and further, forming a real forest underwater. The white little dragon joyfully informed Ashto that the lake was beautiful, and the water spirits were finally happy. From the waves, Undina swiftly emerged and squeezed the boy's hands with sincere gratitude. Ashto calmly and warmly smiled back at her. At that very moment, shining water spheres rose into the air around the large ship. Ashto's companions stood enchanted, watching the magical dance of the Undines for the first time. The water spirits playfully jumped out of the lake and swirled above the waves under the sun's rays. The men on the deck appreciated the help. Thanks to the current created by the spirits, the heavy vessel moved perfectly smoothly. The water creatures swam up to the very side, accompanying the crew. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl quietly called Mizuki. She smiled slyly. A cunning plan had ripened in her mind. Mizuki enthusiastically supported the idea and immediately rushed to persuade others. The girls gathered together and began whispering conspiratorially. The spirits from the water immediately joyfully agreed to their prank. Ashto asked what they had planned, but instead received only a sly smile and a mysterious "you'll see." The girl happily waved her wand, giving the command to Mizuki. Fiery streaks whistled up into the night sky. The space exploded with a grand fireworks display, and from the lake, Undines joyfully surfaced to meet the sparks. Everyone watched the flashes in fascination, while the water spirits promised to help them with the boats at the first call from now on. The water maiden kindly invited them to return anytime. Ashto sincerely thanked them. He firmly shook the transparent hand of the spirit in farewell. Darkness. Already at home, the exhausted boy collapsed onto the table, listening to praise from the maid Silmeria. She asked to go with him next time, and Ashto agreed with a smile. He decided to rest a little before starting to study healing herbs. Lying with his eyes wide open, the boy felt relief that his idea had truly saved the lake. Meanwhile, far away, someone's fingers desperately dug into the dry soil of a neglected farm. An unfamiliar blonde youth looked at the withered crop with fear, feverishly thinking about how to stop the new trouble. The young elder was happily inspecting his garden beds, rejoicing at the quick harvest. The elven herbs thrived wonderfully, even without magic, but the peaceful idyll was sharply interrupted by the cry of a frightened lizardman. Right onto the carpet in the living room collapsed a bloodied blonde youth, barely supported by an assistant. The lizardman blurted out that he found the boy barely alive near the very entrance to the village. The elder immediately commanded to start treatment. The guest was turning pale before their eyes. The wounded man was urgently moved to a quiet house. The exhausted young man's body was treated and bandaged. The paleness was attributed to hunger, and the wounds were immediately set to be treated. To the conscious young man, a bowl of food was carefully handed. The saving portion was just brought by the maid Silmeria, handing it directly into the master's hands. The weakened boy took the hot dish with trembling hands. The special herbal soup was meant to quickly disinfect the wounds and restore strength. When asked about a reward, the elder carelessly waved it off, advised to thank the lizard folk, and promised to take the guest home after recovery. He only blinked in surprise, realizing that this friendly savior was the true leader of the village. The bandaged young man sat on the bed, weakly clutching the bowl with both hands. The boy did not hide his surprise when the stranger introduced himself as Ashto and asked if the savior had heard the local rumors. While Ashto enthusiastically murmured about a true miracle, the young man only awkwardly avoided eye contact. Suddenly, the wounded man sharply lunged forward with a loud plea. The boy froze in confusion. With despair in his eyes, Ashto shouted, begging to save his native village. He helplessly collapsed onto the bed, blaming himself for his powerlessness, while the rescuer awkwardly urged him to rise from his knees. Finally, the boy asked the guest to calm down and tell everything in order. Ashto confessed that he belonged to a tribe of werewolves, although he currently had a completely human appearance. He pressed his hand to his chest, seriously confirming his nature. Suddenly, a dull crack sounded, and in place of the youth's face, a huge wolf's maw unexpectedly snarled. A heavy clawed paw stepped onto the wooden floor. The boy was stunned with shock before the burly wolf, who calmly explained the difference between his kind and demonic dogs. The werewolf awkwardly scratched his neck and added that in beast form wounds heal much faster, but due to clumsiness, he prefers to remain human. The dark-haired boy silently digested the new facts about the true nature of battle wolves. The exhausted werebeast finally confessed. His village was engulfed by plague, and he came to beg for help. The source of the disease was a river poisoned by bio-slime. The boy desperately pulled the blanket. He was the only survivor. But he was already falling from exhaustion and despair. Silence. Everyone who touched the poisoned water fell powerless, and now the entire settlement was slowly dying in their own homes. The harvest rotted, and the wolf physically could not bring clean water from outside to all the sick by himself. The dark-haired man calmly asked how the guest had even found their camp. The clue was a giant fly insect with a bundle of things tied to its back. The young man looked compassionately at the boy, who had almost driven himself to the grave by constantly caring for the sick. He himself remembered that insect well. A few weeks ago, it had chattered to him about an unknown race. The young man then followed its trail until a monster suddenly attacked the centipede. Putting aside the memories, he businesslike clarified the distance to the infected village. 3 days on foot through the dense forest. The boy thoughtfully clenched the fabric on his knee. The nearby source of water pollution simplified everything. The blonde girl suddenly leaned forward, fervently promising her help, and drew a sincere thank you from him. He carefully settled the wounded girl into bed, asking her to tell more about her village. The conversation continued already on the bright streets of the settlement. The boy directly stated that he wanted to save 200 poisoned werewolf warriors, and the local giant immediately agreed to provide people. He unfolded his grimoire, confidently explaining that they had a recipe for an antidote against the toxic slime. They just needed to cook the required amount. The blonde girl scratched her head with the knife handle in confusion. Curing the plague was not enough. They also had to somehow restore the dead fields. The solution turned out to be ridiculously simple. The book advised simply to pour salt into the infected river. The giant grimly reminded that their settlement could not afford to feed the neighbors for long while the poisoned land cleansed itself. The boy anxiously bit his lip, fully understanding that natural soil recovery would take years. The girl nodded hopefully at the magical guidebook in his hands. Her eyes quickly scanned the section on plant magic. A way to artificially revive the land was found instantly. They looked at each other in confusion, barely believing such luck. He enthusiastically slammed his palm on the cover. Now they had a full-fledged plan, only time to treat remained to be won. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he had completely forgotten about using magic on the crops. However, his comrades were already enthusiastically making plans for tomorrow. They needed to destroy the bioslime and prepare supplies for the field kitchen, which made the boy sigh wearily, anticipating new problems. The elder bent over the flasks, urgently preparing medicine to save the werewolf tribe. He gathered assistants and divided them into groups. The elves immediately rushed to gather healing herbs and vegetables for the field kitchen. There was not enough space in the boxes, so he strictly sifted out the excess, leaving only the vital supplies. 2 mighty ogres were already waiting for the order to set out. Thanks to their resistance to poison, they became the perfect vanguard. The ogres went ahead to clear the village of slime, while the elder finished the antidote. The next morning the cargo was ready. But suddenly the plan faltered. The giant riding centipede could only set out at night, and panic broke out in the team due to the delay. The guide quickly extinguished the alarm, reminding that their demonic dogs would easily track the vanguard. But the worst was ahead. Barely 20 people could climb onto the centipede's back, and they needed to save as many as 200 sick. Kamasi would have to make several trips back and forth. The elder warned the maidcat servants that from now on they would have to forget about rest. Entrusting the defense of his native village to his younger sister, he finally set off to help. The young ogre eagerly promised to make souvenirs from the demons encountered on the way for everyone, and Karinji was assigned to watch over Norma. The girl squinted discontentedly, stating that she had serious questions about his abilities. The elf woman anxiously asked him to be careful and not catch the infection, but the boy just carelessly waved it off. The huge riding insect suddenly voiced itself and confidently promised to show everyone true speed. The last boxes were securely tied with ropes on the shell. The boy commanded to move out, and the monster sharply took off from the spot. From the wild acceleration, the wind hit their faces, and the girls screamed wildly. Night descended upon the earth. The company finally reached the quiet, snowy settlement of werewolves. The boy collapsed weakly onto the frozen ground, nearly spitting out his soul after such a hellish journey. After recovering a bit, he reported to the local strongman that the plan with the salt water worked, and the dangerous bioslime completely dissolved. His gaze caught on the elder's house light was burning inside, but there was dead silence. Realizing that the worst was behind him, the boy smiled with relief. The blonde woman raised the vial and confirmed that they personally drank the water for testing, so now it was completely purified. Wasting no time, the boy ordered to unpack the things to immediately start treating the locals. The medicines were ready. The Silver Cat tribe successfully completed the procedure and began distributing the drugs. The Horned Leader ordered a bonfire to be lit in the square to give people a sense of security and serve as a landmark for those who might follow. The young man decisively threw the bag over his shoulder and declared that he would help everyone. He entrusted the cat girls with mass detoxification. They were to move to the next house immediately as soon as the sick felt better. In the half-darkness of the hut, people lay motionless. A faint apology came from somewhere. Their condition was critical. The fever spared no one. The young man hastily unfolded a paper packet with medicine, understanding that such a small child needed to be saved immediately. He carefully lifted the baby and began slowly pouring the healing solution into his mouth. The exhausted father barely opened his eyes, but the young man immediately reassured him. The mixture of antidote and restorative potion was already working. The adults also began greedily drinking the life-saving decoction, covered in sweat from the tension. The young man made sure that absolutely everyone in the room took the medicine. Finally, he was able to breathe calmly. The patient's breathing evened out. The crisis passed. The child's face relaxed into a deep, healthy sleep. And outside, under the crescent moon, the life-saving bonfire was already brightly burning. He decisively braced himself on one knee and commanded to move to the next house. The work was not yet finished. While fresh antidote flowed into the flask, the exhausted maids tended to the wounded man with bandaged eyes. The boy sat down by his bed with the main news. The toxins were successfully removed from everyone. Over the gloomy stones of the wasteland, silence finally prevailed. He threw his hand behind his head with relief, glad that the werewolves turned out to be strong and there were no casualties. The blond young man sent 3 scouts to check the river, and the boy promised to fetch water from there. The maids immediately took care of the rest of the squad that had just arrived as reinforcements. Without wasting time, the boy gathered all the free helpers to light the stove for a communal dinner. Lying in bed, the wounded man wondered how with such a frail build his rescuer managed both to defend the village and chop firewood. The flame brightly engulfed the stove. When someone asked about Mr. Wolf, he had already gone to his room. The wooden beams creaked. The horned beastman, with a warm smile, noted the boy's strong spirit. Peeking into the room, he exclaimed the name of the elder Ashto in surprise and immediately apologized for the intrusion. To his concerned question, the tired girl answered with relief. All the villagers survived. He leaned over the wounded man, ordering him to lie still during the examination. The antidote worked. All the patients in the room finally began to recover. The boy kindly addressed Mr. Wolf, asking him to rest and cast away all worries. He smiled reassuringly. The rescued man could not hold back. Tears of sincere gratitude rolled down his cheeks. The dawn sun rose over the mountains. Work boiled in the camp. Cat girls dressed as maids began cooking food in huge cauldrons outdoors. Those who had only minor injuries were already gradually getting back on their feet. The maids carefully distributed hot, fragrant broth to the people. While one of the men took a portion for his wife, the girls happily reported that the northern side of the camp was already fed. The elder thanked Silmeria, and the maids from the Silver Cat's clan assured that they were fully capable of taking care of both him and the injured. They handed him their own bowl of hot broth and persistently asked him to finally rest. The boy held his bowl and looked around. After all the horror experienced, this place literally shone with light. Suddenly, he noticed a bizarre wooden house with strange stairs, whose architectural style he had never seen before in any village or in the kingdom itself. Sitting on a log with a bowl of simple food, he wondered whether he should have taken Augustus with him. They had already solved the infection problem. Only the soil needed to be restored with magic. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The boy turned around in surprise. A serious blond man stood before him. He immediately showered the youth with thanks for saving the village, making him awkwardly ask to skip the formalities. The stranger bowed low and introduced himself as Wolf from the werewolf clan, the brother of Wolf. The conversation quickly shifted to the problem of food supply. Wolf became embarrassed, ashamed to ask for a new favor after all that had been done. Because of the disease's consequences, their hunters would not be able to hunt for a long time, and winter was already approaching. The rice was saved, but the rest of the crop completely rotted due to the infection. The werewolf timidly suggested establishing trade, and the boy agreed without hesitation to allocate the supplies of his village to them. Moreover, he promised to smoke the meat of the slain demon ogres to provide them with food for a full 20 days. Wolf lost the power of speech when the young man smiled sincerely and postponed the payment question to better times. After all, he came here just to help. The young man hesitantly asked if they would have enough for themselves, but hearing the boy's calm refusal, he froze in surprise. Overwhelmed with relief, he clasped his hands and almost bowed low with tears, exclaiming a sincere thank you. Turning around, he promised to take care of the smoked meat, to which the boy joyfully beamed. Ahead awaited the clearing of the fields. Looking at the land illuminated by light, the hero was already planning to sow it with rice unknown to this world. The demon girl calmly watched the pair of bears from a branch. Ashto froze in confusion. He came to inspect the fields, but stumbled upon a dreadful rot from which thick black smoke was rising. The boy sank heavily by the water. One wrong step would destroy the rice, and there was clearly a lack of knowledge to save it. The thickets looked more like a wild meadow, although here and there traces of mown grass were visible. Ashto turned around and decided to start experiments on the neighboring plot, postponing the rice for later. The magical grimoire suddenly opened in the air. Waving his wand, he began to recite the spell, nervously thinking about every spoken word. "Soil restoration," exclaimed Ashto, and the ground ahead suddenly exploded with black columns. The soil, along with the rotten crops, spun in a furious whirl, causing the boy to recoil in surprise. The roar of the whirlwind did not resemble ordinary healing magic at all. Wolf and his companions covered their faces in panic, trying to withstand the sudden tornado. But the storm began to subside just as rapidly. The dust dispersed, leaving behind perfectly plowed, cleansed earth. The dark earth softly slipped through the fingers. The soil was perfectly plowed. The young man exhaled with relief, while the men behind him were amazedly clamoring at the incredible speed of such work. The one-eyed man rubbed the loose earth in his palms, marveling at its unprecedented quality. He openly admired this instant magic. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out to the boy. He kindly thanked for the care, but strictly ordered the wounded not to overexert themselves until full recovery. He assured that the soil contamination had disappeared, so the clan could finally return to their usual farming. The one-eyed man closed his eyes, and once again fervently thanked on behalf of the entire werewolf clan. There were no problems with the water bodies, so everything was going according to plan. The boy only smiled awkwardly, brushing off the praise. Now they focused on the rice fields, wondering if this method would work there as well. While the young man went to restore the rest of the lands, the strong beastmen were already hauling a huge hunted prey to the camp. Their wild endurance paid off. The clan fighters were getting back on their feet at an incredible speed. The girls watched over the work, while the cauldron with food bubbled on the fire. After 4 days, someone called Ashto. The young man sat by the home fire with the elder, who was glad that all the villagers had survived. The man respectfully bowed his head, sincerely thanking for the tribe's rescue. He was ready to repay in any way. Ashto only smiled warmly. It was enough for him that no one had died, so he asked everyone to just rest. Suddenly, the man remembered the rice, an unknown grain he had noticed in the fields. He asked for permission to inquire about this strange crop in more detail. Ashto blinked in the bustle. He had completely forgotten to ask about it himself. Hearing that rice was their main food, the young man surprisingly compared it to bread. Instead of long explanations, the elder suggested simply tasting it, since dinner was almost ready. Outside, preparations for the feast were already underway, and the silver cats, meanwhile, could not find a place for themselves in the impatient anticipation of the treat. The young man offered to help with the cooking, but he was firmly refused. He had already done too much, so today he was supposed to just rest. A stream of grains poured into a huge cauldron, and Ashto asked with curiosity whether this white mass would really soften after cooking. The light-haired partner joyfully called the master to take a closer look. Before them lay the main local product, rice. The boy thought aloud. The groats are washed right in the pot and then cooked on low heat. But the subtleties of cooking still remained a mystery to him. Thick foam crawled out from under the heavy wooden lid the water boiled, and it was time to reduce the heat. The neighboring stove was lit in advance for the much more understandable meat, with vegetables and soup. The light-haired one announced readiness with a smile, and Ashto impatiently moved forward. The lid was removed, and a luxurious aroma of freshly cooked rice hit the air. The young man was immediately handed a full bowl. He joyfully wished bon appetit. The partner advised simply to mix everything well. Ashto put a portion into his mouth and closed his eyes with pleasure. Light steam rose from the hot food. The blonde companion happily nodded, while the dark-haired young man openly swooned from the taste. He chewed and dreamily imagined how perfectly this rice would complement a bowl of spicy curry. Soft, sticky, with a sweet aftertaste, it perfectly revealed salty dishes. The young man sincerely thanked for the treat, while the locals patiently taught his companion to handle chopsticks. She smiled and asked for the recipe, to which the maid with cat ears warmly praised the diligence of their clan. The host proudly puffed out his chest. Rice was the main treasure of his people, so he urged the guests not to be shy and to try everything. On the table steamed a luxurious banquet with roasted meat, appetizers, and full bowls. During the hearty dinner, the conversation smoothly turned to business, and the parties easily agreed on a mutually beneficial exchange. A stately mustachioed man approached them and respectfully addressed the young man. Already outside, the boy asked the girl if she liked the food, and she nodded enthusiastically. Near the carts with huge barrels, the owners allowed taking as much rice as desired, but the young man refused the free handouts. He proposed an honest barter. In exchange for grain, he promised to supply fruits and wine, which were lacking in these parts. A brief silence ensued. The young man relaxedly sipped tea, pleased with the profitable deal, when suddenly the interlocutor placed a heavy hand on his wrist and unexpectedly praised his healing skill. The gray-haired elder warmly thanked the hero for saving the village and called the boy by the name Frecky. The young man in glasses politely bowed, and the old man suddenly asked to take him as an apprentice. Frecky turned out to be a local wunderkind at 16. He was already the most talented pharmacist in the settlement. A short pause hung in the air. Ashto froze with his mouth open, digesting what he had heard. While the new acquaintance beamed joyfully, the puzzled hero only managed to utter a confused, "What?" completely unprepared for such a statement. Ashto asked in surprise if this young man really wanted to become his student, and instantly received an affirmative answer. He froze in confusion. The blonde boy was glowing with respect, passionately declaring that he dreamed of becoming as outstanding a doctor as his new teacher. The young student joyfully boasted of a surprise for his village, while the horned giant carried huge bundles on his back. The next morning, the camp began packing supplies for the journey. Ashto looked in awe at a whole mountain of rice when the local elder called out to him. The man firmly shook his hand and apologized for the modest gratitude, although for Ashto such a generous gift was already true happiness. Then the elder turned his gaze to the young companions. He asked them to work diligently and reminded them that the doors of their settlement would always be open. Frecky loudly exclaimed agreement when the man ordered him and the silent Asina to help Master Ashto in everything. The elder clasped his hands pleadingly, asking to take care of the youth, and Ashto awkwardly promised to do his best. Already in the cart, Frecky joyfully called the teacher to him, while he only sighed inwardly, having no idea how to behave with his first student in life. He was still amazed by Asina's unwavering determination, who had volunteered to go with them herself. Ashto smiled and calmly assured that they would handle everything. Someone's boot heavily landed on a massive black carcass. The young man in the hood stared bewilderedly at the spectacle. Two respectable men in traditional attire bowed respectfully, offering their help. And in a moment, giant white wolves appeared before them. The boy found himself riding the beast along with a heavy chest, ironically realizing how exactly the elders decided to assist. Raising pillars of dust, the wolf dashed through the forest like a bullet. Three girls in the manor's yard noticed the approach of a strange cloud of dust. The elf immediately understood that it was the wolf Senti, rushing the travelers had returned home unexpectedly quickly. As soon as the beast stopped, the young man collapsed weakly onto the cobblestones right at the feet of the local maids. Ashto, that was the poor fellow's name, barely held back nausea after the frantic ride, while the concerned girls inquired about his condition. Clarabelle and Lorelei ran out of the house joyfully. Ashto smiled crookedly and assured his sister that he was completely fine, just shaken up badly. Here the girls noticed the elderly guests, surprisingly finding out that they came to seek medical help specifically from Ashto. Forgetting all worries, the little ones rushed to their brother's neck with joyful squeals. The newcomers were introduced to the village. Freki and Asina were to live here from now on. The young man with glasses respectfully bowed to Asina, asking at the doorstep to become an apprentice to the master of medicine. The girl blinked confusedly, while the guest enthusiastically told about his dream to become a distinguished doctor. He is absolutely incapable of taking care of himself in everyday life. She revealed the main secret of her brother, making the real master awkwardly deny it. Asina proudly named her own name and explained that she came here exclusively to supervise him. She optimistically assured that everything would be fine, while her brother only sighed resignedly. The sister began to list his achievements: pharmacist qualification at 16, development of new medicines at 17, and the status of the youngest doctor in the kingdom. The apprentice gladly agreed, stating that the master underestimated himself too much. Asina sighed her brother never listened to others' opinions, which always drove his teacher to despair. The young man froze in amazement. His idol had almost become a court physician at the same age he was now. Sincere and open Freki immediately asked the girl to tell more about the mentor. Stars of boundless respect shone in his eyes, making the master awkwardly mutter words of gratitude. He thoughtfully looked away. Asina was asked again if she could manage on her own, and the girl confidently nodded. The young man suggested allocating housing near the master's house for the new students. A brief pause. The boy with glasses cautiously reminded Asina that from now on they would live under the same roof. The girl proudly cut in that she did not need anyone's help with household chores. The brunette just laughed, took the household duties upon himself, and ordered her to focus on healer training. The girl was gently asked not to be shy and to immediately speak up if difficulties arose. Despite all her pride, she was still a child. Asina quickly followed after the others, and the young man caught himself thinking that Freki was very dear to her. He smiled warmly, now it was his concern as a teacher. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man promised to do everything possible to properly raise his new ward. The heroes headed to the village, where a loud celebration awaited them in honor of their return. The young man with glasses almost jumped with enthusiasm, joyfully greeting his teacher. The latter had not fully woken up yet and only sleepily waved off, noting that the student had gotten up too early. The boy suddenly approached sharply, reminding about yesterday's promise to take care of the greenhouse together. The teacher withdrew displeased from such pressure, and the young man awkwardly greeted someone off screen. The invisible guest cheerfully praised his wild morning zeal. Suddenly, two tiny girls peeked out from under the mentor's cloak, while the boy incessantly chattered about breakfast plans. He smiled kindly at the little spirits, Mandragora and Alron. The teacher indifferently told him to ignore them, but the young man only joyfully embraced the little ones, firmly declaring that from now on he would work together with them. The morning sun was already brightly reflecting off the glass roof of the greenhouse. They finally set off to work. Inside, the teacher took out a bowl and calmly called someone named Shiro. The boy blinked in confusion, looking at the prepared food. At that moment, a huge white wolf appeared nearby, and the young man panicked, jumping back and shouting something about breakfast in fear. The white wolf cub Shiro confidently stepped forward. Seeing him, Freki trembled in shock, barely managing to utter the name of the great Fenrir. He fell to his knees, not believing his luck. Freki sharply dropped to the floor before the little one, although the young man smiled and reminded him that it was only a puppy. The student continued to fervently bow to the guardian deity, while Shiro openly ignored him. Suddenly, Freki jumped up and introduced himself at the top of his lungs. The young man asked his name in surprise. Freki instantly became embarrassed and asked for a moment to return to human form. The young man smiled warmly and suggested getting to work on the greenhouse. The work heated up. The little plant spirits busily fluttered nearby, happily receiving praise for their work. The young man noticed that in human form, Freki was still tensely glancing at the wolf cub. He gently asked if the apprentice remembered everything. The plan for the day was simple: breakfast, getting to know the village, and then serious training. Shiro smiled happily, walking alongside his friends. Upon learning that he would now play daily with Lord Fenrir himself, he sat down in shock. The young man calmed him, suggesting they leisurely discuss the creation of the greenhouse and the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Asina reluctantly joined them, muttering that she did not need the excursion at all. The girl stopped, hearing a polite greeting. She was quickly explained. Knowing the craft of each inhabitant makes it much easier to remember their faces. Although everyone had already reintroduced themselves at the banquet, it was time to see the village at work. First, the elder dwarves and the salamander clan were shown powerful builders who had personally erected every structure here. Next, the company found themselves under the shade of luxurious vines at the High Elves' farm. Asina looked at the greenery in awe, marveling at the vast scale of the fruit orchards and wheat fields. When the topic turned to drinks, the young man awkwardly admitted that he knew nothing about alcohol. It turned out that the elves did not brew beer themselves, but did so together with the dwarves. The next stop was a large weaving workshop where women from the demonic dogs clan worked. The young man, with childlike delight, buried his face in the soft fleece, while Asina stared in shock at the wool of giant royal sheep. The whole trio sighed with relief. The dark-haired man joyfully pointed to the bolts of fabric, praising the work of the local tailors. The eyeglass maker suggested examining everything, while the she-wolf girl shyly dreamed of something fluffy. By the fence, they greeted the mole miners, whose work area was considered too dangerous for guests. Next, they were introduced to a comm made from the Silver Cat clan people, here turned to them with any problems. Suddenly, a giant ogre passed nearby, who didn't even fit into the field of view. Ahead appeared a spacious building of the communal bathhouse. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement, and the young man immediately allowed her to go there in the evening. However, he still had one more special place to show. The eyeglass maker literally glowed with impressions, examining everything around. The dark-haired one slyly squinted and warned Frecky that this was only the beginning. The apprentice was already burning with impatience. Silence. Suddenly, a network of cracks sharply pierced the deaf wall near the window. While reflections about the next destination echoed, someone lurked behind the wall. From behind the doorframe, a man peeked out with a sly smile, raising a finger for his dramatic entrance. However, the group simply passed by, leaving the shocked Dmitri shouting after them about his disastrously failed acquaintance. The trio froze before the gigantic multi-tiered building. Ash led the newcomers to the place where all the village's wisdom was kept. From the endless rows of bookshelves, Frecky was breathless, and the elder immediately advised him to study the archive for healing herbs. There were no statuses here, all readers were completely equal. The cat maid, calmly flipping pages in an armchair, confirmed the library doors were open to everyone. Ash smiled warmly, suggesting to his friends to hold their study gatherings here. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing voice, joyfully calling the elder. From behind the shelves emerged 4 identical girls with books in their hands, eagerly offering to find any needed tome. Ash sighed wearily, looking at their perfectly, eerily synchronized line. He asked if they did it on purpose, but received only a sly smile in response. The elder introduced the newcomers to them and strictly asked the librarians not to pressure the guests too much. And then he offered the confused Frecky to borrow a few books to start with. A heavy folio slipped off the shelf. While the boy thoughtfully flipped through the pages, a stranger with horns addressed Lorelei, looking for the necessary literature. Really, a sudden shocked exclamation broke the silence of the reading room. The girl with horns and the dark-haired young man with a smile watched their blonde friend, who was deeply immersed in reading. The dark-haired one advised him to also take an Atlas of Herbs serious training, for a pharmacist was starting tomorrow. The librarians promised to carefully pack the selected books and reminded to sign at the checkout desk. The blonde one with glasses turned around joyfully. The girl cheerfully picked up the idea, handing him new books. The dark-haired one mentally rejoiced that he had pleased his friend. Later, the boys sat opposite each other in a cozy house. The blonde suddenly asked why Frecky decided to become a pharmacist, and he noticeably faltered. Instead of answering, Frecky changed the subject. He asked his friend to first tell his own story. The blonde sighed and began to tell about his werewolf clan, where everyone was a mighty warrior. He bitterly admitted that he was too weak for his kind. Hunting and physical labor were incredibly difficult for him. While the brothers boasted about their prey, the family openly condemned his passion for learning. There was almost no literature in the village, so he reread the only guides on medicinal herbs every day, dreaming of someday escaping beyond the settlement. The peaceful life ended the moment one of his brothers was brought back from hunting covered in blood, with severe wounds on his chest. Werewolf wounds usually healed on their own, but these were too severe. Available medicines did not help, and everyone fell into despair. Then the boy gathered herbs according to book knowledge and brewed a potion from memory, although his relatives did not believe in him at first. Long bandages slipped to the floor, and the elder brother, with a grateful smile, tousled the hair of the young man in glasses. That day the family sincerely thanked him for the healing for the first time. The brother looked at him with warmth and pride. The news quickly reached the elder, and he personally entrusted the boy to become the doctor for the entire village. Ashto listened attentively to the story about how long and hard the young man struggled for recognition. The boy tightly clasped his hands on his knees, recalling that brief moment of long-awaited peace. But his voice suddenly fell silent. During a terrible illness, he himself nearly died until they were saved by the master's sudden visit. At that time, his own status as a healer was worth nothing in the midst of the epidemic. He could not save a single life. The young man abruptly stepped forward and fervently asked to become Ashto's apprentice to learn his craft. Ashto exhaled relaxedly, accepting this desperate stubbornness. After finishing, he bowed his head low and quietly added that this was his whole story. A soft smile appeared on the master's face. Persistence would surely make this boy an outstanding healer. Moreover, his talent spoke for itself. Not everyone is capable of brewing a potion on the first try that heals such deep wounds. The teacher energetically commanded to start work, and Freki gladly agreed. He enthusiastically twirled a small jar of medicine in his hands. Freki attentively noted down every word. The teacher praised the students' thirst for knowledge and ordered to always ask questions. The supplies of ingredients were almost exhausted, so they set off in search of new ones. Freki became interested in one of the flasks, and the teacher explained that inside was an ointment for burns. They stepped out onto the sunlit street. The teacher immediately warned, aloe alone was not enough for this ointment, other herbs were needed. Freki tried to guess the recipe, but it turned out he was only half right. The boy confidently led the mentor to his farm. On the way, he explained that he had specially hidden the garden beds from the children to calmly grow plants for experiments. Behind the wooden fence stretched neat rows of greenery. Suddenly, the teacher stopped and pointed to a tall tree. It was exactly the one they needed. Freki assumed they needed to collect leaves, but the teacher immediately denied this. The blade of the knife gently cut into the bark. From the fresh incision, a thick liquid slowly oozed out. The blonde apprentice blinked in surprise. They were gathering not leaves at all for the recipe. Sticky sap dripped heavily into the bowl, which became hard after drying. It was resin. The dark-haired apothecary explained that mixed with aloe and herbs, it perfectly seals the wound and speeds up healing. They looked respectfully at the mighty trunk, which had an incredible ability to regenerate. But the mentor strictly forbade taking much, as sap for the tree is like blood. Later, cut aloe stems, a mortar, and bottles with extracts were already waiting on the worktable. The boy nervously clenched his fists, but the senior comrade calmed him with a warm smile. Time to prepare the ointments. The master stepped back a step, fully entrusting the mixing process to his assistant. And soon a closed jar with fresh medicine was already standing on the table. The palm firmly held the cup, and the pestle patiently ground the mixture to uniformity. The thick liquid slowly filled the glass. The dark-haired young man instantly recognized the remedy. It was another medicine for burns. He sincerely praised his fair-haired apprentice for excellent work. The boy with glasses only laughed awkwardly. Soon they were talking with Mr. Magnus, a burly bearded man who had burned himself again in the forge, and complained about the tedious treatment. The mentor sternly ordered the blacksmith not to take injuries lightly and to come for help immediately. The bearded man accepted the fresh ointment with relief and joy. Suddenly the apprentice became shy and timidly admitted that this was not the master's work, but only his first independent attempt. Then be proud of it, sharply sounded in response. Magnus friendly swept the embarrassed boy into an embrace, scolding him for his lack of confidence. At these words, the young man's eyes shone with admiration. Koval warmly reminded that the boy is now also a full-fledged pharmacist. The door slammed loudly. Already from the threshold, Magnus waved his hand joyfully, proud of the chance to be the first to test the new medicine, and the inspired apprentice called out to him cheerfully. Near the vials arranged on the table, a clear reminder sounded that Freki's work was not yet finished. Meanwhile, the young man calmly had breakfast, confirming to the maid the diligence of his apprentice. He sincerely praised the dish, and the girl smiled and admitted that Asina had taught her this recipe. A little embarrassed, she promised in return to show the little one a few advanced techniques. The young man decided not to overload the child and left only the morning hours for training. The conversation turned to Freki, who with incredible enthusiasm inquired about the work of the Silver Cat blacksmiths. Looking at the sunlit courtyard, the boy admitted that he would like to see Asina playing ordinary games with peers. Suddenly, the peaceful idyll was torn apart by someone's heavy, gloomy aura. The girl with animal ears and the tense young man behind her were vibrating with restrained displeasure. Both frowned sternly at the elder, and the air suddenly smelled sharply of a new conflict. The boy and the cat girl happily ran up to Asina, pulling her to play. She curtly cut off, saying she was not playing. Her coldness had its reason. The boy sincerely offered to help with the chores, but Asina rejected even that. The children whined dejectedly, but the girl had already turned away, remembering the pile of unfinished cleaning. The cat girl was indignant at her constant busyness, to which Asina calmly added that after housework she still had to study. The boy's plaintive request to spare even a minute did not work. She came to this village not for entertainment. Asina irritably scolded the little ones who, in her opinion, lazed around all day instead of helping others. The children instantly frowned and began to argue that they also had their duties. The cat girl lost her temper, reproaching Asina for her callousness, when suddenly a strange rustle was heard from under the fence. The boy panicked and shouted as he rushed to separate the girls. All three instantly fell silent, sharply turning towards the suspicious sound. From behind the fence, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, and the boy joyfully recognized his older brother. The tired young man lazily entered the yard to someone's desperate, prolonged moan. The boy sighed with relief. The she-wolf admitted that the kids were simply pestering her too much, and she got confused. He kindly extended his hand to her, but Asina coldly turned away and cut off, saying she was not going to play. While the little ones panicked behind about a possible quarrel, the girl calmly assured that there was no conflict. She frowned, sternly explaining that she could not afford to waste time on games every day. Cooking, washing, cleaning, there were household chores up to the limit. The boy gently objected, reminding that the children constantly called her only out of a desire to befriend her. With a warm smile, he added that he perfectly understood her diligence in this village, but resting was also necessary. Asina skeptically looked away, listening to the argument that even others do not sit studying around the clock. He leaned closer and gently suggested that she at least sometimes relax and have fun like an ordinary child. Asina's face instantly darkened with fierce offense. It turns out he still considers her a child. She clenched the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turned white, muttering hoarsely that she was not in the mood for games right now. With tears in her eyes, she burst out shouting. She needed to work hard for her brother and finally become a worthy werewolf, not remain immature. The boy was as if struck by electricity. Her pain surfaced in his memory from how she was always despised as a child in her native village, and how she dreamed of earning the respect of adults through her labor. Throwing a brief apology, Asina sharply turned around and ran away, leaving him looking after her in confusion. She silently lowered her head, bitterly saying that she was considered immature again. The girl refused to listen to excuses. The door slammed shut with a bang. The boy scratched his cheek in confusion, realizing he had accidentally hit the most painful spot. The next day, by the beds of the spacious greenhouse, they analyzed the cause of yesterday's outburst. The blond young man in glasses calmly explained that Asina really had not matured yet. In response to the objection that she was still a child anyway, he immediately clarified it was about her development as a werewolf. This race is incapable of freely changing form from birth. Having briefly transformed into a wolf, he added that this requires training, which most undergo by 6 or 7 years old. Her deliberately mature manner of speech was only a desperate attempt to seem independent. Asini turned 10, but she could still only partially transform, and because of this, even the little kids at home openly mocked her. The girl hoped to find a place here where everyone is busy with work and treats each other as equals. It was precisely the desire to escape humiliation that made her leave her native village. He smiled faintly and confessed to the master that he simply wanted to give Asini a carefree life. The boy smiled warmly and quietly agreed. The interlocutor added that they just happened to have a girl of another race the same age, and it would be good if they became friends. Suddenly, a sharp sound made both of them quickly turn around. The slime boy and the white wolf pup were carelessly fooling around in the clearing. The young man with glasses smiled warmly, supporting the idea. Two friends burst out laughing and raced ahead. Their goal was simple: to cheer up Frecky's sister. The next day, the company gathered in the empty yard. The bespectacled boy informed Asina that it was time to practice transformation, which made the girl shy away in fear. With a quiet pop, he transformed into a fluffy wolf and admitted that at first he was terribly embarrassed too. The brother gently suggested conducting the training alone so she wouldn't be nervous. Their companion just good-naturedly waved his hand, asking them to pretend he wasn't there. The girl nervously clung to her shirt while they continued to persuade her. The wolf emphasized they all learned to transform only through persistent attempts. Asina exhaled heavily. She closed her eyes and resolutely clenched her palms, gathering her willpower. Asina squeezed her eyes shut with all her might and tensed, letting out a loud "Heya," while the boy in glasses watched her attentively. Puff, suddenly fluffy ears popped out on the girl's head, and a tail fluffed up behind her. She instantly shrank back in shame and pitifully tucked her tail. The dark-haired boy examined her with curiosity, while the mentor calmed the girl, although she was nearly crying over her latest failure. Asina asked tearfully if she would remain an under-shapeshifter forever, but the boy with glasses firmly ordered her not to let anyone laugh at her. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from behind the fence. A cheerful little maid with cat ears ran out into the yard and rushed to Asina. Another eared boy appeared nearby. The kids were glowing with happiness, looking at a real shapeshifter. The dark-haired boy quietly whispered to his partner that he had deliberately arranged their appearance at this exact time. Asina was completely confused, as she considered herself only an incomplete parody of beast people. But the children only joyfully squealed that now they were all on the same team. The boy cheerfully pointed to his cat ears, then to the weasel ears on the maid. They looked at Asina with such a sincere, warm smile that all her tension began to disappear. And Asina has wolf ears. The little one joyfully poked her with a finger, making the girl look around in surprise. Right in front of her, a paper package popped out. The tail involuntarily twitched at the delicious smell. The maid joyfully squealed, remembering the main thing. Inside were freshly baked donuts. The girl awkwardly offered the treat, while the she-wolf silently tensed. The maid handed over the pastry and invited her to have a snack together, wiping away yesterday's quarrel. Asina was overwhelmed with shame for the harsh words spoken yesterday. She bitterly scolded herself, considering herself only a miserable, incomplete werewolf. But the new acquaintances laughed. They did not understand these formalities and simply sincerely wanted to be friends. The children looked at each other in confusion, not understanding her reaction. They cheerfully pulled her to drink hibiscus tea. The young man in glasses smiled warmly and called Asina to follow him. The she-wolf froze in amazement. Asina smiled softly, quietly said yes, and reached out to the extended hand towards her friends. The boy in glasses calmly said that so far everything was going well, and his companion agreed with him. He explained the girl could not transform due to constant stress, so now she just needed to relax and be an ordinary child. Seeing her finally laughing carefree in the company of friends, he happily added that now everything would be fine, and this first sincere smile was the best proof of her growth. In the noisy square, Frecky was unloading heavy barrels. A familiar merchant handed him a note recognizing the sender. The boy smiled warmly. Meanwhile, a quiet noon prevailed near the manor. The little werewolf, after long games, was sound asleep under a tree hugging a wolf cub. Frecky carefully opened the door of the room and asked the teacher for a conversation about the village. The teacher and the little maid Mua were just drinking tea and froze in surprise. No, nothing bad. The boy immediately waved his hands, seeing their tension. He sat down nearby, while the teacher gently encouraged Mua not to be shy and to take desserts. The teacher invited the boy to sit first, and he, thanking, took the offered cup of tea. Frecky caught his breath and told about today's letter. While the girl happily crunched on cookies, he explained that he constantly exchanges news with the locals through traders. But last time the boy accidentally mentioned Fenrir, and the elder immediately seized on that. Smiling awkwardly, Frecky admitted, now the werewolves desire a meeting, and soon they will send the teacher an official request. He just wanted to warn about everything in advance, to which the teacher reacted completely calmly. Suddenly, a request was made to visit the village together with Fenrir, although for the boy this respected god was just little Shiro. The young man with glasses awkwardly apologized for his talkativeness, but the teacher just waved it off. If he had his own god, he would boast about it too. The interlocutor hurried to explain, the age of the deity does not matter, the main thing is the presence itself, even if now the mighty Fenrir looks like a child. He respectfully bowed, begging the teacher to bring the little one to the werewolf village at least once. The boy thought deeply. Since Cyro almost never left Yggdrasil, he only ran to the greenhouse. Stepping into the yard with the little tree spirit, he unfolded the letter. The contents fully confirmed the recent rumors. The little spirit in his arms only joyfully demanded games, and the boy sighed. From everything Cyro said, he obviously understood nothing. Having found a white wolf cub in the grass, he plainly said that the werewolves really want to meet him. The companion spirit joyfully pounced on the fluffy friend at full speed. The boy sat down nearby, gently stroked Cyro, and suggested going to the village together. A ringing, happy bark became the best response. The little ones excitedly jumped at the thought of a fun trip, although the teacher sighed that they were going there not just to play. The wolf cub playfully bit into his cloak, so the boy finally gave in and went to prepare for the journey. Then an elf girl appeared at the doorstep and flatly declared that she missed everything last time, so now she was definitely going with them. The task was unexpectedly passed to the elf Maju, leaving Ashto without work. Just then, Clarabelle climbed through the window and joyfully declared that she was also going to the village of Assini. She sweetly pouted, demanding that they pay attention to her. Ashto tried to object, but the girl imploringly threw herself around his neck. He sighed and agreed, mentally comparing her to his younger sister Shelley. The elf girl squinted suspiciously. She was struck by a terrible suspicion. Could this boy be a lollican? Just then, the maid Mua appeared in the doorway, and the elf girl accused Ashto from the threshold of having an unhealthy joy from children's hugs. The next day, a carriage was already waiting in the square. Ashto looked over the crowd of companions and resignedly accepted that they were traveling again with the whole camp. Inside the wagon, a scuffle and noisy struggle for a free seat immediately broke out. The boy stood confused outside near the wolf cub Cyro, wondering how they would all fit in there. Meanwhile, Shelley was fiercely pulling Clarabelle away from her brother, shouting as she fought to reclaim her exclusive right to him. Suddenly the cart jerked sharply, and from the strong jolt, the girls fell headlong onto the stunned Ashto. Someone anxiously remarked that there were a bit too many of them, but in response came an optimistic assurance: if they go slowly, everything will be fine. The wild whistle of the wind tore through a desperate scream. Someone begged to stop this crazy gallop. The horned giant barely held on horseback, horrified to realize, from the hearty food, their monster transport had become frighteningly fast. As soon as they reached the village, the blonde werewolf girl beamed with delight, while her companion was openly nauseous. Their master completely sprawled face down on the ground, groaning that he was not used to such speeds. Meanwhile, the tiny wolf cub Cyro looked absolutely happy, joyfully licking the barely conscious horned one. Having recovered a bit, the girls began to curiously examine the unusual straw roofs of the local huts. A trio of locals came out to meet them, and the young man in glasses happily greeted the teacher. Tired Ashto stopped them with a gesture, asking for time to unload the cargo. Catching his breath, he greeted old acquaintances Wolf and Wolf, who respectfully called him the chief. Suddenly, the locals stared at little Cyro and froze in silent shock. Before them stood the legendary Fenrir. Two brothers instantly fell to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground before the tiny deity with trembling. The gaze slid over the simple wooden beams of the straw roof. Ashto looked with surprise at the young man in glasses, who also turned to the wolf. It turned out that this was how their tribe expressed the highest respect to Fenrir. The guide respectfully invited the guests to follow him. The elder was already waiting for them. Ashto looked around. Not a trace remained of the former devastation. The village breathed tranquility. The epidemic had receded. The streets came alive, although the locals still cried with gratitude upon seeing their rescuers. As soon as the boy and Fenrir took a step, all the werewolves on both sides of the road instantly fell prostrate. Ashto smiled awkwardly. Such blind reverence seemed a bit eerie to him. The path led them to a large wooden estate with a water mill. The boy hesitantly opened the door and quietly greeted. Inside, the elder was already waiting for them, who immediately sprawled on the floor in a deep bow. The girls quickly grew tired of the formality, and they happily asked permission to go play outside. The master was somewhat confused, but called the little wolf cub Cyro to keep them company. All the children were sent to the yard, so they wouldn't be bored during the serious conversation. The group, laughing loudly, rushed west of the square to look for Asina. The elder leaned heavily on his knee, preparing for the main event. They sat around the fire. The master delicately asked if Ashto wanted to remain in human form, and he nodded affirmatively. Out of respect for the guest, the old man himself took on a human form, after which his face turned stone-like. He had a serious request for Fenrir. The boy blinked confusedly, not understanding which Fenris was being referred to. They explained to him, that is the name of the white that the divine wolf gives to werewolves, in other words, the wolf's blessing. Against the backdrop of the full moon, a prayer for the blessing of the divine wolf was heard. Elmina eagerly shared an ancient belief. Whoever hears his white will surely find happiness. The boy jokingly called her the oldest elf, which immediately earned him an irritated look. The gray elder by the fire explained that this very protection once helped the village to flourish. The boy was stroking his wolf cub, listening about the epidemic that sowed fear in the hearts of werewolves. People feared the return of trouble, so the wolf's voice was supposed to become a symbol of hope for them. Elmina quickly grasped the essence. The village simply needed a holiday to raise the fighting spirit. Suddenly, a sharp affirmative bark sounded. The boy looked seriously at his fluffy companion Cyro, checking his determination. The wolf cub agreed, and the touched elder almost cried with gratitude. The company, without hesitation, offered their help in preparing for the holiday. Only one problem remained. Would this little fluffy miracle be able to produce anything resembling a majestic howl at all? The white wolf cub barked joyfully, squinting its eyes with satisfaction. The boy skeptically watched the little one, who was carelessly jumping nearby. He heard only ordinary barking from him, and frankly doubted that this fluffball was capable of handling anything at all. At the top of the cliff, under the full moon, a wolf howled. The ancient werewolf ritual was approaching. Ashto blinked confusedly, trying to understand his task. Together with the squad, he set off along the forest path to hunt. The memory brought him back to the hut, where the elder entrusted them to obtain a sacrifice for the sacred Fenrir. The boy asked hopefully about a rabbit or a boar, but paled at one word: manticore. The old man calmly finished him with the fact, this creature swallows a sheep whole. Before his eyes appeared the image of a giant magical monster with a terrifying maw. Ashto, in panic, begged to send all the village hunters against the monster, but received only a cheerful request to help. The boy froze in complete helplessness. Birds flew anxiously above the treetops. While he trembled with fear, the elf girl rejoiced in the beauty of the forest, taking everything as a joyful walk. Ashto grabbed his head, horrified by the size of the upcoming prey, although his companion asked him to relax. The big guy with horns calmly assessed the route. The closer to the manticore's territory, the denser and more dangerous the forest became. These words only fired up the blonde. She clenched her fist, burning with impatience before the real battle. Ashto nervously smiled and decided simply not to get in the way of the resolutely determined hunters. The boy was frankly surprised by their enthusiasm, while the elf girl reminded Mioa of the role of a regular support group. But the girls already joyfully rushed forward, impatiently wanting to finally unleash the ice magic. Suddenly, the blonde warrior stopped Ashto and asked him to provide cover. He admitted that the boy could destroy the enemies in an instant, but the tribe's traditions required sending their own to the vanguard. The squad delved into the thicket. The forest rapidly thickened. The dense foliage completely cut off the sky. The trunks turned into a solid wall. A heavy shadow fell. Suddenly, Mioa sharply twitched her ears. She clearly sensed a foreign presence. Why did you tense up? Because dense tree crowns around stood a deaf night darkness. In the thickets ahead, clearly someone was lurking. Someone pointed a hand deep into the thicket. There a huge creature was lurking. The blond young man immediately volunteered to go scouting. He sprang from the spot so sharply that he kicked up dust from under his feet, and half-wolf flashed between the trees. While the young mage was shockingly amazed at such speed, the tall horned wolf calmly checked the map. The girl with cat ears confirmed the fears. Ahead really lurked a manticore. The bushes sharply parted. The scout softly landed on the path. Wolf ordered everyone to stay close, and the boy feverishly prepared his protective spells. Wolf reported that the monster was simply gigantic, and doubted whether their group of people would survive this fight. The horned warrior grimly assessed the risks, but the cat girl only boldly smiled. She recalled her military past and declared that she was not afraid, and her small partner joyfully caught fire with the idea of hunting fresh meat. The squad leader ordered to keep eyes on the monster and quickly called a tactical meeting. The forest froze. From the shadows emerged a colossal manticore, bearing fangs and arching the poisonous sting of a scorpion over its head. The girl mage, riding a dragon, rose above the forest, examining her giant winged companion. Suddenly in the thicket, a slobbery-fanged maw snapped fiercely. From the shadows came a gigantic lion with empty white eyes, aiming at the uninvited guests. The girl reacted instantly and hurled a massive ice block at the monster. The beast did not even think to dodge. It leapt forward and caught the ice midair. One movement of the fangs, and the solid ice shattered into pieces. The predator fiercely spat out the fragments, and the rider desperately commanded the dragon to retreat. A furious surge. The silhouettes vanished at a furious speed. A wild chase began through the thickets. The girls steered the mount towards the saving goal while the monster breathed down their neck. They burst into a clearing, and the lion suddenly dug into the ground. An ambush of armed werewolves was already waiting for him. The pack leader howled, calling the fighters to him, and the beast growled with a muffled roar. The wolf used magic, wrapping his body with massive vines for armor, which made the lion freeze for a moment. But the predator quickly shook off the paralysis and sharply rushed to attack the new enemies. Hard thorny vines suddenly burst from the ground, gripping the giant beast with a deathly hold. The thorns mercilessly pierced the paw, firmly pinning the monster to the ground. The young man in the bushes watched tensely as the magic securely fixed their target. Manticore, the tall horned warrior, stated coldly. His face was covered with a dull shadow, and from his swaying figure emanated a terrifying threat. The beast recoiled in panic when the warrior clenched his fist with a crunch, clearly regretting that he was not fighting one-on-one. A lightning-fast lunge and a devastating storm of blows fell upon the manticore, tearing the air in half. The warrior calmly released a punch while his two comrades were frozen in shock. A moment ago a formidable monster, now comically lying on its back in a deep knockout. "Wolf Ralph, take care of this," the big guy gave the order matter-of-factly, and the frightened subordinates hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, in the nearby bushes, the leaves rustled treacherously. The boy observer nervously exhaled, noting the quick end of the fight, and whispered to his companion Ashto. A sharp hiss came from the darkness to keep him from revealing the ambush, but the goal was achieved. The manticore was down, and the path to the long-awaited ritual was finally open. The horned big guy and the giant wolf came out to the village with fresh prey. The teacher and the young man just stood stunned. The woman nearby happily unfolded a huge piece of freshly acquired fur. The village buzzed, people tirelessly carried firewood and prepared supplies. The teacher silently watched this bustle. Excited voices buzzed around. Defeating the manticore was incredible, exactly what they expected from the teacher. A familiar voice joyfully greeted him on his return. The young man in glasses came closer and asked where Cyro had gone. The teacher reassured, "The wolf cub is now sleeping off in the elder's house." Frecky sighed. At the hunt he was only a spectator. All the dirty work was done by the werewolves, and their strength impressed him greatly. Instead, the teacher explained that all this time, he had been helping little Woody prepare for the night ritual. The fluffy baby happily wriggled in the arms, causing genuine smiles on both faces. From the side came the order to watch over Woody, and Frecky quickly reported. He sent the teacher to rest until evening, and the restless little boy happily volunteered to go as an assistant. The old water wheel slowly started turning. Meanwhile, in a quiet room on a stack of soft pillows, a white wolf cub curled up was snoring carefreely. The boy happily rushed into the house, promising his white wolf Cyro a mountain of meat right after the ritual. He sat down by the fire and gently scratched his favorite, having asked the wolf to howl beautifully during the upcoming ceremony. Cyro only barked confusedly, making the owner tense. Had to learn by personal example. The boy howled diligently, completely unaware of the elf girl frozen in the doorway. He turned around. The girl smiled tensely, bursting into a scream demanding some explanation for this absurd scene. A full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Outside, a luxurious altar was already waiting, around which people gathered. Among the generous offerings stood a massive beast skull, fierce fangs and empty eye sockets. A bonfire flared up in the brazier. The boy approached the sanctuary, openly impressed by the scale of the preparations. The white wolf cub froze before the altar under the full moon, listening to the pleas for mercy from the great god Fenrir. The werebeasts respectfully bowed down to the very ground. The boy and the elf girl watched tensely, worried about the outcome. The wolf cub confidently jumped onto the stone pedestal. It sharply threw back its muzzle. A prolonged howl pierced the night. The beast's eye gleamed fiercely. The boy and the elf girl froze in amazement. The werebeasts were pressed to the ground by this unexpected aura. The proud silhouette of the little wolf majestically outlined against the moon disk. The elf girl whispered enchantedly that Cyro now looked exactly like Fenrir, and the boy quietly agreed. Glowing sparks flew into the starry sky. The girls smiled joyfully at such a sight. The boy finally relaxed and smiled warmly. Cyro may be small, but he is still a true Fenrir. Under the full moon, the signal fire crackled and hurled a dazzling pillar of flame into the night sky. Later, against the backdrop of the mountain landscape, solemn words were spoken. All present were sincerely thanked for gathering that day. The elder of the werewolves respectfully bowed his head. The received blessing made their clan stronger, to which Ashto only smiled warmly. A young warrior nearby assured that from now on the tribe would give all their strength for the youth. A huge mountain of gifts rose before Ashto, although the beast folk themselves considered such gratitude meager. The roofs of the peaceful settlement remained behind. The werewolf waved goodbye, and the youth abruptly sprang from his place. Only the wind whistled. The goal was a majestic, bright tower. Its endless tiers bowed under thousands of books. The sharp ears suddenly twitched from the rumble. The horned girl tore herself away from reading for a cup of tea. The door burst open. A breathless Ashto stood on the threshold. He was barely catching his breath, while his companion sincerely marveled at his sudden return. The girl confessed guiltily that she had taken his book without permission, but the young man was worried about something else. At home, he found a letter with a harsh demand to immediately return the folio. A real commotion broke out. Ashto was already suspected of theft. The elder confiscated the book and even blabbed about it to four sisters, so now they would have to go and sort out this chaos. Ashto returned the book, apologizing for keeping it so long. Sitting on the sofa with a cup of coffee, the boy nervously asked how she liked the work. The girl hesitated uncertainly, flipping through the pages. She admitted that as a romance novel, the story was not bad, but in places it was too explicit. Her cheeks flushed deeply, and Ashto was covered in cold sweat from embarrassment. Suddenly, she tore her gaze away from the text. The girl sternly declared that it was too early for him, as a minor, to read such things, finally shaming the boy. However, she immediately began to ponder how to count age with her thousand-year life, while Ashto mentally prepared for a serious conversation with Audrey. The book was finally closed. Soon they both left the estate onto the street. It was getting dark, so both tiredly agreed that it was time to head home. Ashto was sluggishly trailing nearby, completely exhausted. Suddenly, the companion asked if he had ever thought about marriage. The boy was confused and admitted that with his almost immortal body, he only wanted to live peacefully and help his native village for now. Ashto asked why the princess of the Dragon Kingdom still had no fiancé, to which Lorelei briefly replied, none. She smiled resignedly. The selection conditions were too strict. No one dared. The boy looked up at the sky in surprise, asking again about these conditions. It turned out that one only needed to defeat her father in a duel, which almost overwhelmed Ashto. Lorelei sighed. The people adore her father. He will rule for tens of thousands more years, so a wedding was not in her near future. They continued along the path, while Ashto panicked, realizing the absolute impossibility of victory over the kingdom's strongest warrior. Before his eyes appeared the terrifying image of King Garland, the Dragon Lord, a living legend, unmatched in the world. Suddenly, Lorelei turned around and sharply asked if he could defeat her father. She held a pause, seriously calling him by name. Then she playfully smiled in the sunlight and added that she was just joking. Ashto froze in shock. Already at home, the boy paced back and forth, not understanding why on earth he should be the one to challenge the king. His cheeks blazed deeply. In despair, Ashto grabbed his head, muttering that for an ordinary person this was suicide, so Lorelei must have just been joking with him. Exhausted, he mumbled that he was going to sleep and collapsed into bed, leaving the mysterious book on the nightstand. As soon as silence fell in the room, the pages of the folio suddenly rustled sharply, turning by themselves. The book stopped at a glowing spread, revealing a hidden and extremely dangerous spell, the forbidden magic of plants. Ashto studied the old grimoire with the magic to summon a giant tree serpent, which was supposedly impossible to defeat. He froze over the pages. Sweat appeared on his forehead. With such strength, he could even deal with the supreme dragon. Blaming it all on morning drowsiness, the boy closed the folio and went to wash up. Outside stood a spacious glass greenhouse. On the way, he called out to the village elder. Ashto sat down next to the plump mole in overalls, who was already hurrying to the excavations. They exchanged greetings. The young man thanked him for the work. Thanks to the mole's efforts, many new dishes and weapons appeared in the village. The elder noted with satisfaction that the elven gnomes brilliantly process the ore they find. Ashto inquired whether they had any problems with daily life. The mole stunned him with the news. He told his relatives about the village, and now the entire tribe of black moles plans to move here. Having learned that they were bribed with tasty food and unlimited sauna, the young man only smiled warmly. The boy agreed to accept the newcomers, but asked to know the limit. He promised with a smile to immediately convene a meeting, to which the mole showered him with thanks. The little animal enthusiastically blurted out that he would also move his wife and children here. Ponta waved cheerfully goodbye, while the elder remained confused, blinking his eyes. A few days later, the peace near the house was shattered by a loud shout. The boy was just working in the garden beds and still nervously replayed that conversation about families in his head. Behind the door, a whole crowd of moles was waiting for him, and Ponta immediately slipped a scroll into his hands. His eyes ran over the text. It was an official request to expand the tribe of black moles. The fluffy delegation, businesslike, declared that they had come to discuss the relocation. Pause. Ponta began to explain. Priority is given to relatives of workers, and that is about 20 more people. He immediately gave an argument. The newcomers would handle the excavations and fieldwork perfectly. The elder listened to this mathematics and mentally grayed. The moles asked to add 30 more to the current 20 residents. The boy finally froze and turned to stone, finding himself in a tight circle of joyful little animals. The moles bowed low, begging the elder to allow their families to move here. They looked at him with eyes shining with hope. The boy smiled warmly and assured that he was not against it at all. On the contrary, he slightly reproached them for not bringing the family from the very beginning and making the children miss them for so long. Moved, the moles with tears of gratitude rushed to hug him. A quiet corner of the yard, a wooden cart near the house, an empty cobblestone square with a well. A few more days passed, and so a whole column of tiny silhouettes stretched towards the settlement. The boy and his girlfriend went out to meet them. The tribe of black moles had finally arrived at their new home. One by one, the moles with bundles on their backs climbed out of the well onto the cobblestones. The girl squeezed her hands with delight. The village was filling with life again, and fluffy guests were bustling around. One of the black moles proudly led forward his wife in a dress and their little son. He immediately called the elder for an introduction. The young man greeted shyly, while the mole's wife sincerely thanked him for caring for her husband. The boy mentally broke out in a sweat to him. All members of this tribe looked the same. Meanwhile, the new residents openly rejoiced at the move and the opportunity to live here with the whole family. The crowd of fluffies joyfully surrounded the elder, promising to work tirelessly. The sister watched with a smile as her brother literally drowned in a sea of overwhelming cuteness. The moles bowed synchronously and deeply, placing themselves at the young man's disposal. Suddenly, one of them got flustered, remembering the gift as a token of gratitude for the shelter. Found it. The mole solemnly handed the elder a small, neat box. The young man untied the ribbon, hearing that it was a random find from the outskirts of the mole village. The boy admired the beautiful red crystal, resembling a ruby, until the mole casually said, "This is the stone of the sage." In the soft white box rested a perfectly black stone. The mole joyfully extended the find, and the boy almost choked. It was the legendary stone of the sage. He carefully took the artifact with 2 fingers. Shock froze in his eyes. The mole matter-of-factly explained that they were just digging copper and stumbled upon ruins, although the boy had no idea how such a treasure could lie in the ground. The little animal carelessly gave the find, and the confused young man barely squeezed out a thank you. He still doubted whether it was worth accepting such a gift, but the magical stone was useless to the moles anyway. The boy smiled warmly. Enchanted by the dark gleam, he realized, if alchemists so desire to obtain this thing, its true value is incredible. Already in his office, he thoughtfully turned the stone, recalling its main purpose, the base for the elixir. Clouds peacefully drifted over the spacious estate. The young man unfolded the guidebook and sighed skeptically. For this simple recipe, only a unicorn horn and ancient dragon scale were missing. His thoughts were interrupted by a maid with news about a guest. He turned and froze, seeing a dark silhouette in the doorway. Dmitri sat at the table and smiled contentedly, gathering first-class materials, for his plan turned out to be surprisingly easy. Later, he visited the elder's estate, and the host greeted the rare guest at the threshold with strained politeness. The young man barely managed to open his mouth. The elder instantly interrupted him and spread a predatory smile, showering Dmitri with flattery about his wealth and talented craftsman. Then he smugly squinted and, with ostentatious businesslike manner, inquired about the reason for the visit. Suddenly all his confidence burst. Covered in cold sweat, the man bent pitifully and whimpered, begging for a favor. Dmitri measured him with a cold look. He expected this, as demons always reveal their true face through behavior. The big-eared maid was intently studying the kitchen shelves. She confidently took the siphon, firmly deciding to brew the best coffee for her master. Thus began a new day for the mage Ashto, to whom a merchant came with another request. The hot dark drink filled the cup. It was elite coffee of the Red Valley variety. The maid carefully placed the tray in front of Ashto and his guest, Dmitri. The merchant squinted slyly, praising the treat, but the mage immediately sensed deceit in such long introductions. While the girl was awkwardly standing by the wall, Ashto interrupted the chatter and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. Dmitri did not deny it and reminded that besides regular deliveries, they also had personal agreements. When the conversation suddenly turned to the wine Sento, the boy asked in surprise. He calmly sipped the coffee, listening to the story about the wild popularity of this drink in Belzevall, where the queue for pre-orders stretched for 20 years. From such a crazy number, Ashto was overwhelmed and almost spat out the drink. The guest meaningfully raised a finger. A shadow of anxiety appeared on his face, as an extremely unpleasant situation suddenly arose. Dmitri complained about the meager supply volumes and lack of negotiations, gently leading the mage to the true purpose of his journey. The conversation turned to the mayor of Beelzebub, the head of the powerful Diabolos clan. The merchant nervously smiled and admitted that he had received a direct order from him. The mayor had somehow obtained Sento wine for tasting, was delighted, and now demanded regular supplies. Ashto immediately called such volumes excessive. The guest broke out in a cold sweat and squeezed out a harsh condition: 1 bottle every 3 days. Expanding trade just for one client would be unfair. After all, this wine was distributed to peasants as payment for labor, and the locals would never trade it for foreign riches. Sensing the inevitable refusal, the merchant burst into a panic scream. Ashto crossed his arms on his chest, disagreeing with such insane terms. And then the guest issued the main demand. The mayor ordered to personally bring a representative of the production to him. The merchant burst into tears of despair, crying out about signing this cursed contract. He clung to the young man with a death grip, begging to immediately set off to the city of demons. Ashto sighed heavily, soothingly patted the hysteric on the head, and asked to first properly tell about the mayor. Instead of an answer, he fell to his knees and sobbed that without this deal his company would simply be destroyed. The conversation was interrupted by a short pause. The boy put down the cup and dryly summarized what he had heard. The tired man at the table nodded, confirming the suspicion about the local mayor's insane persistence. The young man openly grimaced, realizing all his selfishness. The previous deal was demonstratively torn up only because of a delay in sweets. The interlocutor darkened and added that that trading company was simply wiped out for a single violation. He warily hid his face in his hands. The young man silently crossed his arms. All this was already crossing the bounds of common sense. However, they were left no choice, since the mayor headed the powerful Diabolos clan and held the entire economy of Beelzebub in his grip. Any resistance or contract termination guaranteed them instant and irreversible ruin. The envoy literally beamed with happiness upon hearing the agreement for a joint trip to Beelzebub. The young man only sighed wearily. The demon showered thanks, already calculating how to negotiate more advantageously during their acquaintance. But the boy was determined. Demanding a new batch every 3 days was true arbitrariness, and he would tell the mayor everything straight to his face. Although he could not hide his pride in his signature wine, he involuntarily wondered what powerful person actually ruled this city of demons. Meanwhile, the envoy briskly suggested setting off tomorrow at dawn, and strongly advised to definitely take the strongest fighters for protection. After all, they were to go to the Diabolos clan, a rare kind of demons, whose leader managed to build an entire city for his wards. The next morning, the boy indeed arrived, accompanied by 2 muscular giants. The messenger even recoiled. The fighters arrived in full combat gear, as if they were going to war. On the way, the young man mentally checked the quotas for the distribution of wine among his peasants again. The numbers did not lie after all the distributions. Only miserable crumbs remained for trade. The problem lay in the fruits themselves. they rotted within a day, so it was physically impossible to stockpile or increase production. The tall man opened the door and reported to Ashto that everything was ready. The boy sighed wearily. Increasing production was already impossible, and if the partner resisted, he would have to hammer it into him with the force of arguments. On the way, Ashto reassured the head of the company, Dmitri. The village still needed their trade, to which he immediately broke into grateful bows. Dmitri theatrically burst into tears, vowing to remember this kindness until the end of his days, although Ashto only cast skeptical glances. Crossing his arms, the young man mentally snorted at such impudence, but promised himself to settle everything without unnecessary problems. The drama was abruptly interrupted by an assistant in glasses, ordering everyone to stand on the magic circle. By the complex seal on the ground, a horned demon was already waiting for them, the guide to the city of Beelzebub. The big guy suddenly grabbed Ashto in such a strong embrace that he almost crushed his face. The demon joyfully rubbed his cheek against the embarrassed boy. Despite the tightness, Ashto stared mesmerized at the seal under his feet. He had never seen such complex magic before. The horned one continued to crush him, so the boy wearily asked to speak more quietly, while the assistant calmly stated that the circle had become cramped. Dmitri stepped back and entrusted further matters to Elizabeth. She respectfully bowed, asking the leader to be careful. Then the man with a sly smile turned to the tense Ashto. He confidently winked and declared that the boy could safely leave everything to the father. "Hey, father," the boy exclaimed in shock, just as a sharp snap of fingers raised a powerful magical whirlwind before the girl. The light of the magic circle went out, and Ash, along with two horned companions, found himself in a new place, where they were immediately met by a demon butler. The master suggested taking a breather in his office over a cup of tea, while the boy weakly held his head after the teleportation. Ash hesitantly approached the window. He froze with his mouth open. The usual peaceful life in nature now seemed like something from another reality. Behind the glass stretched a completely different world, a night megapolis under a huge crescent moon. Glass skyscrapers reached high into the sky. Rows of windows disappeared far below. This was the city of demons Beelzebub. The boy looked at the streets in shock, marveling at the speed of strange metal boxes on the roads and the crowds of devils around. His burly companion also noticeably tensed, muttering that such unprecedented prosperity made him feel eerie. Ash immediately asked the butler about the meeting time with the mayor, as he did not plan to leave his native village for long. Tea was cooling alone on the table. The butler smiled slyly and asked to wait a little longer until they would be served a magical carriage directly to the city hall. The boy looked around the spacious salon in confusion, asking if people really called this a carriage. Peeking out the window, he sighed. It was stuffy outside, and there was not a single tree around. Immediately, those strange iron boxes on which earthlings traveled came to mind. His tall horned companion snorted disdainfully, calling all this excessive interior pomp ordinary vulgarity. However, the young man realized something else. The owner of the carriage turned out to be a truly outstanding merchant. Money was felt in every detail of the luxurious decoration here. Behind the glass, a dense wall of buildings towered for them, children of the forest. It was frankly uncomfortable in this cramped city. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in a tailcoat. Preparations were finished. It was time to go. The horned one squeezed the boy's shoulder, mutely ordering the elder not to lose vigilance. The three of them entered the cramped elevator cabin. The metal doors closed softly. The descent ended in a bright, spacious hall where respectable guests leisurely examined jewelry displays. The guide proudly announced that this was the first floor of the Dmitri mansion, their main store. The merchant offered to look at unique goods, but the boy only stood stunned, finding himself for the first time in his life in such a huge shop. The boy's gaze caught on a sign: very soon elite fruit wine would be available for sale. Around reigned exquisite luxury, and every guest or employee was dressed to the nines. The crowd immediately began whispering as soon as they recognized Mr. Dimitro and suspiciously glanced at his strange companion. The men slowly moved toward the exit. Dimitro smiled and informed about the carriage, while the young man fidgeted under the scrutinizing looks, realizing the status of his companion. Outside, a massive black limousine awaited them, a special model presented personally for the guest and his retinue. The boy dived into the cabin without unnecessary words. The horned giant grumbled that they could have walked, but Dimitro, with a soft yet cold smile, advised not to make a scene. The car suddenly tore off, and a dazzling magical flash burst from under its wheels. The young man, as if enchanted, pressed against the window, amazed by the real transport powered by pure magic. He exhaled heavily and slumped in the seat next to the horned one, finally coming to terms with the fact that he had ended up in another world. On the way, he noted that the technologies here far surpassed the kingdom of Big Balak. The magical carriage replaced local legs. Soon the carriage arrived at a luxurious mansion, towering against the backdrop of the night city. Now the boy silently sat on the carved sofa in the spacious hall, while two huge warriors stood frozen behind his back, like guards. Massive Gothic vaults of the town hall loomed overhead. Dmitri was sweating, for the fate of his entire company was being decided now. Meanwhile, Ashto was indifferently examining the bizarre chandelier. The door handle clicked, and a brief apology for the delay was heard. The boy only smiled confidently at another portion of Dmitri's panicked pleas to crush the competitors. He expected to see a terrifying tyrant, since this influential merchant trembled before him so much. However, a friendly young man appeared at the threshold, looking to be Ashto's peer. He calmly shook the boy's hand and introduced himself as Lucifer, the mayor of Beelzebub and head of the Devil clan. The smiling young man greeted Ashto, mentally noting his aura was quite atypical for devils. The guests themselves maintained a tense severity. The boy, beside horror, tilted his head back, examining the giant ogre. The big guy crossed his arms threateningly, pressing the space with a heavy aura. The hanging silence was calmly broken by the host's voice. He asked not to worry about it. Ashto bowed reservedly and introduced the giant. It was Guido, his personal bodyguard and secretary. The boy continued to remain confusedly silent. The young man warmly spread his arms, inviting the guests to drop hostility and sit down. Sitting down on the sofa, the boy caught himself thinking that the stranger did not smell like Dmitri at all, while Ashto was handing over his gift. The host almost glowed with joy, examining the bottle and praising the drink. It turned out to be Sento, a special wine from their village. While the boy mentally wondered how quickly this guy switched to the friendly Kun, he recalled a recent conversation with Dmitri, admitting that such wonderful wine could not be found anywhere else. The young man smiled businesslike. In 3 days, he plans to conclude 2 contracts with them, so the goods for the first installment must be ready. In response to the question about the problem, the young man showed the Sento fruit the main ingredient of their wine. He nervously coughed and admitted that there were difficulties with the deliveries. The boy explained that mass production was impossible, and due to trade with other races, there were simply no free reserves left. The guest opposite only coldly grunted. Then the young man cut straight to the point. They physically could not give more than 1 bottle every 3 days. Hearing about the lack of personal stashes, the aristocrat relaxed, crossed his legs, and feigned sadness. The young man shrugged a maximum of 5 bottles per month, despite all the urgency for Dmitri's company. A heavy silence hung in the fireplace hall. The boy blinked confusedly, not understanding why the stern client had so abruptly given up without a fight. The guest suddenly quietly and quite unprofessionally snorted, and in a moment he threw back his head and genuinely burst out laughing at the top of his voice. Holding his stomach, he apologized for his outburst and joked that the collapse of this deal definitely would not bankrupt anyone. The guest smiled broadly and admitted that the contract was just a clever pretext to simply talk. That friendly conversation was suddenly interrupted by a burly horned warrior who loomed over the couch like a stone boulder. Dmitri only grunted shortly. Words were spoken about the importance of his company for the city, and Valgold froze in surprise. The merchant clapped his hands with satisfaction and openly admitted that he had invented all the lies just to meet Ash. The young man looked at him gloomily, demanding an honest answer. Ash did not understand what the tales about bankruptcy had to do with it, and Dmitri explained. He deliberately pressed on pity to keep the boy from foolishness. Valgold sharply asked if the merchant understood the risk of provoking his wrath, and Dmitri calmly confirmed it. Ash added whether he was not afraid to anger Mayor Lucifer as well, but the trickster instantly cut him off, saying he had not even thought about it. He knew perfectly well about the boy's indifference to wine, but his desire to arrange this meeting was absolutely sincere. With a sly smile, the merchant emphasized that the mayor adores such brash people, so no punishment threatens him. That was the last straw, and enraged Valgold grabbed the insolent man by the throat with a roar, and the shocked Ash rushed to separate them. The tension was cut by an unexpected voice from the side. Mayor Lucifer suddenly admitted that he actually sympathized with the merchant. He relaxedly ordered not to be too harsh with Dmitri, as he had always admired such fearless and greedy people. Lucifer cheerfully asked if the merchant really believed that his cunning scheme would provoke their anger, while Asht simply listened in amazement. The young man exhaled in shock that it was a crazy risk for the company's future, but Dmitri only smiled warmly. He unquestionably believed in their characters. Asht's sudden delivery to the village was explained by a banal time saving, because Mayor Lucifer was too busy for official invitations. Now this eccentric man theatrically spread his arms, talking about a great dream to create the best trading company in Orvelstein, despite all the risks. Asht blinked in confusion. He only had to put on a polite smile in response to such pressure. The boy helplessly sank onto the sofa, finally realizing that he had gotten involved with an extremely influential figure. The mayor sharply placed his palm on the table. It was time to end misunderstandings and get down to business. Lucifer relaxedly offered friendship and immediately revealed the main trump card. It turned out that they both had the rare blessing of the divine dragon. The boy tensely asked how Lucifer knew about his connection with the green dragon. He comically panicked, trying awkwardly to deny everything. The mayor only smiled softly. He felt it immediately, because they both received a gift from the same mythical creatures. The man slowly placed his hand on his chest. Behind his back grew the shadow of a gigantic maw. Lucifer turned out to be the bearer of the power of Nyx, the dragon of the night. The fingers calmly rested on the tie. The young man froze upon hearing the name of the deity, absolutely equal in power to his own patron. Lucifer leaned back on the sofa and recalled how he personally rebuilt the city of Beelzebub from a tiny village. Now the mayor's position drowned him daily in paperwork routine. Suddenly he remembered the report about an unknown young man who gathered rare races around himself and founded a new settlement. The mayor clearly remembered the day when this document was laid on his desk. He was struck by the furious speed of the village's development. Someone was step by step repeating his own path. Then he ordered to arrange this meeting, and now was finally convinced of his conclusions. "We are the same," he sincerely and joyfully concluded. Words about the power of the green dragon in his veins sounded like thunder. The young man understood nothing at all. The elf sighed indulgently, and in a moment he warmly shook the boy's hand, calling their meeting his greatest luck. He quickly mastered his emotions and assured that he did not intend to lure him by deception. The boy focused. It was time to talk business. The elf took out a bottle of sake. The drink was so wonderful that he wanted to trade directly. The sudden question about the workforce caught the young man by surprise. The trade condition was clear. Every fifth bottle would go personally to Mayor Lucifer. It remained to agree on the payment. The herd proposal caused shock and nervous questioning entirely. The young man calmly told about his private agricultural company. He generously took all the expenses for the workers' salaries upon himself. With a determined look, the young man confirmed he was giving away his enterprise entirely. The youth broke into a sweat and waved his hands, assuring that he was not afraid of the crop theft at all. The demon calmly laid out the plan. Teleportation magic would allow experienced farmers from Beelzebub to quickly get to work. He carelessly brushed off the risks, promising to personally instruct the workers. But this did not calm the youth. Exchanging a bottle of sake for the services of an entire company seemed completely unequal. The demon smiled warmly and reminded that his main goal in this deal was simply to become friends. His fingers tensed. Lately, Beelzebub's development had frankly been slowing down. He sincerely rejoiced that the youth finally dropped formalities, while the latter mentally panicked over the sudden declarations of friendship. In the silence of the room, a confession sounded. This young man was simply interesting to watch. The old monotonous routine had long bored the demon. Only a soft, expectant smile. The young man tensed and froze. A heavy sigh, he gave up and accepted the terms. The demon jumped up joyfully, instantly declaring the deal done, and urged to start on the papers immediately. The title page with a "thank you" announced the beginning. A bizarre pattern flashed before his eyes. The young man nervously swallowed saliva, covered in cold sweat. Silence stretched on. At a low table opposite him sat three huge ogres, looking confusedly at the table setting. The smiling horned demon cheerfully chattered about a shared dinner, while the boy mentally regretted his choice of establishment. Being under the gaze of three mountainous monsters was quite a trial. One of the giants ran his hand with interest along the floor, sniffing the fresh scent of tatami. The demon in a suit was surprised by the choice of such a simple eatery, but the boy deliberately avoided fancy restaurants with their stifling formality. Examining the round woven cushion, he was inspired by the idea of bringing several of them to his village. Recalling the appetizing aromas of Pohnpei Trading Street, the company quickly bonded over their love for bustling places and hearty food. A cheerful clinking of glasses rang out over the generously laden table. The overall tension finally dissolved into a friendly atmosphere. Fingers gripped the glass tightly as the conversation unexpectedly turned to events from 20 years ago. Ashto asked with interest how exactly the mayor met Mr. Dado. Lucifer calmly replied that it all started with an attack by a hired assassin, instantly stunning his interlocutor. With a smile, he explained, new laws always generate dissatisfied people whose hatred eventually turns into an assassination attempt. Ashto could not believe that he was talking about this without a trace of fear. Lucifer just snorted. Dado turned out to be the strongest of all the killers. Such attacks happened about once every half-century, and each time the mayor easily repelled the enemies. But this demon fought so well that Lucifer, instead of punishing him, simply hired him. Since then, the silent giant personally solved all problems, significantly easing the mayor's life. While Lucifer hospitably offered another drink, Ashto was struck by his boundless generosity. The boy took a sip, realizing, the mayor's strength is undoubtedly impressive, but his absolute fearlessness is much more surprising. Suddenly, Lucifer leaned closer and confidently stated that no one would threaten Ashto's life. The young man was embarrassed by how quickly he changed the subject. The mayor looked him intently in the eyes and reminded him of their resemblance. However, he added that unlike him, Ashto had reliable protectors from the very beginning, which the boy had to agree with. Under the light of the crescent moon, memories of life in the kingdom of Big Baroque surfaced in his mind. Someone from the company suddenly asked the tipsy Ashto to share stories from his past. He came to on a luxurious sofa under a reproachful voice about the drinks consumed the night before. Next to him, right on his knees, the elder was trembling, nervously asking if he had done anything foolish while drunk. The boy delivered a message to Ashto from an acquaintance. The next drinking party would take place in his village. Ashto merely smiled warmly. Suddenly, behind the frightened elder's back, a horned giant loomed and declared that now he would treat. After the deal with Lucifer, the village instantly filled with new workers. The farm was expanded, and the yield soared, allowing the production of significantly more goods. Every morning, these specialists from Beelzebub's company arrived at work directly through a magical portal. The elf woman joyfully clenched her fist, anticipating even greater rivers of wine. Work boiled in the village. By the water, they began planting new trees. Suddenly, the elf woman blinked in confusion. What accounting books? She naively asked again, isn't the Silver Cat's tribe in charge of all supplies? And with a smile admitted that she did not know the exact figures, but the demons worked conscientiously. At such an answer, a vein on the new accountant's forehead swelled with anger. She curtly cut off, saying that this was outrageous negligence. Meanwhile, Lucifer in his office openly laughed at her report and ordered to send 2 more officials to the village. Heels stepped onto the teleportation circle. A cold gaze flashed from under the glasses. A tall manager in a business suit and her 2 assistants arrived to enforce strict discipline. The girl in glasses stunned Ashto with the news. Lady Diana is the younger biological sister of Lucifer himself, and the women behind her are her personal subordinates. He awkwardly bowed, while Diana responded with a restrained, elegant bow. The boy flinched when the guest immediately demanded all account books, harvest records, and daily reports. She sternly adjusted her glasses and ordered the papers to be brought immediately. Ashto nervously looked away and began mumbling something indistinct. An awkward pause hung in the air, and the boy only sweat guiltily under her watchful gaze. Diana's aura darkened with anger. She asked bluntly if there were no reports at all, and Ashto fearfully squeezed out a pitiful yes. The girl sighed wearily, trying to calm herself with the thought that at least the primitive barter did not bring losses to the village. Ashto awkwardly scratched his cheek and admitted that all the trade had so far been done purely by eye. They simply exchanged one thing for another. Diana unequivocally declared that from now on she would take over the management of the entire industry. Her deadly gaze left no choice. The boy feverishly nodded in agreement. He watched Diana and her assistants from behind, horrified to realize how much this stern girl was unlike her brother. Later, the whole group approached the spacious stone building of the workshop. Inside, they were joyfully greeted by Elmina, Diana immediately introduced herself as the new official from Beelzebub, and Ashto explained that this was where they made wine. Elmina, with a broad smile, happily introduced herself, while the boy nearby mentally noted her unfailing friendliness. The strict woman adjusted her glasses and sharply got down to business. She was interested in whether the elf really managed the garden and the workshop. While the everyday process of wine bottling went on in the background, the boy asked Elmina in confusion what to do about the insufficient amount of the drink. The guest tried to learn more about the state of affairs, but the elf carelessly asked to wait until they finished their work. Ashto froze when he heard that Elmina was going to throw several fruits into the jar at once. He reproached her for wastefulness, since one was always enough for fermentation. The boy cautiously inquired how many fruits she usually transferred into one container. At the question about inspections, the elf waved it off. She never burdened herself with such tedious calculations. The girl joyfully explained her logic. To the small fruit, she always added one more so that the taste of the wine would not be too weak. Silent shock. The colleague in glasses calmly suggested conducting a review of her work. Elmina only proudly lifted her nose, praising her unparalleled intuition. A few days later, this intuition led her to a hysterical breakdown on the street, with a dismissal order in her hands. She sobbed on the couch over the cruelty of the world, but Ashto coldly refused to defend her. As it turned out, the elf was upset exclusively over the loss of free bonus wine she received for her position. Without her amateurish actions, production volumes instantly doubled. Now every fruit was used rationally. Duties were quickly redistributed, entrusting the training of newcomers to a girl named Maine. Chaos was replaced by perfect order. Now the team clearly collected harvest data, inspected goods, and meticulously kept reports without any intuitive decisions. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The diligence of Diana and the other girls was genuinely impressive. He gave them 2 empty houses for living quarters and an office, although the workspace would still need some remodeling. Nearby on the table lay Elmina, whining plaintively and mourning her lost wine. He only sighed heavily. There was no point in defending the elf woman, as her negligence in accounting was truly unacceptable for their village. However, as soon as he offered a drop from his share, the girl's face instantly lit up with happiness. Having calmed the crier, he shifted his gaze to Meija and asked what had brought her here. She cheerfully announced that the street onsen was finally ready. He blinked in confusion. He had completely forgotten about that promise. At the spot, the burly Frosky was already waiting, insisting that the elder be the first to try the hot springs. Amid the dwarf's loud shouts to bathe properly, he awkwardly pulled back the fabric screen. The dwarf proudly declared that this street bathhouse was the work of his hands, the best of the Eldar dwarves and a devoted bather, and that its name was Rotenpro. The door slid aside. From the picturesque stone bath rose thick, warm steam. He relaxedly sank into the hot water under the night sky. At first, the idea of a street bath seemed strange, but now the atmosphere was perfect. Ashto, with a satisfied smile, immersed himself in the hot spring. He scooped water with a wooden bucket and splashed it on his shoulder. Next to him, someone's foot silently stepped into the water. The boy noticed nothing, dreamily enjoying the night breeze. He relaxedly lifted his gaze. With a blissful sigh, Ashto closed his eyes. He relaxedly said that these were the best moments in life, when suddenly a ringing voice sounded nearby. A horned girl cheerfully agreed with him. Ashto shuddered and, desperately trying not to stare at her naked body, asked where Lady Giera had been all this time. She calmly replied that she had gone to see an old friend. Giera carefully talked about the habits of other mythical dragons. Supposedly, some bathe for millennia, while the rest are now sound asleep. Suddenly her words struck like thunder. Nyx woke up. The boy turned around stunned, remembering that Nyx is Lucifer's real name. Giera smiled slyly and clarified that it was she who woke him and all the other mighty dragons. Ashto froze in horror, shocked by how carelessly she throws out news capable of turning the whole world upside down. The boy swallowed nervously, cautiously specifying the place for their future tea party. The horned girl, meanwhile, blissfully basked in the hot spring, dreaming aloud about gathering everyone together. Her carefree statement that the guests would come right here, to the bathhouse, made him sweat from embarrassment. Sierra blissfully basked in the new hot springs. Meanwhile, Ash thoughtfully looked at the house, unable to get yesterday's conversation out of his head. The young man was nervous, trying to understand how long he would have to wait. Suddenly, his thoughts at the table were interrupted by a familiar voice. The promise of Sierra to explain everything later surfaced again in his memory, but the uncertainty only irritated him. A joyful Phil appeared on the windowsill and immediately pulled him to go for a walk. At the question about the route, the pixie thoughtfully twitched her antennae and chose a place farther away. She reminded him that it was the fairies who looked after the children in his absence, so now he was their debtor. Ash carefully suggested calling the rest of the friends to the old pond, but Phil unexpectedly screamed fiercely. The fairy painfully clung to his ear, insisting that they would go only the two of them. Her gaze suddenly became serious. The time of separation was approaching. Ash confusedly rubbed the back of his head, remembering that higher pixies reproduce exactly like that. Phil sighed wearily, explaining that an extra crowd would only distract her from this process. She added that the new children would not stay in the village, but would create their own group and go traveling the world, just as they themselves once did. Ash thoughtfully rubbed his chin, digesting the information about the division of higher pixies. From the realization of how unique this experience was, he nervously swallowed. A long journey awaited ahead, so the heroes decided to pack their things and set off the next morning. At dawn, the young man was already waiting in the middle of the empty cobblestone square. The road promised to be dangerous, so for the sake of protecting the little fairy Phil and other companions, he decided to act preemptively. With a flash of light, the Book of Knowledge of the Green Dragon appeared in his hands. Attention was drawn to the summoning ritual of the King of Trees. Humbaba, the name sounded fierce, although the text described a very kind spirit. The young man wondered if this magic would be suitable for reliable protection. His finger sharply stopped on the necessary line. Instead of hesitating, Ash briskly grabbed the wand time to test everything in practice. After all, he calmed himself with the thought that this giant was just an enhanced version of the usual wooden golem. The boy focused and spoke the first words of the ritual. "Come, King of Trees Humbaba," his command loudly cut through the silence. The ground beneath his feet flashed with a magical circle as Ash loudly declared himself a familiar of the Green Dragon. The earth trembled and giant roots burst out with a deafening crack. The boy froze. Just behind his back, massive wooden trunks were growing. Wow, he exhaled in amazement. His gaze slowly slid upward. Before him stood a wooden golem, an immense living mountain of bark and leaves. "Ola, Humbaba," the giant buzzed, and the young man noted with relief his incredibly kind facial expression. Hearing the broken "Ola Tamadachi," the boy completely relaxed, since the monster immediately recognized him as a friend. He did not waste time and asked the giant to become their guide to the flower field. Humbaba naively asked what exactly was required of him, causing the young man to hesitate a little. But the golem decided everything himself. Huge wooden fingers unceremoniously lifted the boy with the word "sit." The young man hung amusingly in the air. The giant good-naturedly squinted and assured that he would definitely protect his little companion. Finding himself in the giant's surprisingly soft leafy hair, the boy settled more comfortably and confidently pointed the direction with his hand. Humbaba powerfully straightened up to his full height, shaking the ground with his first heavy step. Ash comfortably settled on Humbaba and said that he completely relied on him. This branch giant looked terrifying, but the other pixies were not afraid of him at all because he was actually quite a good fellow. The wind gently tousled the boy's hair as he heard a friendly greeting. Ash smiled sincerely and warmly in response. With a dull rumble that made the earth tremble, the giant set off forward through the thickets. The fairy joyfully fluttered ahead and shouted that she already saw the needed place. The boy froze in surprise. From the height, he stared at the place where the little guide pointed. Before them opened a wonderful valley with a crystal waterfall and a carpet of flowers, above which magical butterflies circled. The place seemed perfect. There was enough mana and food, so Ash could not resist and asked why everyone had left from here. He looked around at the giant plants, sincerely admiring their old home. The answer slightly threw him off track. The fairies simply wanted to live in a different place. No enemies or dangers, absolute idle, always reigned here. The fairy playfully winked and announced that the sun was already high, so it was the perfect time to show him something special. The boy froze in the flower-decorated clearing when 3 senior pixies flew into the air and loudly commanded to begin. The winged fairies carefully circled above the clearing. Ash froze in the middle of the blooming field, mesmerized by the magical glow. He watched the mystery of separation intently. The senior pixie Phil closed her eyes with a slight smile, surrendering to the magic. The process went as usual, but suddenly the unexpected happened. The boy shuddered and took a confused step forward. Looking closer, he was stunned. The light was coming not from the flowers, but from the bodies of the senior pixies themselves. At that very moment, Phil began to grow rapidly, transforming into a girl almost the same height as Ash. Her eyes slowly opened. On the palm of the renewed pixie, a tiny newborn copy peacefully slept. The little one sweetly yawned, and the elder Phil immediately decided to give her a name. She carefully warmed the tiny one in her hands and greeted herself with a warm smile. The girl joyfully named her new part Belmiria. Ash only laughed kindly in response. The young man and the winged girl calmly stood in the middle of a sunlit flower field. The fairy smiled kindly and introduced herself as Philharmonica, to which the boy responded with quiet gratitude. Suddenly the space flashed. A whole swarm of shining butterflies separated from the girl, and the young man just stood amazed. The newborn spirits chirped joyfully, calling each other to new lands in search of tasty mana. With ringing laughter and quick farewells, the last tiny fairies flew into the sky and disappeared. Stunned by this beauty, the boy admitted that he lacked words and turned to his invisible companion Ash. The Philharmonic promised to show the next division in 100 years, but the boy only smiled awkwardly. An ordinary person wouldn't live that long. She added that he was probably the first mortal to see their mystery, and the young man thanked her once again for this priceless experience. The young man watched the high pixies flying off in all directions in search of tasty mana. As a farewell, the winged creatures promised that someday they would definitely meet again. He smiled and leisurely walked through the blooming field. Suddenly, his little companion sharply declared that she was hungry and demanded to return to the village immediately. Settling on the giant, the fairy asked what he planned to do with this monster among ordinary people. The mighty back of the giant rose before them like a rock. Sitting right on the monster's head, the boy admitted that he simply hoped for their peaceful coexistence. He warmly hugged his big friend. The fairy joyfully noted that with such size, the monster would become a wonderful entertainment for the local children. A funny, satisfied smile instantly spread across the giant's face. The boy exhaled with relief. The local kids were too clingy, so such a huge nanny would finally give him some peace. Relying on Humbaba, they reached home without incident, but the next morning a surprise awaited them. The young man froze in confusion, blinking his eyes. Right in front of him on a green leaf, a tiny stranger was sleeping sweetly, while his own fairy watched her with surprise. He froze in amazement before the gigantic glowing tree. On a branch, Philharmonica lazily stretched out. The fairy was enjoying mana, completely ignoring his shock from the unexpected meeting. To his indignation, the winged guest only greeted him carefully. Philharmonica sincerely did not understand why he was even surprised by their appearance in such a place. The energy of Yggdrasil turned out to be too sweet a temptation for the higher pixies. Other fairies waved to the people with wide smiles. The statement that they all decided to settle here made the boy howl painfully. He could only laugh nervously, finally coming to terms with the situation. No one expected that their paths would cross again in just one day. Eventually, all this fuss moved to the local greenhouses. The number of new roommates instantly almost doubled now. About 3 dozen fairies were swirling around. His friend in glasses gladly greeted the winged neighbors, although in his mind, he was already puzzling over where to build so many new houses for them.